Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
My stepfather took my mom with 3 kids.
So what do you call him? Was he?
Is he a simp?
I wouldn't call him a simp, but my mom called him a simp.
Damn.
My mom definitely called him a simp. But
oh my God.
Honest to God,
y'all hear that?
Yeah, my mom did call him a simp.
All that for that woman.
Okay.
Took care of his 3 kids, and she called him a simp.
My mom told me straight up, she told me, yo, don't ever date a woman with kids.
My mom told me the same thing.
Don't ever.
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
I'm having dinner with my girl, and I want y'all to just notice something. There's women, all eating there. Women, all eating there. And let's not forget right there too, because they're everywhere. Oh my God. I don't normally go out, but when I do, I go out with my girls, and I am seeing something, a trend. Girls are all going out with their girlfriends. There's not like one date in
Them closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
So someone posted divorce rates, right? The first one between men and women is 42%, women and women is 72%, and men is 28%. And the person making the post asked the question, I'm curious, ladies, how are men the problem? I'm not gonna lie, I cannot give you a solid answer. Because a 72% chance of being divorced is crazy work. What's the point of being married at that point? Like, that shit is doomed to fail. Like, there is damn near no chance. And I honestly think it's mostly due to emotional thinking. Because in a situation where a man and a woman are mad at each other, who's the one that usually has to be like, okay, you know what? This is stupid. Let's make up and, you know, whatever. You guys make up and now everything is cool. It's the dude. So now, if you have two people who are not willing to say, okay, maybe I was wrong in this situation, or apologize, then that's what you get, fam.
Them closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
Some of you men are going to have to settle. You're going to have to settle for dating each other and marrying each other and pleasing each other, because women are not putting up with your bullshit anymore. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of women don't want to get married. It's not really a lot of women's end goal anymore. Y'all don't even know how to be good boyfriends, let alone good husbands. A lot of women don't want to get pregnant and have babies. But oh, you're going to have to start doing something. Because like I said, women don't care. What you gonna force a woman to be in a relationship with you?
Them closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
So I need to talk to y'all about something. I recently went to an event and there were about 1,000 people there. And of the couples that were there, about 95% of them were black men with non-black women. The person leading the event was a black man that was married to a white woman. I'd be lying if I said that seeing all of this at the same time was not triggering. This is pretty much what the dating scene looks like overall in LA. Here are 4 other observations that I picked up on since moving to LA. 1, it's not equal. It's not like I'm seeing a bunch of black women dating outside their race. In fact, I'm barely seeing black women dating at all. 2, it's gotten so bad that at this point, whenever I do see a black man that's single, the first thing that I'm asking myself is, I wonder if he dates black women. 3, within the past couple months, I've had conversations with multiple black women that actually want to leave LA. Not because of the economy, not because they aren't flourishing in their careers, but simply because they feel like there's no love for them in LA. The fact that I know so many beautiful, talented, compassionate, evolved black women that are all feeling the same way makes no sense to me. And lastly, when you don't see yourself reflected in a space, you feel like you don't exist. As a black woman myself, I can tell you honestly, when it comes to the romantic space, I have never felt more invisible than I do living in LA.
Them closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
So, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in, right? So, I want to play this one again because this is what inspired all of this. And we're gonna play some. We're gonna get off of the black female effery in a minute, but I want to play this again because this is what inspired it. Shout out to Passport OG for sending me the clip, and let's play it one more again. As a matter of fact, before we play that, let's play this.
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
For me personally, I am done with all women-centered events in 2025. The women empowerment brunches, lunches, the ladies' nights, I'm just gonna take a pause. Like, I need...
Say it.
I think I'm empowered enough. I have my sisterhood. Of course, I'm open to making new friends, but there's other ways to do that and to spend my money. Like, where's the niggas?
Yes.
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
Some of you men are going to have to settle. You're going to have to settle for dating each other and marrying each other and pleasing each other because women are not putting up with your bullshit anymore. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of women don't want to get married. It's not really a lot of women's end goal anymore. Y'all don't even know how to be good boyfriends, let alone good husbands. A lot of women don't want to get pregnant and have babies. But you're going to have to start doing something. Because like I said, women don't care. What you gonna force a woman to be in a relationship with you?
So, there's been, and Mr. Z will admit, I've been reluctant to accept the projection that comes from women, black women in particular. In the black community, the threat from black women overtly, Mr. Z is one of the few black men that say go munch on each other. But in the black community, the threat from black women when their misbehavior is detailed or noted is, well, if you don't like it, you could go, well, engage in same-sex loving relationships. This is the threat levied to black men in particular concerning black women. If black women, oftentimes black women will threaten black men that way. They will insult black men, straight black men in particular, with LGBTQ slurs. Come to find out, the actually most same-sex loving group of people in America happen to be black women, 23%. I think that was under the age of 30, but this report came out in 2019, so, right? And the title says, 23% of young black women now identify as bisexual, right? Oh, man. 23%. I'll put the links in the description box after the stream. I know I said that for the last stream and I didn't do it. I'm going to do that for that also. My apologies. Life's been lifing. 23% of black women now identify as bisexual. Further along in the article, there's another article. Further along, sociologists who study sexuality say we've noticed how more and more women are reporting that they're bisexual. But in the most recent survey, one subset stood out. 23% of black women in the 18 to 34 age group. That's many of us for Gen Z and millennials. Remember, this report was 6 years ago. How much larger is that demographic now? We're going to see in a minute. So, but in the most recent survey, one subset stood out. 23% of Black women in the 18 to 34 age group identified as bisexual, a proportion that's nearly 3 times higher than it was a decade ago. Ma'am, whoever you are, whoever y'all know her, tag her in this. You can't levy that threat against Black men. Black men, same-sex loving rate ain't going gangbusters. Uh-oh. Let's be very clear. And Mr. Z messed up because if somebody could find it real quick, fast, in a hurry, send it to me so I can play it now. Throughout this conversation, Mr. Z messed up because I should have had the BGS. I don't got nowhere else to go. I got nowhere else to go because they have nowhere else to go. This is why Mr. Z says, Black women, you have choices and options. Mr. Z appreciates that we live in an anti-Black society. Mr. Z appreciates that it'd be better for Black women to be on Black men's program, but many Black women say no. It's either Black men bow and kiss our ass, or we would rather be single. But you can't be single for too long because looking in that mirror makes you insane. So you engage in same-sex loving relationships. Uh-oh, until the right man comes along, pun intended. Huh? Until the right man comes along. The projection, everyone. The projection. You have a conversation with a lady, you go against your better judgment, you bicker back and forth with her, and you're labeled all type of LGBTQ by her and her girlfriends. But apparently when we say girlfriends, we mean literal girlfriends. Ooh, goddamn Z. Huh? The actual same-sex loving group of people, because they don't got no choice, are Black women. It's not because they just love. It's just, love is love, Z, and you can't help who you love. Stop it. Insufferable, mean, condescending, rude, entitled, negative liberty practicing ass people can only be with other people that think, move, and see the world the way they do. Other Black women. Uh-oh. Huh? Why is Mr. Z bringing this up in a week where we're rehashing the Black men, young Black men not attending college, and particularly HBCUs? Why is Mr. Z bringing this up for that? What is a HBCU exactly but a rest haven for insufferable, condescending, mean, rude, snarky Black women who are now going to have a college degree to back up their insufferable, mean, rude, condescending ways? Uh-oh. Huh? Just now with more verbose and polysyllabic language. Huh? Oh, we're not done yet. And continuing. Bisexuality among women is on the rise. In the 10 years that the General Social Survey has included a question of sexual identity, rates of identification among gay men, lesbian women, and bisexual men in the US haven't changed much. Except, of course, for, Black women. Huh? Proportion of Americans identifying as lesbian, gay, or bisexual by gender. Between 2008 and 2018, the percentage of women reporting that they are bisexual has dramatically risen. So while men were doing passport bros or just Jergens lotion, and pun intended, Jergens lotion in video games, while men were doing that, uh-oh. While men were playing video games online with their friends, while men were investing in their hobbies, women who were insulting men for sleeping on their mother's couch are sleeping with each other. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? Uh-oh. No wonder these women want to use terms like partner. Blech. Huh? Uh-oh. 23% of young black women now identifies bisexual. This is 6 years old, everyone. Huh? Oftentimes in the black community, whether it's man or woman, straight or LGBTQ, the first insult, or definitely one of the insults that is levied to black men who say anything different or has expressed any opposing view to black women, something that is not necessarily flattering to or about black women, that person is labeled all type of LGBTQ. When in actuality, the LGBTQ folks in the black community are black women in majority. Huh. So this week we've been being shamed and had fingers wagging at us about young men's college enrollment. And as Mr. Z has covered multiple times now, black men don't owe a black community that gave them their ass to kiss college attending, college graduate, advanced degree, terminal degree black men. Go get it from the white man, right? Go get it from the white man. A black community that has allowed for its daughters and its sistren to weaponize intersectionality to benign neglect black boys and black men and the plights of black boys and black men that either exclusively or disproportionately affect black boys and black men. That community that has allowed for its daughters to ignore the plights of the males, boys and men, doesn't deserve kick-ass, highly accomplished, particularly white collar, college educated black men. Huh? Oh man. Now college enrollment is down across the board for men across the board. Feminized environments that everybody's pretending is not feminized environments. It's exaggerated in the black community because of course it is. Men are slowly ceding ground, actually quickly ceding ground in colleges and universities. Women wanted to make it a rest haven for their ideology. You can have that. Huh? I think it was Shissa Zed who said it, and I'll put my remix on it, but essentially they want you in those schools so that you can be indoctrinated with the same feminist crap as them. The issue that the women are having, and I'm seeing, and if y'all could send me all of that anti-red pill talk that the ladies are saying, oh, it's the red pill, it's the red pill, because I'm gonna do a stream about that soon. The women that are saying the reason why you're finding it so difficult to date men is because of the red pill. They're more susceptible to the conspiracy theory. Huh. The reason why they want y'all in those environments, the reason why they want us in those environments is so that we could be socialized, indoctrinated, socialized to see the world the way they do, where they are hapless, helpless, innocent creatures, sugar and spice and everything nice. And you are a monster who needs to be civilized by the society and definitely by the women. Huh? And definitely for the more aspirational women, who are they supposed to marry? Themselves, goddamn Z. That's who they're supposed to marry. Themselves. They're throwing a fit because they think they are deserving of highly accomplished, highly educated men because they have a degree. Yeah, but what about if you're an asshole or mean? Or what about if you have bad hygiene? What about if you're not particularly physically attractive? What about if you have all of these things as an issue? Ooh, goddamn. What about if you're not fit? What about if you're just not appealing? Does all of that get swept away because you have a college degree? Maybe an advanced degree, maybe a terminal degree. Does all of that get swept away because you went to a Ivy League school or to a top 20 school? Huh? Does all of that get swept away because you're a PhD? Huh? Women who refuse to accept that men don't necessarily find the same things attractive as women do. Does physical appearance matter? Yes. But where women might say, you know what, he may not be the kindest person, but the resources, though. Men are less likely to be, she may not be the most attractive, but the resources, though. And there's nothing y'all can do to change that. Huh? Uh-oh. All of the LGBTQ slurs and insults levied at black men in particular by black women in particular. And now we find out, and we've known this for a while now, that the most same-sex loving group of people actually is black women. All of the tropes about black women, all of the tropes coming from black women levied onto black men about being secretly LGBTQ. In actuality, it's black women who are secretly LGBTQ. Oh, who would have thunk it? Huh? Who would have thunk it? To the young man, actually, let me play this clip and then we'll make reference to it afterward.
So someone posted divorce rates, right? The first one between men and women is 42%. Women and women is 72%. And men is 28%. And the person making the post asked the question, I'm curious, ladies, how are men the problem? I'm not gonna lie, I cannot give you a solid answer. Because a 72% chance of being divorced is crazy work. What's the point of being married at that point? Like, that shit is doomed to fail. Like, there is damn near no chance. And I honestly think it's mostly due to emotional thinking. Because in a situation where a man and a woman are mad at each other, who's the one that usually has to be like, okay, you know what? This is stupid. Let's make up and, whatever. You guys make up and now everything is cool. It's the dude. So now, if you have two people who are not willing to say, okay, maybe I was wrong in this situation, or apologize, then that's what you get, fam.
So, in the comments for this, I got this off of Instagram. In the comments, once again, actually, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Okay, continuing. In the comments, some Latino dude said something, it looked Latino or white, said something along the lines of, solution, kiss the bros. No. Solution, socialize the women different. If, and they don't actually mean this, if we are truly attempting to create a more equal or equitable, better yet, world, you have to socialize the women different. Mr. Z was not joking when Mr. Z said we have reached a market cap. We've reached a cap of how much you can change the way the men are behaving towards women without changing the way the women see the world fundamentally. We have reached a cap of men who are not threatened by women's success, men who are not threatened by women's knowledge or intelligence, particularly in the Black community. We have reached the cap of that. Men who actually believe in egalitarianism and women who don't, who feign as if they do, right up until it comes down time to speak about their individual relationships, intimate relationships with men. Mr. Z is tying this to the college conversation. We have not had a real conversation in the society about what equality and what equity means. Two different things. And so as the women throw a goddamn temper tantrum, Black women throw a temper tantrum that there's not enough college educated Black men, particularly attending HBCUs. Y'all know Mr. Z says get it from the white man. Instead of our society having an honest conversation, the Black community having an honest conversation with Black women, that maybe you don't get that. The white women aren't told to settle, Z. The white women aren't told to settle. Yawn. Huh? Mr. Z is not going to tell Black men not to attend college, especially if they're talented in something, if they have some type of vision, if there's some motivation there, right? If they need to hone some skill, right? Oh, man. And Toya says, give me a second, y'all. Let's sound like that. And Toya says, what? An honest conversation amongst pathological liars? Right? Exactly. Yeah. So the great thing that we have about this clip is that the young lady threatened, and she did it in a sassy way, in a snarky way, in a sarcastic way, as usual, as per usual. And that's the great thing about Mr. Z having this. Shout out to Pastor G for sending the clip. Is the way this young lady spoke is the way that you often hear Black women speak, especially the ones that may not be as irate, maybe not as loud and boisterous. This kind of snarky, sassy. Maybe y'all need to date each other. Well, actually, according to the numbers, you're the one who's more likely to date each other, ma'am. Uh-oh. Huh? In actuality. Huh?
Some of you men are going to have to settle. You're going to have to settle for dating each other and marrying each other and pleasing each other. Because women are not putting up with your bullshit anymore. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of women don't want to get married. It's not really a lot of women's end goal anymore. Y'all don't even know how to be good boyfriends, let alone good husbands. A lot of women don't want to get pregnant and have babies. But oh, you're going to have to start doing something. Because like I said, women don't care. Well, would you going to force a woman to be in a relationship with you?
It's the threat. A lot of women don't care to be married. It's the threat. Look, as I've said before, Black women speak as if we're not their brothers and their cousins, their nephews and their uncles and their fathers and their grandfathers. They're close friends. The guy that was sitting next to them in college, in high school, the boy that was sitting next to them in middle school, in elementary school. Black women talk to Black men As if we're the white or Latino kids in the high school across town. Like they can tell you, don't believe your lying eyes, don't believe your experiences, don't believe what you heard or what you saw and what you know about me. Huh? Black women act as if we actually believe the temper tantrum they throw in because they thought those college degrees were going to make them white women. God damn, see. Huh? They thought some luxury goods and luxury cars, entry-level luxury cars, baby Benzes, were going to make them white women. They thought those condos were going to make them white women. They thought the houses in the suburbs were going to make them white women. They thought the dresses and the high heels were going to make them white women. Those expensive bags were going to make them white women. They thought the white collar jobs in the cubicle were going to make them white women. God damn. They thought the college degrees were going to allow for them to be in spaces with white men, and the white man would make them white women. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? Uh-oh. And how exactly did that work for Black women? College-educated Black women. 23% of young Black women now identify as bisexual. And there you go. Ma'am, you can't threaten Black men. As the world became more and more open, as people learned how to hide their anti-Blackness a little bit better, a smidge, just a teeny tiny bit, and as Black men went overseas and Black women went overseas, guess who has more marriages? Uh-oh. Well, will you look at that? Black men live in America, Black women live in America. There are 2 million plus, there are 2 million, excuse me, more Black women than there are Black men. Yet and still, Black men are more married and married interracially than Black women. Huh. Is that truly because Black women don't want to have children? Or Black women underestimated how anti-Black the society is, and that the college degree didn't make you a white woman, and so you best take care of the one man who's more likely to marry you. And you better come over here with a smile and a sandwich. Huh? Uh-oh. Did Black women do way too much listening to Oprah and Terry McMillan and the Kim Fosters of the world, the Professor Crunks of the world, the Alice Walkers of the world, the Bell Hooks of the world? Huh? Did they do far too much of that? Huh? How exactly is that working for Bell Hooks' granddaughters in them? Mr. Z is saying the women that would be Bell Hooks' granddaughters' age. Once again, 23% of young Black women now identify as bisexual. God damn. Huh? Yikes. Huh? The most recent survey, one subset stood out. 23% of Black women in the 18 to 34 age group identify as bisexual, a proportion that's nearly 3 times higher than it was a decade ago. So remember, this came out in 2019. I think all the information was being gathered in 2018. So that means in 2008, It tripled from 2008 to 2018. Huh? Shout out to all the women who keep on saying they could do bad all by themselves. No, you might not be by yourself, ma'am. You'll be munching on another woman. Ain't that right, B. Simone? Sorry, B. Taylor, not B. Simone. You never know, but B. Taylor. Ain't that right? Huh? And it's exactly what we heard from B. Taylor. She didn't make it work with the first baby daddy. She didn't make it work with the second baby daddy. And here comes Princella, pun intended. Goddamn. Huh? Mr. Z will continue to say this until he runs out of breath. Black women, you do not have to care about the plights of black men and boys. You do not have to, because it goes against everything in your being to hold the hands of black men and boys and point them in the right direction. You don't have to care about nothing. You don't have to engage. You could sit back and watch this burn, as if you're not going to burn too. You can sit back and watch this burn. You can give no effort. There's nothing wrong with that. Suffer the consequences, though. Huh? And one of the consequences is you and that rose toy and you and another woman, right? Those are the consequences. You don't have to care what men are talking about. Black men are talking about. Black boys are talking about. You do not have to care what ails black boys and men. Either assist black boys and men, go be the sexual plaything for a non-black man who you hope will marry you one day, put a ring on your finger one day, get real comfortable with your rose toy, or engage in same-sex loving relationships. You can't claim community and actually just look out for one sex in the community while you reprimand and are overly harsh to the other sex in the community. While you tell one sex to get out the mud. Huh? And we're here now. Huh? I suspect this is true too. And Black Uru says, the funny thing about Princella is she is not queen, right? In fact, she clearly likes men. She is just pimping and scheming. I think she still likes men too. Actually, I look at Princella in her arc as just another black woman throwing a goddamn temper tantrum. She was dirty macking the whole time, and the energy when she snapped on the breakdown of woman's perspective, the interview they did with her, and she just went off. I was like, oh yeah, that's heartbreak right there. Yeah, that's not cold and analytical. That's not cold and calculated and analytical and dispassionate. Nope, 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 nope. There's way too much passion there. That's a heartbreak. That's disappointment. That's anger. Yep. Nope. Huh? That's anger. That's resentment. And we could see it because look how quickly she critiqued women and their behavior and their proclivities, negative proclivities, excuse me, when B. Taylor sent her squad at Princella. Huh? Oh man. Vince, you're killing me in the comments. You're killing me in the comments. Hysterical. We've been having this conversation about college. Y'all already know how Mr. Z feels. Mr. Z actually wants to go back to school for my own reasons. I think it's a twofer. I think it's actually more than that, but two that come to mind initially is one, status. I don't actually think the women care how intelligent you actually are, how educated you actually are. It's about them being able to do the quote unquote power couple thing in their minds. You're college educated, she's college educated, number one. Number two, you've been indoctrinated in some type of feminist worldview and quote unquote logic in those spaces. Huh? Particularly concerning black women, they don't have nowhere else to go. That's why Mr. Z is stressing this LGBTQ thing today. Black women don't have anywhere else to go. Right? That's what they're showing you. Even Chrissy had to concede this because she listened to Z. As black women marry white dudes more and more, that divorce rate for them is going to go up more and more. We already know that, and shout out to Media Man, those whole black women and white men marriages have the longest lasting marriages, and the divorce rate is super low. We'll see. First off, y'all are marrying white dudes that you earn more than, so why didn't you end up with a black man? Oh, yeah, I forgot the white man's ISIS culture. Number one. Number two, black women, wherever you go, there you are. Huh? Wherever you go, there you are. Maybe that's what we need. Maybe in another 2 or 3 decades, for the black women that did actually get married, and then for the black women that did actually get married to a non-black man, when we look at that divorce rate and it's still sky high, and it's equivalent to the divorce rate between black women and black men, then maybe, I don't know, in 2, 3 decades, maybe black women will look in the mirror and be like, could it be us? Z, you asking for way too much. I know. Huh? Z, then it'll be the patriarchy's fault. Then it'll be, what did the African sister in the UK, I think this came out some years ago, where this African, they did a whole damn news segment on it. Black women making a fit and saying, I'm going to stop dating white men. This was a whole news segment for all of us that ever watched it. Huh? Why she says she's now no longer dating white men. Yawn, lame ass. Huh? Black women don't have anywhere else to go. There's nowhere else to go. This is why they want you in those colleges and universities, particularly the HBCUs. Huh? This is why they're munching on each other when they're single, because there's nowhere else to go. America is still America. Yeah, there might be a few more white guys that'll take a black woman serious. Maybe some Latinos. Maybe, possibly, even an Asian or two. East Asian, South Asian, Southeast Asian. But it's still not enough. Black women don't have nowhere else to go. Huh? You would think they would come to terms with that and act accordingly. Excuse me. You would think they would come to terms with that and act accordingly. You know, treating black men better. Speaking of black men like they have some goddamn sins. Doing for black men and boys. Advocating for black men and boys. Huh? You would think so. Mr. Z might be asking for too much, though. Huh? And Black Uru says, and I would believe it, and Black Uru says, Z, would you believe it if I told you the most current census data says that less than 1% of married white people have black spouses, and that 1% includes black men and black women? That would be difficult to believe-ish, but no, yeah. Because if you think that there's some 40 some odd million, damn near 50 million black folks, what 200 and some odd million white folks, yes, in certain parts of the country we definitely live amongst each other, but there's still some hostility, there's still some kind of side eye, there's still the cultural element, and then we're just saying black and white. We're not actually speaking about whether that person's WASP, which is the real white, like white. We're not speaking about whether the black person is a child of immigrants or is an immigrant themselves. If we strictly speak about WASP, white, and ADOS, yeah, the likeliness, right? And then when you consider that still to this day, the majority of ADOS, especially if you take out immigrants and child of immigrants, the majority of ADOS live in the South. They live in the Black Belt, right? So, yeah. I could believe it. Actually, yeah. No, I could believe it. Right. And so if we're thinking about the 1%, and then you consider the likeliness of a white man marrying a black woman. Huh? No, I could believe it. You would think that this would cause black women to have their mind right, but absolutely not. In actuality, what they're doing is attempting to threaten black men with LGBTQ talk.
Some of you men are gonna have to settle. You're gonna have to settle for dating each other and marrying each other and pleasing each other, because women are not putting up with your bullshit anymore. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of women don't want to get married. It's not really a lot of women's end goal anymore. Y'all don't even know how to be good boyfriends, let alone good husbands. A lot of women don't want to get pregnant and have babies. But oh, you're gonna have to start doing something. Because like I said, women don't care. What you gonna force a woman to be in a relationship with you?
That was as of October 2024. This type of rhetoric black men have been hearing for decades. For decades. That young lady looks relatively young, and she's still spouting what her mama them was talking about 40 years ago. 30 some odd years ago. Huh? Maybe what her grandmother was speaking about 50 and 60 years ago. Huh? Meanwhile, the least married group of people in America are black women, who also have the least amount of wealth in America. Well, damn. Huh? Nearly half of young men aged 18 to 25 have never asked a woman out on a date or for her number in person. Uh-oh. Huh? A new study shows millennial men are not interested in going out as much as the women. 23% of young women, black women, now identify as bisexual. One subset stood out. 23% of black women in the 18 to 34 age group. So right now that's millennial and Gen Z. That's the youngest of millennials, and that's the adult and oldest of Gen Z. Well, this is about 5 years old, so that would barely contain Gen Z, maybe not even. No, it would contain Gen Z, but barely, and it would have contained millennials, because this article was 5 years old, right? Oh man. Whew. You see how these things are connected? You see how we speak about these things in spaces like this? And the women, on the other hand, ooh, goddamn, seeing the world through a straw. Well, damn. Yeah. And thank you, sir. And GC says Sunday sermon with Z. Hit the Cash App or your or with your tithes. Hysterical, right? Once again, he says Sunday sermon with Z. Hit the Cash App with your tithes. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Oh man. Yeah, she's cute. And Black Rose says, it's shocking to see how many attractive young black women who claim they have never had a boyfriend and have never officially been on a date. Um, there's a young lady I know now, I've been knowing for a while, Latina, cute, very chill. She's actually in a relationship with one of my close friends. But before she was with him, I want to say she was in her mid to early 20s, and she had never been on a date, never been on an official date, quote unquote official date, right? Yeah, the men heard y'all. The men heard y'all. And to be fair, ladies, listen, it's not only that the men heard you, men judge who you give in the box to. Forget what you talking about. Who's getting the box? Who's getting the box with ease? Not who you settle for when your attractiveness has run its course and when you have nowhere else to go and you're using this person as a safety net or a parachute. Not that. Not the, I've matured and I've learned my lesson and I think about the world different. I'm not the same person I used to be. Nope. Not the person you end up with after you say all that crap. Not the person you end up with after you done gain 45 pounds, 50, 100. Goddamn. No, when you're 23 and 24 and 25 and 26 and everything is right and tight, who's getting the box with ease? That's where men judge it. And if those guys don't have to take you on a date, if those guys aren't opening doors, if those guys aren't paying for the date, if those guys aren't pulling up or sending an Uber, that lets men know how you see yourself, how you see those men, and how you see the men you will eventually, quote unquote, settle for, finding your own level. Huh? And Black Rose says, and don't leave their clandestine kitty looking from the calculus. Hysterical, right? Oh man. Huh? Wow. The other day Mr. Z was listening to Jason Black, and there was a part where he was kind of making fun, but he was in a weird way he was lamenting, and I get where Jason Black is coming from. I just don't think it'll work because the pyramid is always going to be the pyramid. It doesn't matter. And this is what I was saying a few streams ago, maybe last stream. The pyramid isn't on the floor anymore. The pyramid hasn't been on the floor in forever. The pyramid is levitating off the ground, but it doesn't matter because the women say that we want what's on. We want the men at the top of the pyramid or nothing. That's how that works, Mr. Black. The pyramid is not on the floor. It's levitating in the air. Where's Mr. Z going with this? Jason Black said something like, the women want the top 5 and 10%. Yeah, and it's always going to be the top 5 and 10%. Mr. Z says more like 20 that have kids with the top third-ish, maybe 40, but the top third. they really be married to and settle for and be somewhat kind of content. Z, are you saying women in the word content in the same sentence? I know. Kind of, sort of content-ish for the top 20, but it's really all about the top 1 to 5%. The top 10 will still have an okay life. Top 20, not the worst. Top third, you're eligible for a child. Top 40, you might get an oops baby. Everybody else, well, all other men need not apply. 1 or 2 of you will get an oops baby if you're lucky, out of desperation from her. Huh? So to hear Mr. Black kind of lament and say, essentially him and other top 5, top 10% men are beating women off, and it gets annoying. And his what he was pretty much saying was, we need more men in these spaces, but it's always going to be the top 5 and 10%. Like, wait, what? That's not. Wait, Mr. Z is not a mathematician. Mr. Z actually pretty sucks really bad. Like, Mr. Z is not good at math, really. But the 5 and 10% are the 5 and 10% of any given population. They're always going to be a top 5 and 10%. So if the women only really going off of your logic, the 5 and 10%, that's where the cutoff line is. Then that's where the cutoff line is, no matter what. Right? Listening to him say that, as Mr. Z says often, how is this sustainable? How is this sustainable? It's not. Simply put, it's not. You know what that ends up with? We as human beings, we're social creatures. Companionship is great. Love is great. Intimacy is great. And the women are doing that with each other because they said, well, if I can't have the most elite men, then I guess I'll be with a woman. Because in their mind, it's kind of cheating. It doesn't count, right? It doesn't count because it's a woman. Women think they're slick. They're engaged, particularly black women. They're engaging with other women because it doesn't count. Huh? It doesn't count in their mind. 23% of young black women now identify as bisexual. Not the demographic that loves to throw out DL insults and insinuations towards black men. Not them, 23%. That's a quarter. Screw that. That's a quarter of 18 to 34-year-olds. Not the women whose mothers were insulting boomer and Xer black men with all type of LGBTQ rhetoric. Not them. Not your daughters being LGBTQ. Not you. Huh? So black women calling black men all type of LGBTQ all in the 90s and the late 80s and the 90s and the early aughts, and here's your daughter, LGBTQ like a mug. Well, damn. Huh? Your daughter's LGBTQ as hell, and yet they talking like this.
Some of you men are going to have to settle. You're going to have to settle for dating each other and marrying each other and pleasing each other, because women are not putting up with your bullshit anymore. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of women don't want to get married. It's not really a lot of women's end goal anymore. Y'all don't even know how to be good boyfriends, let alone good husbands. A lot of women don't want to get pregnant and have babies. But oh, you're going to have to start doing something. Because like I said, women don't care. Well, would you gonna force a woman to be in a relationship with you?
No, ma'am. We have to socialize women and girls differently.
So someone posted divorce rates, right? The first one between men and women is 42%. Women and women is 72%. And men is 28%. And the person making the post asked the question, I'm curious, ladies, how are men the problem? I'm not gonna lie, I cannot give you a solid answer. Because
we have to socialize the women differently. Y'all can't even be happy with other women. The kicker is, and Mr. Z gonna tie this right into what Mr. Z actually kind of tricked y'all. Oh, goddamn, y'all fell for it. We gonna get right into the real topic, right? The truth of the matter is, elite men use y'all as a buffer class. To all of you college educated women, to all of you LGBTQ women, all you are, going to Mr. Z stream a week ago now, 2 weeks, are the elite rich white man's booty. Continuing.
All right, guys. So the Congressional Budget Office is it's totally nonpartisan, and they do like economic.
Actually, before we do that, let's make sure before Kyle, I saw what you did. By the way, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat because this is definitely getting demonetized. Because Mr. Z had to do something different to get this one. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Y'all go ahead and, like I said, like, share, subscribe. Definitely hit the super chat and Cash App because this is definitely getting demonetized. This might actually get pulled. Hopefully, it doesn't get pulled. And Kyle, don't pull this video, Kyle. Don't strike me, Kyle. And here y'all go, because I definitely wanted to. I couldn't just play the audio; it had to be the visuals. And Kyle Kalinske think he's slick. Tried to hide it. Mr. Z know what he's doing. Okay. And once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And here y'all go.
All right, guys. So the Congressional Budget Office is it's totally nonpartisan, and they do like economic investigations, budgetary related stuff. Usually if there's a piece of legislation, they will, tell you how this is going to impact the deficit, for example. So they do a lot of very important work, and they're very trusted in Washington by all sides. So in other words, if a fact comes out that bolsters a right-wing argument, the Republicans will cite it. If a fact comes out that bolsters a left-wing argument, the left-wingers will cite it. But nobody really questions the factual nature of the work that they do. Okay, now having said all that, there's a new report that just came out. I believe it was commissioned by Bernie, and the CBO did it. I need to show you these numbers because people don't reflect on this enough, man. People really don't realize the tremendous impact income and wealth inequality has on this country. And also the logical conclusions of such tremendous wealth and income inequality that we effectively do live in an oligarchy. Big money does really control our politics. Okay, so listen to this. Between 1989 to 2019, the CBO reports, the total real wealth adjusted for inflation held by all families in the United States tripled from $38 trillion in 2019 dollars to $115 trillion, or about 5 times the national GDP. So in other words, we're very productive. 38 trillion to 115 trillion. Okay. The fruits of that growth, however, have accrued heavily to those at the top. Oh, you don't say. As of 2019, the richest 10% of families held an astonishing 72% of this wealth. Hold on. I need you to soak that one in. Let that marinate in your brain a little bit. The richest 10% of families held 72% of that wealth.
We're gonna play that again. We're gonna play the whole thing. It's not that long. It's less than 10 minutes. And Charlotte, I'm gonna get to you in 1 second. The interfacing on StreamYard's changed a little bit, so it got lost, but I got it. I got the super chat. 72% of the wealth held by 10%. The top 10%. 72% of the wealth in America. Well, damn. Mr. Black, there you go. Y'all hoarding the women, the money, the dreams, the opportunities, all of it. Why is Mr. Z doing this? Because Jason Black swears by capitalism. I saw what you did there yesterday. Well, maybe the night before, when you mentioned Bernie Sanders and you mentioned socialism and all these systems in European, and you ain't saying nothing about capitalism, as if socialism isn't, a response to capitalism and its excesses, sorry. Huh? I saw you. See, you were mentioning all those systems, and you know what you didn't say? You didn't say capitalism. Wait, that's not European. Uh-oh. Hey, not, hey, Mr. Z's about getting your money. If you're an entrepreneur and you're black, Mr. Z has. I have nothing negative to say to our entrepreneurial class of black folks. But when we have these pro-black brothers and sisters who swear by capitalism, and that allows them to get their little anti-black digs, I sit it, Jason. Their anti-black digs in because we're not all elite and trying to be entrepreneurs. Huh? We got stuff to talk about. We could go in on Lenin. We could go in on Marx. We ain't gonna say nothing about Adam Smith though. Huh? Marx was a philosopher, not an economist. Why? Why did he keep on speaking about economics? You know, because it was the prevailing ideology of the day. And he saw what it was costing people. Here we are a couple hundred years later, and there you go. 10% with 72% of the wealth. How bad does it have to get, Jason, before you say something different than what you're saying now? 1% with 80% of the wealth? And the women? And the lifestyle? Uh-oh. Huh? It's not about Mr. Black being an entrepreneur and making his money. We know we don't know him personally, but you know he's probably pretty successful. He's doing his thing. I've been listening to Mr. Black since Tommy Sotomayor days. Practically religiously. Even on the things I disagree with him on. I listen to his whole stream, even though I disagree with him. The brother has knowledge, he's well read. Well, whenever we get into this part of the conversation, this is a person that loves bringing up Auschwitz and Dachau. We start getting real close to that line. We start getting real close to sounding like Mr. Short Mustache Man concerning other black people. We get real close. And a number of black people, supposed pro-black people, whenever you hit that button, they start sounding real nihilistic. Huh? Real fatalistic. They get real close to, well, if y'all not gonna move the way I said to move. Uh-oh. Huh? Y'all might as well just come out and say it. The rest of you who aren't in the top 10, 20%, really it'll probably be the top third, top 20%, depending on how bad you want to go. Those of you black folks who are not in the top 20%, yeah, we could do without you. And do without you might mean something pretty gruesome. Huh? Might mean something pretty gruesome. It might mean something pretty ugly. Y'all might as well just come out and say it. Huh? Y'all get real close with that. I don't need all black people. I just need the best of the black people, the best and the brightest, the best of the best of the best, sir. Yeah. Huh? Man. Continuing.
All right, guys. So the Congressional Budget Office is it's totally nonpartisan, and they do like economic investigations, budgetary related stuff. Usually if there's a piece of legislation, they will, tell you how this is going to impact the deficit, for example. So they do a lot of very important work, and they're very trusted in Washington by all sides. So in other words, if a fact comes out that bolsters a right-wing argument, the Republicans will cite it. If a fact comes out that bolsters a left-wing argument, the left-wingers will cite it. But nobody really questions the factual nature of the work that they do. Okay. Now, having said all that, there's a new report that just came out. I believe it was commissioned by Bernie, and the CBO did it. I need to show you these numbers because people don't like reflect on this enough, man. People really don't realize the tremendous impact income and wealth inequality has on this country. And also the logical conclusions of such tremendous wealth and income inequality that we effectively do live in an oligarchy. Big money does really control our politics. Okay, so listen to this. Between 1989 to 2019, the CBO reports, the total real wealth adjusted for inflation held by all families in the United States tripled from 38 trillion in 2019 dollars to 115 trillion, or about 5 times the national GDP. So in other words, we're very productive. 38 trillion to 115 trillion. Okay. The fruits of that growth, however, have accrued heavily to those at the top. Oh, you don't say. As of 2019, the richest 10% of families held an astonishing 72% of this wealth. Hold on. I need you to soak that one in. Let that marinate in your brain a little bit. The richest 10% of families held 72% of that wealth. 10% has 72% of the wealth. Jesus Christ, you wonder why we have all these issues in society. This is going to breed all sorts of downstream consequences. Of course it is. When there's this much staggering inequality. While those in the top 1% held more than 1/3. So like, let's say 35%. 1% held 35% of the wealth. Okay, if everything was equal, right, just for argument's sake, this never happened anywhere in human history ever, and I don't think you could make it happen even under a pure form of communism, but 1% of the public would have 1% of the wealth, right? Like if everything was equal, everybody had the same. Now, I'm not advocating for that. Nobody's really advocating for that. But 1% holds 35% or so of the wealth. Come on, man. Look, this reminds me of, I remember reading the numbers going back to like the Great Depression numbers and then the numbers during what's called the golden age of economic expansion in this country, which was when we had better distribution of wealth in the post-World War II period when the New Deal had, totally kicked in and we had a thriving middle class. It used to be the case that the top 1% would hold like 15%, would make like 15 or 20% of the nation's income. And I think it was even as low as like 12% at one time. So the top 1% would make 12% of the nation's income. Then it was like during the Great Depression time and around the Great Recession time, the top 1% held like 33%, made 33% of the nation's income. Now this is wealth, which is a little different from income, but still we're talking about 1% holding 35% of the wealth. That's insane. They continue. The appalling asymmetry of these developments is underscored even more strongly by the CBO's findings vis-a-vis the bottom half of all American families. Here's the whopper. The bottom half of American families now hold a mere 2% of the country's total wealth. They go on to say there's a strong racial bias as well. Bottom 50% hold 2% of the wealth. So here's what this looks like, man. Here's what this looks like in chart form. This is how much the top 10% hold. The 51st to the 90th percentile hold that. The bottom 50%, this little sliver down here is what they hold. This is unsustainable. This is, like you're begging for the country.
Mr. Z's word,
issues.
unsustainable.
This is the way it works. I don't know what else to say about it, man. I don't know what else to say about it. It has to change. I've always said, I don't know how or why this idea that redistribution of wealth is bad took hold. Actually, I think what people think is the distribution of wealth as it is like how it naturally is. And if people earned it the way it is, I think that's the default assumption, but that is just not remotely true. It's just not. I've told the story before. The person I've known in my life who worked the hardest was living at or below the poverty line. Working 3 jobs, busting his ass, and living at or below the poverty line. It is not the harder you work, the further you go. This is not a natural state of affairs. Everything is a policy choice. You can just choose to have a better distribution of the wealth. How? Redistribution of wealth. Tax the wealthy. Redistribute that money into universal programs. If you gave everybody universal health care, universal education, eliminated medical debt, eliminated student loan debt, and did a UBI, just those things, immediately you have a massive change in the country, and we would be a much healthier country. You'd see a lot of these markers of a failing society would reduce. I have no doubt about it whatsoever. None. All these like deaths of despair, for example, I bet you they would tick down colossally. Because people have no hope. The ladder of success they're not able to climb up that ladder of success. We're really stagnant. If anything, we're moving in the wrong direction. You guys remember that Rand Corporation study where they found the top 1% has effectively stolen $50 trillion from the bottom 90%. Stop and think about that. So in other words, if the wealth distribution was the same as it was in the post-World War II period, if we just kept that same wealth distribution, today, everybody in the bottom 90% would get an extra $1,144 every month for the rest of their life. Not sustainable. It is not sustainable. And we have answers that are very straightforward with how to fix this. Very straightforward. Like I said, tax the wealthy. Tax the wealthy. Higher marginal tax rate, higher corporate taxes. There are very simple things you can do. You can do wealth tax and you redistribute. You can do it via UBI. You can expand Social Security. You do universal health care. You do universal education. This isn't rocket science. But, our society is just a horrendous laissez-faire capitalist hellscape. Actually, that's not even fair. It's not just laissez-faire capitalist. It's actually very corporatist. There is socialism or government spending, but it goes towards the wealthy. They're the ones who get massively subsidized. Whereas everybody else, like our social safety net, is very meager. So now we've just been talking about the US here, right? I just want to remind you what it's like in the rest of the world. The richest 1% own almost half the world's wealth, and 9 other mind-blowing facts on wealth inequality. So this is from that Oxfam report, which they do it, I think, every couple of years or so. So here are some facts. The richest 1% own almost half of the world's wealth, while the poorest half of the world owns just 0.75. Look, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Do I believe that some semblance of income and wealth equality is necessary for the world to function and is necessary to try to create some semblance of a meritocracy? Absolutely. Literally nobody will argue everybody should get exactly the same all the time, no matter what you do, etc. Nobody would argue that. And if they would, they're, I think, psychotic, right? They haven't thought about these things for more than 3 seconds. But does this sound like the right approach? Does this sound like it's a meritocracy? Does it sound like it's the harder you work, the further you go? Does this sound fair? Does this sound just? Top 1% owns almost half the world's wealth. The poorest 50% owns just 0.75%. If I made that up, you'd be like, no, that can't be true. No way. But it is. 81 billionaires have more wealth than 50% of the world combined. 81 people have more than 50% of the world combined. 10 billionaires own more than 200 million African women combined. Extreme wealth and extreme poverty have seen a sharp, simultaneous increase for the first time in 25 years. Wow, what a surprise. Extreme wealth and extreme poverty seem to rise together. Who'd have thought it? I thought a rising tide lifts all boats, bro. This isn't a zero-sum game. Apparently it is. The poorest countries are spending 4 times more repaying debts than on healthcare. That sounds good. The richest 1% own almost 2/3 of all the world's new wealth. Let me repeat that. The richest 1% owns almost 2/3 of all the world's new wealth. 2/3 of the wealth creation that's happening right now is going to the top 1%. Totally unsustainable. A billionaire emits 1 million times more carbon than the average person. Billionaires are collectively earning an estimated $2.7 billion a day. And then they say this was back, I guess, last year. Food and energy companies more than doubled their profits in 2022. Look, man, unsustainable. And shame on the media, too, for not, like, this is the stuff you guys should be talking about. You should be educating people on these facts. Because I got news for you. The quickest way to, quote-unquote, radicalize somebody, I don't really think you become all that radical, but that's the term that's used, radicalize somebody, is show them the facts. If you just show them the facts, they'll reach their own conclusions. It doesn't take much brain power to look at this and go, yeah, this doesn't seem right. This seems kind of messed up. Maybe we should do something to change this. That's the default perspective for any reasonable human being. The media should be covering this ad nauseum. People should be pushing their politicians to address the income and wealth inequality. And like I said, there's very simple answers. There's very simple solutions. And if you want to talk about the more extreme solutions, we can have that conversation too, moving towards trying to democratize some semblance of the workforce more. I understand all those things. But first things first, we got to put the fire out before we jump to the revolutionary talk. And the way you do that is through tried and true, proven policies that we know could redistribute the wealth in a reasonable way. Hey, y'all.
Yeah. So Kyle kept on using Mr. Z's words, unsustainable. I'm like, wait a minute, that's my word. Right? Unsustainable. This is unsustainable. And I'm tying this to Black women and their LGBTQ behavior. To Black men not attending college as much as Black women, not even close, but men in general not attending university and college. It was never going to be sustainable for us to put the thumb on the scales for our daughters, knowing that your daughter want to marry up. If she's heterosexual, she's going to want to marry up when she marries a man in the next 20 years. In the next 25 years. That was unsustainable. 10% owning 72% of the wealth in America is not sustainable. The top 10% of families, excuse me, owning 72% of the wealth, that's not sustainable. Dr. Richard Reeves wrote the book Dream Hoarders for a reason. Because contrary to puppet, and I've had conversations with average folks, average Black folks ad nauseum about this. All different type of Black folks that are, doing okay-ish in life, doing less than okay in life financially. And they really don't appreciate that upper middle class and above, they don't just spend their money on nice things. They spend their money on influencing the influencers, the powerful, the connected. They are the connected. It's not just about handbags and vacations 4 times a year. Huh? So when you're in the top 10% of families and you earn 72% of the wealth, or you have 72% of the wealth earned or not, what type of power and leverage does that afford you in the overall discourse of just about anything, including, well, talking about the money in America? Huh? If you're in the top 10%, maybe you start to sound like Mr. Black or Tariq Nasheed. Huh? Not sustainable. Maybe you start to say things like what Chrissy said to the ladies.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
Maybe you could talk like that when you're in the top 10% of income earners in America. Not sure if Chrissy is in the top 10% of wealth holders in America, but I think she's in the top 10% of income earners. Maybe she could sound like that. Maybe you could sound like that as a Black woman. You could tell other Black women it's better to be single and alone. Huh? Is this not elitist white man talk? Maybe you could tell the Black community and Black men in specific, you could give them the biggest middle finger and tell them how you don't give a F when you're in the top 10% of income earners in America.
Decenter men. This is not coming from a place of hurt, trauma. This is coming from a place of peace and happiness. And I just remember when I used to go out, and I used to just go out just to have a good time, laugh, great conversations, and just being a personality. My personality wasn't about getting a man. It was just about having fun. And I just want to get back to that. I just want to get back to me. And I'm tired of social media. I'm wanting to decenter men, decenter social media. And I just want to just be about me. I want to be selfish and self-centered as an ex-people pleaser, because everything nowadays is about getting a man, keeping a man, having a man's baby. And it's just too much. And I'm just getting nauseous. Just thinking about it. There has to be more to life than just men. And so now that I have decentered men for my life, I find myself actually having a good time. I go out in social settings. The objective isn't to get numbers, to get a man, to get a date. It's just to have great conversation. And I've been enjoying myself. I have. You know, I'm flirting. I'm having amazing conversations, meeting new people. And I'm just keeping it at that. And I like that. I feel in control, and I like how I have this I don't give a fuck attitude. And it's just very freeing. Whereas before, it was all about getting a man and hanging around women that wanted to go out just to get attention and to get a man. And it's just so exhausting. But now I actually go out. I'm actually having a great time. And I like it. I love it here, actually. I'm just tired of these videos. It's a man, it's a woman telling you, get a man, you need a man. You're gonna die alone. And I like being alone. I like it. It's peaceful. And this decentering men thing, I think it's necessary because a lot of women are exposing themselves to like temporary relationships just because they're listening to people online. And I don't know, I think it's kind of cute. I think it's funny because I'm a woman that actually enjoys being alone, right? I enjoy my aloneness. I think it's funny because some women feel like they're one-upping you because they have a temporary relationship. And I'm like, but your relationship is temporary. Even the women with rings, your marriage is temporary. Like, it's not lasting.
If this is not hate, you tell me what it is.
A lot of women are in situationships, temporary relationships, friends with benefits, temporary relationships. They're just
if this is not hate, you tell me what it is.
Social media is telling them that they need a man, or they should get a man, or hurry up, girl, better get your man before you hit the wall. It's like, it's just too much. And now I have moved to a space where I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And it feels so good because I just don't give a fuck. And nobody is going to force me to give a fuck. And I like it. And another thing, when it comes to this decentering men, I have embraced my masculine. I've embraced my feminine side. I've embraced my light feminine. I've embraced my dark feminine. I've embraced all of myself. And I love that for me.
You can speak like that when you're making pretty good money and you have a luxury condo somewhere in Texas and you have a luxury SUV or car. I think she said she owned a new Beamer. So yeah, you have a new BMW and you have a luxury condo and you're doing well financially, and you can talk like that and you can advocate for other Black women, everyday average Black women, to decenter men. It's not just the money. How are y'all talking? What are y'all advocating for? Y'all lucky Mr. Z didn't have the right mind to find the clip of Kim Foster talking crazy too. This is why Mr. Z says these people are Black women's class enemy. The masses of Black women's class enemy. And lucky for them, Black women don't realize it yet. Huh? Oh man. Huh? And let's read this super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Trell says, take your ass back to school tax. Hysterical. And thank you for the super chat, Trell. Trell said, take your ass back to school. I was gonna say I'm working on it, but I'm actually not right now. We got things to do. There's a lot of things to do. There's a lot of things to do. And then I have to go to these schools, and then Mr. Z is going to enroll in one of these classes because I like torturing myself. Maybe more than one. Just because. And that's a class I'm definitely not taking online. That's a class I want to be in the class. Right? Be in the class with the 19 and 20 and 21 and 22-year-old young ladies talking crazy. And their professor is Real Talk with Yanni. The professor is Kim Foster. Oh man. Huh? Telescope says, Mr. Z feminist studies major. Oh man, you imagine? And GC says, laughing my butt off. Z gonna get suspended arguing with Gen Z Black feminists in class. I don't think you get suspended in college. They just kick you out, or you can't take that class anymore, or something like that. I probably might get kicked out of the class, right? Mr. Shukti you says, Z with the PhD in gender studies. You hear me? So I could be tapped to teach this in some foreign country, some developing country, so that I can use gender studies to undermine their internal politics. Oops, did I say that out loud? God damn, Z, stop it, Z, before them black trucks come and see you. So we can weaponize, shout out to USAID or USID, goddamn. Z, stop it. Z, they go, come looking for you. Right? Look, we could send you this $200 million, but look, it come with strings attached. Huh? 10 of that, 20 of that. Yeah, we need you to teach gender this way. Uh-oh. Huh? Compassion says Z gonna graduate and get a bell hooks tat. That institutionalization is a powerful drug, bro. Don't think it's sweet. Yeah, no, it's true. Right? Better You says I'll pay to see Z in a gender studies class. I'll probably be quiet in the corner, to be honest with you, just soaking everything in and like a blood vessel, like a vein on the side of my head or in front of my head, looking like goddamn Vegeta when he about to turn Super Saiyan. Huh? That's what it would be. Oh man. Right. Let me get this other super chat. I'm about to let you guys up in a minute. Today is not, we're not reckless right now. We're not going to be reckless for a little bit longer. So I want to bring you guys up while I can. And actually, and Vince's social work tax, something not actually social work tax. What is Mr. Z saying right now? Social work, MSW license fund. What's the MSW for? Mr. Z, you don't know, right? Oh God, not Kimberly Crenshaw. And Compassion says Kim Crenshaw gonna be your professor, bro. Hopefully not, right? Ah, Spainman says coming out like FZ Zignifier. Look, FD is killing the game right now. YouTube, you know, well, he's almost at 1 million subscribers on his main channel. He's at 300 and some odd thousand subscribers on his his second side channel. Wait, his side channel, Mr. Z. What are you saying? Because he has 2 side channels. So the first side channel has like 300 and some odd subscribers. I can't recall what the second side channel has, but yeah, no, this man is making guap. Look, Mr. Z is one argument away from selling everybody out and being like, screw it, I'm gonna make some money. No, I can't do it. I ain't built like that. Right? Okay, and Black Guru says master of social work. Okay, thank you, Black Guru. That's what Vince meant. Okay, let's read it again. And Vince says social work, master of social work license fund. And thank you for the super chat. Right. Oh man. Sell y'all out. Hey, I suspect FD's making a few $100,000 a year off of YouTube right now. He got to be making $250,000 at least $250,000 a year off of YouTube, at least, right? Especially when with his that and I think he did a masterful job. I think it was the best. It was the best coverage of Drake versus Kendrick that I saw. Period. Hands down. I got to give FD that one. Hands down, it was the best one. The best coverage. Period. That alone, how many views did that get? A few million? Yeah. No, yeah. So, Mrs. Z, I gotta get on that level. The Black Manosphere and what's wrong with misogynorism. Come up with a clever title. Misogynist Black Men and the Black Manosphere. A road to hell. Oh man. Oh yeah, of course. And Spearman says, I agree, but he had to couch everything in male feminist apologies. Yeah. Drake lost the crowd when he lost black women. Drake lost black women when he popped up with the super thick, strong-faced white girl as his baby mama. That's when he lost black women. Stop it. Right? Because I don't know what they thought. I don't know if they thought Drake was gonna pop up with a Serena Williams looking sister, right? A Letitia Wright looking sister. I don't know what they thought, right? Oh yeah, there we go. And Ross says, how I escaped the manosphere. Yeah, how I escaped the black manosphere. Yep, that's exactly what they would be on with me. That's the title I need. I need one of those. Right? Go on a speaking tour, write a book. Oh man, it's so. I don't know how these people sleep. I mean, I know how they sleep. They sleep with a blanket made of money, right? But man. Okay, I'll give Z a second. Let me do this. If I could, but a bunch of things changed. So let's see if Mr. Z still knows what he's doing. Okay, there we go. Mrs. Z exaggerating. It's not a bunch of things that change. Mrs. Z is just moving slow. Boom. Y'all should have got that. Okay. Links in the comments, you guys. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And I'm gonna wait for a couple of y'all to get in because Mr. Z gotta go somewhere where there's a dead zone for a second. So I'm gonna wait for you guys to get in, and then I'm gonna do that. Yo, Gabby said they call it a safety cushion. Right? Exactly. Exactly. Right. And definitely, Black Uruv, you want to come up because I definitely want to know what y'all think about what Kyle Kalinske was speaking about. I'm gonna insert some of that here more and more before I start that second channel of leftist critique. For those of you that don't know Mr. Z, I am planning on starting a second channel called The Left Lane. So I already kind of, well, I should trademark that. I think I got to get build a channel far enough so that I could do that. But yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan, right? What's going on, Vince?
I assure you, it will flounder.
Right? Yes, it will.
I'm telling you, man.
To the bottom of the ocean.
I'm happy, and I'm saying so. There's a few things I'm grateful for. This pocket of the manosphere, the Black manosphere. I appreciate that you are a lefty that talks about money, because when I was younger, and I was born, raised, and indoctrinated into the darkness of the left. Nobody talked about money.
Mm-hmm.
We just talked about, a better world, and it had me when I was young. And I look back, and I'm happy I was able to mature and be around, men, and then getting on this part of the internet and being around well-adjusted, reasonable, rational men, and learn about there's no world peace here. You learn to get along with each other, blah, blah, blah. But we also talk about finances and the feasibility, the financial aspect of things. It's important for people to find comfort and have their rights and liberties and stuff like that. But there's not a lot of talk on the left about the fiscal part of things. That's why I'm happy about this part of the Black manosphere, and that we aren't here, we make fun of women, man. We don't hate women, and I think that's important too, because a lot of women do need some help, and they're in this stage 2 or stage 3 of grief, denial, and anger. So this is and last part I want to say, because at this part, then I'm gonna start. I'll probably start writing. I'm working on that. I'm working on being more concise. That this is like the anthropology, sociology aspect, the academic side of the manosphere, which I appreciate. Us being intellects, and we speak and talk about all type of things, and that we talk about research and statistics and reality, and you gotta get that degree. You gotta get that degree. You gotta at least get the master's, because social studies, behavioral studies don't mean nothing about at least having a master's. That's where So I yield.
Yeah, no, but something that you said, Vince, and real quick, I don't know if you guys can hear me well, because I know I'm kind of in a dead zone, I think.
We can.
But okay, perfect. So if we're gonna be generous to the ladies, no, I know they're going through it. These are our sisters. They're going through it. But they decided to wage a gender war on Black men, and part of that gender war means that they gotta pretend like they're doing far better than they actually are. They gotta pretend like they're stoic, and they're cracking at the seam. They're shattered. Forget cracking. We know this. But if you go front, then I'm gonna let you front, and I'm gonna act like I believe you.
It's like fighting with a kid. That's like fighting with a kid. You're not stronger than it, and you you get up on you, and then you stand up and grab him by the ankles.
You know what it is? It's your parents kind of letting you test the boundaries on teenage thing and being like, I know you're gonna fail like this. Let me let you try it anyway, so that you can see you ain't ready. Right? Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, that's a lot of what I see. Yeah, it's genuinely sad, but because of conventionally how things are and things like that, like you kind of adapt to it. Like I think that's one of the superpowers of being Black in America is like after you realize that certain things are just like sad and stuff. Like that's like the bar. It's like the norm. It's like we have the immunity. It's like people going through like the recession stuff and everything. Is like, oh, it's your first time being broke. Damn. No.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I can talk. Oh, what's up? What's up, Mr.
Yeah.
Z?
You're good.
Yeah.
What's up?
So I want to say something about the Kyle Kaneski thing, and I'm going to preface what I'm saying is going to be pretty controversial and very, questionable, but I 100% believe it's true what I'm about to say. So I know that there's a discussion about wealth distribution. We've spoken this often. I keep saying that I don't think it'll change anything. In addition, not only would I don't think it'll change anything, I actually believe that if you were to take all the wealth in American society and distribute it equally amongst everybody, within an amount of years, they'll come right back to the situation, a pyramid structure, where 1% would probably own 20%, and the rest of society will still be struggling. And there's a reason for this. Part of the reason, number one, is that there's something called the Pareto principle, where there's an 80-20% split in almost everything, meaning that 20% of scholars produce 80% of the research, 20% of salespeople produce 80% of the sales. And it's all throughout society. They keep on finding this situation. In addition, you'll also see that I said before that most people are consumers, they're not producers. So wealth comes from production. Either you own a company or you own a business or you own an asset that's tied to a company that produces something, right? So since most people are consumers, if you give them more money, they'll just consume more. So how do you turn a consumer into someone who thinks about production or saving or living below their means? I have no idea. If someone knows that answer, good luck. You should write a book. You'll be rich. Because the fact of the matter is, if you look at lottery winners, if you do the wealth studies where they give people money, they did this in Texas, they spent it. In fact, there was a research that they did in Texas where they gave a whole bunch of people just $1,000, I think, a month for free. At the end of the 3 years, they had less money because they worked less. So all they did was transfer the wealth that they was getting for free, or the money they were getting for free, to mean that instead of getting enrichment and learning and taking the opportunity to learn something or earn more money, they worked less. And I think this is a human nature thing, but that's my position.
Before we get to the serious part of the conversation, I want to make sure to make note of compassionate in his goddamn Michelle Obama thumbnail. That shit is hysterical. What are you trying to say with this? Before we get to the serious stuff, why Michelle?
It says just date out. It's part of my series.
Oh,
if there's a living embodiment of just date out, you capture the spirit of that.
Hey, even the former president can't have peace. Even the former president, goddamn.
Man.
But
hey, can I make a comment on
yes, sir.
The gentleman, I can't see the name.
Socrates.
Socrates, you make an interesting point. What I would say is that I view these things as less about absolutes and more about degrees and percentages and trending. I posted in the back chat of the link to the CBO reporting that Z referenced earlier. It always annoys me when people report on things and don't cite the source of things. But that's a professional background thing to me. I'm very, if I'm going to cite some authoritative statistics or whatever, I'm definitely going to cite the source and provide access to it if it's freely available. So that's just a kind of a peeve of mine. But to the point I'm making, it's not whether you're right. There's always in any society there's going to be discrepancies between the wealthiest people and the poor. That's not really the issue. The real issue is the trend. And if you click that link that I posted, you see that it's not that there's a gap. It's just that it's steadily widening over the last what 30, 35 odd years. And there's a reason why it happened. You can attribute it in a single word, and everything has evolved from that word. It's called Reaganomics. Everything else, that widening trend, has all been birthed by policies initiated primarily by Ronald Reagan and championed by an all too willing Congress, much of which during that period was Democratic, but that's a political
Hey, Uru, may I
discussion.
ask you a question?
Sure.
Was the removal of the factories and stuff part of economics?
Well, for sure, because the off, the foreign trade policies, moving everything offshore, or much of the manufacturing base offshore. I mean, that definitely led to the to the destruction of much of the trades and much of the manufacturing.
So the
sector.
Rust Belt and all the poverty that's been running on the Rust Belt is an outcome of like Gary, Indiana, things that happened there, all that.
Yeah. Now,
okay.
I mean, some of it we were kind of trending to that direction, but it definitely ramped up, accelerated, and became a major focus of the policy of the country, especially during the Reagan years. And everything really has been sort of a response, either a rebuttal or a reinforcement of Reaganomics. If you look at everything, even what's that again?
Even gang activity?
Well, I mean, gang activity is largely a function of economic opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so to the extent you have, for example, and I could just speak of it coming up in the 70s and 80s, and I saw those factory jobs, those GM jobs, those Ford jobs go away. And as they went away, yes, certainly drug activity, gang activity replaced what were otherwise opportunities for lucrative employment, particularly for young black men who were not necessarily the best academic students per se. So, yeah, there was definitely a connection between those two, certainly. I mean, and you could see it if you're old enough. You saw it happening before your eyes. Like you saw this older brother who had a job at GM and this younger brother who was in the gang. I mean, you would see that kind of thing in families, right? Or the father who had the great, job, and his son either not being able to get a job or having, at some point getting cracked out or whatever. We saw it happening. Those of us, at BGS around, those of us of a certain age saw it happening real time.
Okay, so it wasn't a function of them being lazy and stuff. It was a function of opportunity.
No. I mean that's cover for people stealing. That was effectively, let me steal some shit and then blame it on somebody or someone else.
Who was doing the stealing?
Yeah, and I want to say something to what Black Roo just said. When you scale these things, that's when you get a bigger or better picture. When we talk about an individual, you can speak about your individual nephew who you know how he was raised and he's a knucklehead, and you know your sister and how she raised him, and you were around him enough to realize he went down the wrong path of his own volition. That's possible. But when you start scaling that, we don't have 20% or when the numbers were out, that's it, a third. I know it's different now, but a third of black men are convicted felons. When you have stuff like that at that scale,
1970, the
that's an attack.
entire prison population between like 1970 and like 1985 or late 80s, the entire country's prison population increased from like 300,000 to close to 1 million.
Yep. Yeah.
So I mean, it wasn't just an individual decision thing. It was a lot of people all over the country being impacted. And that was the prison population. We're not talking about the folks who were in jail or in various other processes, stages in the criminal justice system, parole, probation, and that's why that statistic of at some point, every third black man at some point had some position, unfortunately, in the criminal justice system, even in jail, in prison, on parole, on probation, in under indictment, etc., or whatever.
This neoliberal orientation we have makes it hard. It makes it easy for us to believe that we have a lot more individual agency or impact on the our own outcomes than we actually do. We don't consider the structural components, like you speaking to, Uru, that lead to these outcomes.
And that's what I was about to say. I'm a you. It seems as it's an individual problem, but when we scale back, like we were talking about now, it's like a collective group thing, but a lot of people are making the same decisions. So,
something that about the neoliberalism, the issue that I have with this conversation is how many people actually are okay with or fell for or stubbornly hold on to, even though they've been shown otherwise, that this was never meant for your advancement. And I'm talking about working class folks and working poor folks across the board. Like, I said this before, every dollar that Jeff Bezos has is a dollar that you don't have. Like, it is a zero-sum game.
Wait.
Hands down.
Can I say something, Mr. Z?
Go.
This is where I get my confusion. So how are we looking at this? Are we looking at wealth being creation by the product of the systems that is in society, everybody working together? Or is wealth created by certain individuals taking risk, creating innovation, and creating businesses? Now, if you believe
that's a false dichotomy.
It's not, because
you cannot create and maintain a system for you to build that wealth unless you have significant numbers and percentages of people on the other side. So it's a false dichotomy. You don't have the stability. Let me finish. You don't have the stability economic system. You don't have customers. Who are you making this wealth from? If you don't have a customer base whom they are also themselves in some small way prospering, who's going to protect that business of yours? Where's your police force? Who's going to educate your employment base so that they are adequately trained in order to be able to provide the human capital for you to scale up that business? It's
I think there's a big difference between neoliberalism and neo-incompetence. And what winds up happening is...
New stupid? Go ahead.
Yeah, because... we say it's a lot. It's the information age, but people are dumb as a box of rocks. Because a lot of the stuff that's been happening has been predicted, is factual. You can find the evidence of what happened now and what happened 100 and something years ago. The issue becomes, we in America have this thing where we like to live in fantasy land about what America is and has been in all these facets. And that becomes a problem. Because now I can't look at common sense because I got to put it in the veil of white, black, rich, poor. And it's like, yo, no, like, this is what the country has always been this. It's always been a small group of rich people getting over on everybody else. But the difference is now, basically, it's the bourgeoisie took the proletariat global. So you thought, so middle America or white America, however you want to slice it, really thought, oh, okay, we can have everybody in the world work for us for dirt cheap, and we'll still have all these managerial positions. And rich people said, nah, I'm getting rid of all of that. The money that you see that's widening is them pretty much getting rid of guys, 6-figure jobs and and high-paying jobs that they really wasn't doing nothing. That's where middle America is at. Like I was supposed to make $90,000 just walking around while other people work. That job's gone.
Oh, the ones with the degrees?
Degrees or not, like even in our society, people forget that most of the people we're talking about in these businesses and these corporations, the vast majority of them old people didn't have degrees like that.
Right. They stay.
That's a fact.
Like
that's the fact.
Right. So the degrees was supposed to be younger people who needed You needed a degree to say you were ready. But what did they do
Certifications
with
and
that?
whatnot.
Right. What did they do with that? Oh, you got a degree. Now you need 7 years or 5 years or 3 years experience. And it's like, what? Wait a minute.
Those people were grandfathered in, and then those other people came in, and they raised the bar to protect their positions.
There is no corporate job in corporate America where this doesn't go on. You got old people who are overpaid, who get young people in there, and they pay them bottom bill, bottom dollar, and the old people give all the work to the young people and walk off like ain't nothing happened.
I thought that's how capitalism worked in the first place.
But that's the major problem with capitalism. When you keep doing that, guess what keeps happening? Dumb people stay in charge. This is why we have the situation we have now in America, because it's a bunch of dumb people who are used to saying, you do the work, you do the work, you do the work. I'm just in this position. So now nobody knows what the actual work is.
Are they dumb or are they?
The biggest reason, though, why that formula you described, LA no longer works is one word: technology. See, as before, that younger new guy coming in, he would have some skill level or some faster ability to adapt to a certain skill level to maintain the pyramid scheme. But now the technology is taking away those opportunities, those initial career opportunities, building opportunities, because things that a 22, 23, 24-year-old coming out of college can do can be done with the snap of a finger, particularly now with AI in particular.
That's absolutely true, but there's a major problem with that. The 60-year-old who playing this game don't know how the technology works. They're just getting a check.
Text to
Well,
speech.
but what I'm saying, that part did not. I'm saying that part did not change. That part has always existed. The quote "fat cat." That's where that phrase comes from. That fat cat has always existed. That has not changed. Is not being able to
Take advantage of the
next
kid.
group of human beings to replenish. That's the problem now, because they've been supplanted by the technological advance.
Yo, peace to the
And also
gods.
the broadening of the international competition as well, and their greater access to technological competition.
And on top of that, they've met a skill gap where the actual people that know how to do things aren't even in the positions to do the thing. So the actual people, the technical people that know what they're doing, they're so low on the totem pole that they can't affect change, and the people that don't know what they're doing are higher up on the totem pole. So now nepotism really comes in handy, like for example with trucking contracts. All of the new truckers, the people that know how to drive trucks. Whoa, what's that in the background?
My bad.
Vince, mute up. Yeah.
Oh yeah. But yeah, it's like
Somebody's
this.
louder than me.
Inside the trucking industry, right? All of the new truckers, they don't even know how to drive manual transmission trucks. So they're trying to start business, and it's predicated on them getting an automatic transmission truck that costs $200,000. So now you're going to have
in the north.
yeah, they can't drive in the snow, they can't drive in the desert. So now in the trucking industry, you're going to have that bottleneck of the people that actually know what they're doing don't want to drive the truck no more because there's not no money in it, because you saturated the market with the automatic trucks. So now the people that actually can't drive are able to get in the truck and just drive because they don't have to switch gears no more. See, so now it's like, okay, eventually the robots are going to take over. But first, they have a bunch of people who not even qualified to drive a truck in the truck operating it, an 18-wheeler, and they can't even back the truck up. But they're able to make it go forward. So they're able to make the truck go forward because it's an automatic transmission. They don't have to do nothing but steer. When it's time to back the truck up, they stuck at the docks for 20 minutes every time they got to back up.
Here's the weird
AKA,
thing.
I wanted to touch a subject. So when you look at a lot of corporations and when they were expanding, these corporations took massive losses for like 10 fucking years. And they just kept on funding them to keep them, maintaining ahead, investors and everything. And it was a long game that rich people played to where they would price other markets out. So, we can say Walmart, for example. They didn't profit a lot of money while they were expanding. They didn't really profit anything. And when you look at Amazon, when you look at Lyft, when you look at
Uber.
Anything that you utilize tools wise, they didn't make money. They lost money, but they destroyed the competition with the lower prices. Then they increased the prices.
Hold on, hold
And
on.
Let me wait. Let me say that because what Leon is saying. So I might have tagged you in that too, LAR. I think I tagged Black Umar in that. This was over a year ago. MSNBC covered. I want to say it was MSNBC that covered it. Or CNBC, whatever, whichever one of those. Like anywhere between 10 to 40% of U.S. corporations or something like that were like zombie corporations. Like they're not profitable. Going to what Leon is saying. Like the mission is just there. And like he said, they outcompeted or just swindled their competition. They bought them out or whatever they did, and then but they're not necessarily profitable themselves, right? So yeah, so going to what Leon just said, that's the thing. And then we got LAR. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. LAR. Then we got better you. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure that Walmart wasn't the one working in a deficit, but it was Amazon, because Walmart started in Arkansas. They always had a low budget thing. They as they expanded, they was just killing small businesses. That's what made them bigger. Everybody, but Amazon was the same. Was a thing of people invested until for like 10 years. The reason I'm saying that is because one of the things that we're seeing is even in the quote unquote business world, you're seeing people take that Amazon business model forward. Like, oh yeah, we just gonna, just be here, just doing whatever. And it's like, no. Because most businesses you see in public can't do that. So you're gonna have a gang of businesses that just go in and out of business, and that's what's happening in society. But now, and I hate to do this, screw it. At the end of the day, we're gonna have to deal with the elephant in the room. American politicians and business people ain't as smart as we want to give them credit for. The vast majority of them are just idiots, just trying to fail up. And everybody else is late to the party figuring it out.
And a lot of us are dealing with the residuals.
Wait. Let's let Better You go, and then you got a G. Go ahead, Better You, and then you got a G.
Yeah. In regards to like what Leon and you were saying, and LAR, basically it's domestic dumping. What they're doing, it really probably should be illegal, and it's not quite the same as Amazon, because Amazon was trying to get funding to get to the point where they grew, but in effect, it's a small little wrinkle without a distinction. These companies like DoorDash, Uber, Lyft, what they purposely did was, hey, we aren't profitable. We aren't going to be profitable, but people are going to use our services. We're going to undercut the market, and we're going to make sure that we run all the competition out. And once the competition's out, we have monopoly. So at that point, now we got them by the balls, because there's no more taxi company. There's no more food delivery like at the pizza spot. We got them.
There are two things you all are leaving out of how they were able to do what they were doing.
Somebody's background. Somebody near mute up while we're talking.
They're called government, and they're called Wall Street.
Yes.
And the inflation of the value of those businesses in lieu of those profits that allowed them to be able to continue to maintain themselves financially and grow. And then you also had a lot of government backing. You had tricks with the tax code, et cetera, that facilitated the maintenance, or has facilitated the maintenance of those otherwise unprofitable entities, as they drove competitors out of business and grab more of the market share, to the point in which they could become profitable just by the sheer lack of competition. So you can't talk about what has happened with these companies without talking about Wall Street and without talking about government. If you can evaluate your business at billions of dollars while it don't make money, then you can always get money. You can always stay in business, because you're floating essentially the presumed future return on that business. So you can stay in the business indefinitely, which is for the most part what Amazon has done. Amazon has largely, except for its cloud computing sector, has largely been at barely break even as recently as recent years.
Yeah. I wanted to touch the subject.
So let me say something to that. Let me say something to that real quick. So I think we have to have a whole different view of what stealing is. We have to have a whole different view because going to this, I see it as stealing when we have to subsidize your employees because you pay them so little that they on welfare. Walmart, right? Like we have, wait, let me land with that. Also with Amazon, with Tesla, and Tesla wasn't profitable until the Model 3 came out. Tesla didn't break a profit. All the money, all the subsidies, all the government handouts and lookouts and all, they weren't profitable, and not even just when the Model 3 came. It's a few years after the Model 3 because the Model 3 sold like hotcakes. As a matter of fact, it's the best-selling quote unquote luxury car in America right now.
Let me tell you,
I'm not sure.
Elon Musk cleaning up the federal government is like an evil episode in some sci-fi film. Nobody got more
benefited more
from government than Elon Musk. I mean, look, let me tell you, that guy either needs to be out of DC by this time next year, or the Luigi effect should be put into order.
I think he's out of here in the next couple months. I think he's out of here in the next couple months.
I'm gonna ask a quick question. My bad.
Go ahead and then we got Socrates and then we got G. Go ahead.
When was it not stealing, Mr. Z? What do you said we got a new way of stealing? That's all I want.
I said we got to reevaluate. I said we got to look at stealing differently.
It's always been stealing.
It's always been stealing.
It's the degree of stealing. This was a country that at some point had an 80% tax rate for as wealthy as people.
Yep.
It's a stolen country.
Okay, I mean you're talking about the overall creation of the country, foundation of the country. You're right, is theft. But I'm saying even though it's theft, there are degrees of theft. There is you stole half of my money, you stole 2/3 of my money, or you stole all of my money. All of them is stealing.
I'm just saying there's never been fair business.
Definitely worse than the first.
Can I get the 2 words in before y'all go off and tangent on that? So Walmart they didn't do it in the same form, but they got federal funding. And when you go into communities that stores aren't profiting a lot of money, but people have jobs, they're living decent, stable, conservative lives, and you say, hey, we're bringing a Walmart, but this is the contract, and they say, okay, we're not going to compete with your businesses, but then it's like they pop up everywhere, and you buy a bulk strawberries, but they buy a whole ship full of strawberries, and you can't compete with the price. So when you're actively doing it, and there's investors investing in it for the next 50 years, and say this is going to take over this community and these contracts, they can't build competition. That's the part that people forget about Walmart, where they did contracts. And so what you see around Mississippi, Alabama, and these southern states is they're trying to actually push Walmart out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And this is the part that people really miss. The governors and mayors agreed to these.
Somebody's background is horrendous. Go ahead.
And that's what I'm trying to articulate. It's investors, the contracts that they shape to the town people that didn't have the money to have another business come in, and Walmart eliminates competition through contracts. That's why when you look at Mississippi and all these southern states, they're trying to kick Walmart out.
Walmart, I don't think Walmart is
late. My bad. They just the same reason they did it is the same. Now they're trying to turn back around and say, no, we don't want to do it. The same politicians in states. I'm sorry, G. My bad.
No, go ahead, LAR. No, go ahead, LAR. We got to get Socrates because I was supposed to let him go first. So go ahead, LAR. Then we get Socrates. You got it, G. You got it right after Socrates. Go ahead, LAR.
It's the same issue we having with the whole trade agreement. It's the same exact thing over and again. We're gonna go to other countries and get cheap labor. And now, oh man, we're gonna put these tariffs. It's like, bro, this is a situation you created. It's nobody's fault but your own. And now it's like we don't know how to fix it. How do you not know how to fix it if you created it? Oh, I get it. You never intended to fix it because you wasn't smart enough. You was just taking payouts.
I mean, if
Yeah, can I get in?
what's your
I mean, can I get
definition of
in?
wait, okay? What's your definition of fix it though, LAR?
There
Fix
was no.
what exactly? If I'm trying to fix my wallet, then maybe some of y'all don't need a job and this need to go to China. You see
There
what
is
I'm
no.
saying?
Okay,
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
say this and I'm gonna shut
Can
up.
I?
I promise you.
Mhm.
The 6 kids of Sam Walton, they
Yeah.
they by themselves are like half of the wealth in America.
I think they're all worth like 70 some odd billion each or something like that. I just priced it the other day. It was like 70 something, 60 something billion each.
So,
Yeah.
but on top of that, people
Mhm.
forget. Well, what do you think they was doing with that money? Same like
Buying
the Koch
politicians.
brothers, same thing.
Yeah. The
Exactly.
Koch brothers. Yep.
So it's the same thing over and over and over again. The same thing we talking about with Elon Musk. Why is he in the White House? I remember him giving a couple of hundred million.
250 million. Yeah.
Okay. So
But this
Wait,
You know that.
wait,
Okay.
G, I got you. I promise you, you got it. Socrates, go ahead, and then you got it, G. Go ahead. Look, Socrates, I done pause G for you. Go ahead, G. You took too long. Go ahead, G.
no, this is going back to the original issue of what we're really dealing with, right? Because
Mhm.
our issue really isn't the tariffs. Our issue is that we've never been given the same economic opportunities as other groups of people. So now it's a lot of people in America now. That's what the last administration has just shown. When they were showing that you were giving people that were coming from other countries loans to buy food trucks, but you wouldn't give it to Americans, that became the issue.
Mhm.
And now the bigger issue is that black people is realizing they never gave us shit. We never got shit given to us. Everything we ever got, we've had to work for. And that's
Fight
why
for.
Elon, yeah, we had to fight for it. And work.
Mhm.
We had to fight after we got done
Mhm.
fighting, we had to
Mhm.
work.
Or to
So
the
Mhm.
middle.
Mhm.
now Elon Musk being indulged is just showing you that this shit is about privilege and nepotism and money. We
Say that.
can't never catch them because we've
Oh,
never
oh,
been
and
reparated.
a dash and a dash of white supremacy. You never could forget that. Don't
Oh,
ever
you
forget
can't,
that
yeah, you
part.
can't forget the white supremacy. But that's what we're up here trying to figure out what's going on when the tariffs ain't even our problem. Our problem is we've never been reparated as a group to even be on that level to talk about
Say that.
business for real. So
Say that.
we have a small business class that does the best that they can do. But like Black Uru was talking
Boss giving
about,
a lot from the top.
like Black Uru was talking about, who are we going to get rich with? Like, who are we going to, like, if I'm a black contractor, who houses am I going to work on? If nobody got a
Mhm.
house, if nobody owns the
Mm.
house, and it's all of this system of the government giving, who is going to pay me to do their roof when it's time
You
for
wait,
roofing?
yeah. You answered it. You answered it. You get your contract from the government.
But now, if we get it from the government, who houses we gonna be working on? Not if we don't got no houses.
And that's the problem with when you let the private sector
Well,
take up too much space in certain industries.
how
Go
you
ahead.
gonna get it from the government when Trump is taking all that away?
That's yeah, no, that part.
I mean, see, if we were supposed to have it before, why didn't we have it?
Wait. Here's the. I don't know, Black Uru. Do you realize what you just said, Black Uru? How did Trump dad get his money again?
Oh, a lot of government contracting up there.
For doing what?
Nothing.
Oh, kind of
Building
slumlord.
homes.
Yeah.
Building homes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking
You see
about.
what I just did there? You see what
Yeah.
Oh my God! And you slashing government. Meanwhile, your family's wealth mainly because your granddad and all the. I already heard about the brothels, bro. I already know. So, but it really the big money came from his dad and government contracts for building houses in New York, family homes in New York. Then Trump turns around and starts slashing Social Security and whatnot. Oh my God!
They are
But
pulling
this is
the
the
ladder
thing.
behind
But
them.
this is the
Yeah.
thing, Z.
Right?
How could he,
Mhm.
if we don't have houses? How, like, okay, if we're not building anything, what is, like, that's the conundrum we're in right now as a society. Okay, we have to build something to give people jobs, and you have to build a population, so you have to have families.
Yeah.
How do we get population growth plus an economic sector if we don't have the people?
Can I answer part of that question? Well, remember when Trump first made the cuts, and I told you my mom works in military posts on the contract side. They cut all those contractors that build stuff because I told you they were only working 4 days a month, not fixing shit, and all they were doing was like fixing gates sometimes. And after they fixed gates, it's 4 days a month that they work, and they were making 80 to 200,000 off these contracts. And I told you that the day he eliminated some of those contracts. So
Yep.
federal contracts for building, good luck on that because Trump and all them already cut a lot of that shit.
Hello? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you good. You good. I called on you earlier. I don't know what was going on.
I know I was changing my Bluetooth. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all heard me the last time. I was saying that when I made that comparison about wealth in the country first, I compared entrepreneurs to the rest of society. I wasn't creating a situation where there's only entrepreneurs or there's only the rest of society. What I'm saying is that let's say that the economy is $10 trillion strong right now, right? And we want to get it to $20 trillion. Now, the current processes that we're actually having allow for $10 trillion of GDP to be cultivated or created. How do we get it to the next 10 to be 20 trillion? Now, if we do the same thing that we've been doing, it will only remain 10 trillion. That means that either through innovation or risk taking or some type of situation on the market to allow for this new $10 trillion created or debasement of the currency. And that's what I'm saying is like, that's why I'm kind of pessimistic with the situation. I don't think there's like a situation where everyone's going to be happy. If you redistribute,
I don't think that's possible either. I agree with you on that. I agree with
you. I'll give you a prime example. Let's say people use other countries as an example, like China or Sweden. Kyle Kinesi brings up 1% of the top 1% in America owns 35% of the wealth. Cool. What does the 1% in Sweden own in terms of wealth in Sweden?
Oh, I'm not sure.
31%.
I think the wealth distribution is far more.
34%. 34%.
Is it 34?
It's 34%. Now let's go to China. What's the 1% China own in Chinese wealth? What do you think it is?
Is it similar? It's about a third also?
31%. That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, I do not, unless people can show me an example of what the kind of society they want, I don't see it happening. I said it before. I say it again.
Okay, but hold on. Now you say
go
the
ahead.
10. Hold on, just that math again. So
Sure.
you say in Sweden the top 10% own what? How much?
Top
1%. Yeah, top 1% own 34.
Yeah.
Own
So
34%.
Correct. So and you all look up what I'm saying.
But
So
here's the thing that you to consider though, real quick, Socrates.
Sure.
It's different if there's like we said, public school is paid for. But which one of those countries there's no private school? It's one of those European. There's no they purposely did that so that the wealthy kids are just as invested in this public school sector, right? And if from my understanding, they don't do the whole neighborhood zip code thing also, right? So these little schemy ass ways, exactly. These little schemy ass ways to not just hoard. You hoard all the good teachers over here. You hoard all you're a public school. I'm a public school, but because my neighborhood is not as great as your neighborhood, you have 3 goddamn swimming pools in your school. You have 2 you see what I'm saying? So, but I'm public and you're public. See that all those little schemy ass ways. So yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Like, so at the end of the day, real quick before I land, let me land real quick. So what I'm saying with that is like, when you have a public sector that's strong enough, then yeah, the wealthy could have the 1/3 of wealth. The 1% can have the 1/3 of wealth because that safety net, number one, is way higher off the ground than what it is in America. Number two, people are taught and raised in a way where it's not so crushing to be poor, right? You could still climb up to, and that's one of the things that they showed recently is that the upward mobility of working class, working poor folks, it's dissipating in America. Like that, we can't just label that all on laziness and people not learning to code and getting into STEM.
Wait.
That has to do with I would argue that has to do with a wealth a society where the upward mobility is atrophying, right? The the ability to move from working class or working poor, better yet, to middle class is atrophying, and that's across race. Obviously, more for Black people. But yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
okay. The question I'd ask is what do you mean by middle class, right? And also, your argument about the public schools, I agree. I think public schools are in horrible shape in America. But if they were in better shape, it wouldn't change how the structure of society is
But
set up.
it's not. It's not
Yeah.
public
That's not
school is
true.
in a
That's
horrible
not
shape
true.
in America. It's certain
So,
public schools in America are in a horrible shape. It's not public school
okay,
because the
yeah.
way we did
The
public
certain
school in
schools.
America was on purpose to allow for white folks to go to the burbs and hoard the goddamn wealth in the burbs and have public schools that are akin to multi-million-dollar private schools, and then the rest of the
I agree.
kids in the hood, well, you deal with nothing.
Are you talking about
Yeah,
redlining?
I think it should be chartered. I think public schools should be chartered, or schools should be charterized in the sense that the money should follow the kids and it should be based on property taxes. It should probably be based on
Well,
income for the entire state, and everyone gets an even split, something like that. But
I,
even if that happens,
like
it wouldn't.
I'm not looking for a society to distribute to where everybody's equal and shit. But when you have a multitude of people living in the streets, uh, just fucked up shit. Like they've been had bad pipes in Denver for how long now? It's saying things that just you're well aware of. If these kids don't have the tools because they don't have access to education, then you're fucking up your society anyway. So I'm not thinking like I need $100,000 in my bank to feel better, and all I'm gonna do is spend the shit. These people need housing, a roof over their head, food, real shit.
Yeah, I
See,
do think
hold
I
on.
do think there's a.
It's not like when people talk about that, it sounds like we have to have everything equal, equity to the
See,
1%.
Yeah, no, I'm not there with it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone
I
is
hear what
so
you're
shit.
saying.
It's
I hear
well
what you're
aware.
saying.
It's well aware when you're dealing with
somebody's
poor people.
background. Somebody's background.
Oh, when you're
Go
dealing
ahead,
with poor
LAR
people,
and Socrates, because y'all having a discussion.
and one bad thing happens, payday loans, so they put you in a Ponzi scheme where you keep on rotating in debt for the rest of your fucking life, and they get your bootstraps, work hard, but they don't have access to it. So
Did I say
it's a
LR? And sorry, Leon and
it's
Socrates. My bad. Go ahead, Leon and Socrates.
purposely done. And then you're at the point where you have to compete with the world. Now y'all want to try to figure shit out, but you're still on the same racist fucking system. And it's like, if you can't make the majority of your population productive, you're not going to compete whether or not you have fucking robots or not. It's like, you just get rid of this shit. And we're not trying to be the 1%. We're trying to take care of our fucking families and have a roof over our head. Like that. So I like when people generalize that shit too much.
Now,
Okay.
let me say this. One of the best, real quick. There was a back and forth with DJ Envy and who was it? It was somebody that was on, and Envy swore that your average person wants to be a millionaire, and the other person's like, no, man, they just want to live and have a comfortable life and go on vacation. Excuse me, go on vacation with their family once a year. And Envy was like, no, if they really knew they would want to be millionaires, and they want to be millionaires, it's like no. So I agree with Leon where I would argue your average American in particular just want a dignified life. They want their two cars, their car for them and their wife. They want their 3-2 house, especially if they only have 1 or 2 kids. Their 3-2 house with a garage,
But Z, that's a
maybe a
millionaire
pool or not.
lifestyle. That's a millionaire lifestyle.
That, but I
That's a
mean, now it's a
millionaire.
millionaire lifestyle. No,
A
but for
car
real though,
is.
It's
nowadays
not.
it might be,
It's
but
not. It's not. It's not. So,
No, it's not. No. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Closely. They want to have a Benz with a Rover.
there you go.
They want
Thank
to
you.
no, no,
have.
no,
That's
no,
what
no,
they
no, no,
want.
no, 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 no,
Yes,
no,
they
no, no.
That's
do.
what they want.
Your
Listen.
That's what they want,
see that
Z.
now no I would argue your average person, definitely your average man in America, is okay
Average.
with their
No, we're not talking about the
exactly
men
right.
though.
Yeah,
62% of
Towards
the
the
voting
women.
population
Towards
is
the
women.
women. No. He's right.
yeah.
He's right. The women don't want a
The,
Hyundai. They don't want a
The
Kia.
women
They
want
Yeah,
a
don't want
Benz.
this. They
and
want a
wait.
Benz. They
I'm
want a
glad
Beamer.
y'all brought that up. I'm glad y'all, and that's why them hoes complaining now because the
Of
brothers, the
course.
average men, particularly the black men, are saying, "No, bitch, I'm okay with my F-150 and my apartment. Go
I'm
get it
cool with
from the
my
white man."
camera.
And that's
And
why
then you're
Trump.
okay with
That's
my.
why Trump
I'm
got
okay with
everybody
my.
vote.
Wait. I'm okay with my 15-year-old Forerunner, or my 15-year-old Forerunner, and my apartment and my let's say $60,000 a year job, 65, and that's so I see where y'all coming from with it, but what I'm stressing here is your average, at least black man, is okay with it. He wants a dignified life.
Z,
He's
He's not the
okay with having
one. He's not
summons
the one.
and
Z.
the
That's where people
go ahead, go
got
ahead,
it wrong. That's where people
go
got
ahead.
it wrong. When we say average, you got to take
Average.
black men out of the average because
I agree.
everybody else in America, I mean, everybody else thought racism was not intended for them to be a sharecropper.
Say that.
That's
Yeah, no,
the
I agree with
issue.
that.
People were
I
like,
agree.
wait a minute, that's not supposed to be my life. That's supposed to be their life.
Wait, I agree, and I think was it Leon speaking? Because Leon was asking me a question about people make the assumption that everyone's trying to have $100,000. I was like, no. If we take like I don't know what the gentleman's name is, but let's take black people out of the equation. So I do think you should take them out of the equation when you think about America because they're a special situation, they're a very special case. So if you want to understand America just on average, you got to take black people out from my perspective.
But
Now, if we
part of
just
the
look at
but
Hey,
part of listen, part of
but
the
by the
problem
way,
we're having. Go ahead, go
real
ahead.
quick, real quick, G. Every time one of us say average, and I hear Vince in the background saying average, I'm dying inside because this shit's hysterical. Because that's exactly how they sound for real. And let me read this real quick, and then you got a G. And Guy Incognito says Trump's policies are going to start lots of infighting in the black manosphere. I got a degree. I'll never be ashamed of it. Blue collar dudes matter too. Yeah, no. I think
I agree.
in at least this part of the black manosphere, I don't think you have much disagreement on that. At least on this side of the black, there's other places where their noses in the air is different. And by the way, I don't defecate on white collar brothers either. You need both to maintain a society, to
Hey
be frank
yo,
with you, and
What
to
it
maintain the
is,
black community.
but what it is,
With that,
Z,
we can't let the women, and I want to be very clear to black men. We can't let the women define this because if you let the women define this, they're gonna split this into nerds and jocks, right? Have you infighting on some bullshit and be giving pussy to both. But right, so don't don't let them define this shit. And I agree with you on the blue collar men matter too. Mr. Z is blue collar. And go ahead,
but that's what
Vincent. Then we gotta get G.
it
We
is,
gotta
Z.
get G after that. But go ahead,
all right,
Vince. Go
let
ahead.
me say this about this blue.
You gotta be quick though.
Right? I'll be concise. Even though I have a degree, I'm still blue collar. I have 2 trades, and when I'm done with school, I'm still going to be working in my blue collar stuff to get this money. Emphasis to get this money, because blue collar men with trades and who do things get this money. It might not be what women say when we drive G wagons everywhere. We just live like that movie,
Bruh, don't let them get you on the G wagons. The G wagon is a $200,000 truck. Don't.
And this what it is, yo. You want to know what it is, Z?
Go ahead, G. Go ahead.
This is what it is. This is what it is, y'all. This is what it is, gods. Black man's exceptionalism has made being poor seem like it's exceptional. Because you got to remember, we was looked at as poor. So when we was wearing jeans and stuff, jeans and stuff is looked at as poor. But Run DMC and them came out with Mick Jagger, the rock stars. Like, black men really are the culture of this country. So everybody else, we have always been the poorest, but we've always been shining in spite
And
of it.
G, that's why I be wondering too, right? If we're the compass, if we're the little magnet that move the compass on the culture, like, why are you arguing?
No. What's happened, bro, is black men, we're so inside, we're so being the culture that we don't realize that we are the culture of Americans.
There's a
We like
caveat to
the
that.
wearing jeans, like men wear suits to work. Wearing jeans was like a low class thing. When you start learning the history of this stuff, like jean jacket uniforms, that was for like field workers. Yeah, that's what the slaves wore in the field.
Let me say this before LA go. Let me say this real quick. So, Vince, don't let them get you on that G wagon shit. Base G wagon is $150,000. The G63 is like 250-ish. Anywhere between like 220-ish to 250-ish. Look, bro, like that's what I'm saying with that. We have what we have, and this was the beauty of the internet and social media is that we kept on knocking women upside the head with this. They still sounded crazy, but a couple of them got their mind right now. Is we kept on hitting them with where the fuck did y'all get these prices from and this lifestyle from? And shout out to the Roger Report and LAR, but definitely the Roger Report for this. When the Roger Report, that's where I got it from. When the Roger Report was like, they can't count Z, but yo, they talking 6 figures, and they really describe it as millionaires. It's really millionaire shit these women describing. Don't
Exactly, because remember,
yeah.
remember even dunks, even riding on rims. That's a dude. Black man used to get old cars and fix them up.
That's a fact.
That's what I'm
That's a
saying.
fact. I'm in South Florida. That's a fact.
I'm not
Hey,
spending more
look.
than $40,000 on the car.
This is where we forget one major part of that equation.
Mhm.
We made being poor look cool, but everybody else looked at it as I'm better than them anyways. So
Yes.
I'll never be in that position. That's where people's minds at now. Wait, how am I? That's why you always had that. What are you doing here?
And then we
How
turn
are
to look
you
at them.
here?
We turn to look at them like, oh, this your first recession. True.
That's where we don't and I hate to say it this way, but a lot of times people bring up, it's all about race, but in essence, racism is actually what fueled capitalism.
Yeah.
The problem is now racism is on a credit card.
That bitch declined
30%. So it ain't really
What's the APR on it?
Yeah, it's the 30%.
And the people that's making out the best with the credit cards is the niggas you never gave no credit anyway.
Exactly. So guess what? If I owe $200 and I'm the poor Negro, and you owe $20,000, but you white and you better than me, sounds like you got a problem.
They damn sure got a problem. They damn sure got a problem.
you know, and going to what LAR said, when this trend became a thing, I know many of us may not have heard of it before. This whole quiet luxury thing became a trend. Women were talking about it. I didn't hear men. I didn't hear no straight men talking about it. Definitely no straight black men. But you heard women talking about it. And all I heard from
the prostitutes. You heard the prostitutes talking about
it. Look where I'm going with this. What it was elite white women essentially shaming everybody else, or at least the other women, for like the loud luxury, that the gaudy gold shit, right? The fruity pebble chains shit, the label. You have to have the label showing on your shirt type shit. And
What's
so
that
quiet, quote unquote.
pearl?
Exactly. So like shit like that, like what they were trying to emphasize is to be subtle with the luxury. And it screamed elite white women bullshit.
Okay,
right now, mind you, I'm not against. Wait, real quick, I'm not against necessarily quiet luxury, but the way it became a trend, and I'm going to exactly what y'all was speaking about earlier. That's why I'm bringing it up. The way it became a trend only spoke to classism. So yes, you have the same type of money as me, even though my family goes back old money. Yeah, you became a celebrity and now you stand on $100 million or $50 million, and now you had the same amount of money as my family, who's been doing pretty okay for, let's say, 100 years, 150 years. With that, I'm old money. You're nouveau riche, and you're exactly, and you got the gaudy type of shit going on. So going to what LAR said, and what you were saying, the women really were the ones that hopped onto it. That's why I mentioned it earlier, to see how many of y'all would have said, "Oh, I heard of it," and none of y'all said it. Exactly my point. Go ahead, LAR.
The problem with luxury is, and you could take this back, like when I was a kid in the 80s, even in the 90s, when you start looking at those movies back then, they were wearing a lot of expensive stuff. We just didn't know what it was.
Yes.
So a lot of times when you look at those movies now, you go to even just look at Trading Places now, and you look at like, that's a Burberry trench coat, that's a Gucci this, that's a what they've been.
Go back and look at. Go back and look at Dallas. Go back and look at Falcons Crest. Go back and look at that. Forget the other thing, right? Okay, that's where that bullshit started. Okay, but the thing is, it was. Remember the lifestyle of Rich and Famous?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Robin Leach,
right? But the thing is, it never affected the lower classes. The women in luxury shit nowadays is a sales job by lower class women to get men to work harder so they can pretend, okay? Pretend like they're
work down, leave them their life insurance money.
Yeah. Well, basically, no. You work 2 jobs. You work 60, 70 hours, so you can make me look like I live this lifestyle when you know you can't. Okay? Because
are you telling me that Miss Z is tricking me, BGS? That's what I just heard you say. I heard you say that Miss Z got me out here on the stroll. That's what I heard you say.
You are, Negro. You are on the stroll. Okay? Hey. And she come home. Z better have my money.
Right?
Pay
No
that
more
rent.
allowances. That's what I
Not,
heard. That's
hey,
all.
hey, hey, not some of my money, all my
All
money.
my
My
money.
money.
And the receipt.
And tell Z drive between the ranks. That's how Z's doing reckless streams and
Oh man. Oh yeah. By the way, FYI, I gotta slow down the reckless streams. We might be, yeah, you know,
okay,
the eyes and ears is watching. So on the
okay,
weekdays, we might have to slow up on that just a little bit. I'll still come to y'all every once in a while. But
okay.
yeah, because I overheard something. I was like, oh, okay. Anyway,
Hey,
yeah.
well, sooner or later
Compliant.
it's gonna get out. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, true.
I know who that is.
Exactly.
He got the overseers.
Yeah,
Correct.
but
Go ahead, BTS. Go ahead.
but the soft girl shit, the soft girl error, the women in luxury era, all that kind of crap is a sales job to get you to so that women can come out and try to force you to afford a lifestyle that they know they can't. Okay, that's all it is. It's a sales job. Okay, but even back then, Robin Leach, because before that, basically the Uru, because Uru's, he married into that class. They don't talk about their shit.
No, no. In fact, they think because it's funny you mentioned. I remember my mother-in-law. She's gone, but she was she had a master's degree in art and design. So she was very very astute about that kind of stuff.
Right.
And she would often make comments about how people are dressed, and she would also say that that's gaudy and that's excessive, and she would also be very mindful of the material of things.
Yes.
Because she, so it was like, yeah, you spent a whole lot of money on that, but it's cheaply made and thread count and all that kind of business.
I mean, that's what Kevin was for, right? Because if you look at how Kevin told you to dress, it wasn't gaudy. It wasn't gaudy. It wasn't ostentatious. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But he knew that there was a certain way you dress, certain material type, certain combination and accessory of things that connoted a particular kind of messaging
of class,
at a certain status.
Yeah. So, but with this gaudy Instagram, I need to spend $200 on a restaurant kind of stuff. Basically,
but those are poor, ignorant people who are trying to buy status.
Trying to buy status,
or trying to buy status,
or trying to fake status,
or fake it. Yeah, or fake it.
Yeah.
And you can't fake it, but really what you said initially, Black Guru, you can buy status. I think that's a hard lesson for a lot of Negroes. You can't buy status. That hurt.
Well, here you can't buy it. You can't buy status, but you can buy that transient effect of it.
Yeah.
From the standpoint of how those other bitches feel about me with this Prada bag. So you can, to some degree, buy that. Now, it's very fleeting, but you can get it, and see a lot of this, I gotta hustle this nigga, I gotta hustle that nigga, I gotta hustle the other nigga to give me stuff, is about being able to constantly buy that transient form of status, that transient form of hate from the other bitches.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You no matter what you do, you'll still be Tony Montana in the steakhouse.
Yes.
Just because you want to keep going 100 times, that's not going to make them accept you. You'll still be Tony Montana in the steakhouse.
But here's the other option too. Excuse me. Here's the other option too that I see from a young age. The B word. Burnout.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Burnout.
Oh yes. Shout out to Snoop Dogg for helping it spread. Yeah.
No, burnout. Of working on to maintain and keep this going.
Oh. Yeah.
When you don't have the foundation for it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So they can't do it. So guess what they try to do? They try to get you to do it.
If you don't,
and all this stuff about y'all not going.
Black Guru, real quick, Black Guru.
Yeah.
When you're done with your comment, Black Guru, if you don't mind reading the super chat, go ahead.
Oh, you want me to read?
No. Yeah. No, yeah.
I'll read it, babe. Netflix got rich using UPS to send DVDs everywhere in America, which they are allowed to do. We all pay for USPS. Where is our Netflix dividend? Netflix even got tax cuts. What the hell? What the F? Okay. The thing is, by Netflix.
Oh, real quick, BJS. There's a reason why he brought that up, because we were and shout out to No Place. Thank you for the super chat. Earlier we were speaking about, I'm probably going to play it for you also, the wealth distribution in the country, and then we kind of pivoted to a part of the conversation of like corporations not paying their fair share, why they take advantage of the roads and the traffic lights and the like we're saying here, UPS and stuff like that. So you're getting tax cuts, from the government, or they're actually investing in you, and then when you turn around and actually become profitable, now you want to shirk your responsibilities.
Okay, you can say all that. Okay, that's fine. That's always been a class struggle, right? Go someplace where this kind of infrastructure does not exist. Okay, where you don't have corporations, don't have shared roads. You can't get Netflix through the post office. Okay, go there. Okay, and see and live that lifestyle. Go to Egypt. Go to Uganda. Go to hell. You don't have to go there for. Go to Mexico.
They don't have the infrastructure.
Well, infrastructure doesn't exist. Okay, we complain that we're not as wealthy as the Fortune 500 CEO. Okay, that's fine. I think look at you. You live a better lifestyle than 99.9% of the people on the planet. That's a shared infrastructure. Okay, that's why you do that. That's why the post office is where it is. Okay. The reason the post office is part of the Constitution is because you can distribute these things like your bills, like your Netflix, like stuff like that. Imagine, y'all too young to go back to know that you had to go to a video store halfway across town to rent a tape or go to a movie thing. Okay, instead of having it, Netflix was the in between state of between.
Blockbuster.
Between Blockbuster or even between going to a movie theater and having the movie delivered to your door, and now it's delivered to your
TV or your phone or whatever the hell.
Phone or whatever it is. Okay, 90% of the world doesn't have that crap. Okay, I know we complain about CEOs and corporations how unfair it is, but basically,
I ain't gonna stop BGS.
Your whole it's not. I'm not saying it's gonna stop or should stop. Where on the planet, I don't care where you go, where you see the very rich and the very poor equal, even in a socialist country like China or Russia, doesn't exist.
That don't exist. Yeah, that don't exist. I don't know if that's what other people are asking or demanding or advocating for. That's not what Z is advocating for. Or even
I know a place.
Go ahead.
I know
go
a
ahead.
place.
La La Land.
Movies.
Oh, there we go. Not even in the movies, though.
Which movie?
Not even in the movies.
Which movie?
I'll take you there.
There we go.
Which one? No, which movie?
This is part of the whole superhero thing.
Brother, they already sold us.
Right
I
now.
will take you higher.
I mean, you go to Wakanda. You had people on the street, and you had people in palaces. Which movie?
You are right. Watch this. Superman's supposed to be broke. Lex Luthor's supposed to be rich. Bruce Wayne is rich. All the villains supposed to be broke. This is the weird American mind. Even with all the action movies, you got somebody who got a lot of money and somebody with $57 who shoot up the joint to even the playing field.
No, well, they do that. They do that here. Okay, with $57 shoot up the playing field. Okay, they do that here. Okay. I mean, but Superman had a fortress of solitude, man. This big ass fortress in the middle of nowhere. Okay.
Yeah, but he didn't pay no light bills and he ain't had no fly car. Don't nobody know about that.
He didn't need a fly car. Well, you know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I just came up because we talk about the women in luxury. I said that's a sales job. I knew what they were doing.
Oh yeah.
You had people, women out there trying to say, okay, you're poor and you're broke and you're miseducated and you need to live a lifestyle. So you need to get a man and force him to do the 80 hours a week so that you can live a lifestyle that you want. I hear this shit all the time. That's like this Latino chick was in a car. I'm sure you saw it, Mr. Z, when she said that she needs a certain amount of money a week and to do laundry and shit like that, and also he has to have a 6-bedroom house for her and her 3 kids.
Oh no, I didn't. Oh wait, no, I did not see that. Oh no, I didn't see this.
And he needs to make $150,000 a year.
Oh no, I did not see this.
The house has to be pink and shit like that.
BGS, do you remember when Dr. Dre got divorced, when the ex-wife was like she needed like $10,000 for the
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. The thing is, she had to challenge that prenup, and you're a freaking lawyer. You knew you couldn't beat that prenup, baby.
Light skin with the big forehead. I'll be making fun of my lady all the time. I said she missed the big forehead curse. I was like, babe, you missed the big forehead curse. I was gonna flame your ass if you had the big forehead. All the light skinned cute chicks got the big forehead. They all got them.
I know you meant
minus
light skin with face.
minus Murphy's ex-wife. She don't got a big forehead like that. Her forehead not that big. It's still kind of big, but it ain't that big.
Yeah. So the thing is that the thing is, in social media, black men have to, men, especially black men, have to stop falling for the sales job.
Yeah.
About
Well, it challenges your ego, though, BGS, your manhood ego. I think that's what the women are poking at. That they know what they're doing. I agree with you, but they know what they're doing. It's the poke at your manhood, the part of you that wants to be a provider, protector. Exactly. There you go. Exactly.
Okay.
That's my point. Exactly.
And that's why they hate the manosphere, because we tell you to fuck her. Okay.
Yeah. Your manhood shouldn't be dictated by that. No, I agree with you on that.
They hate that. They hate that. But the thing is, you get these mangina simps that talk. I remember in fact, I got to do this piece because I saw this piece with Pearl arguing with this guy. Right? He refused. He hated the idea of paternity tests. Okay, white guy. And the reason
he hated the idea of paternity tests.
Yeah, this is the reason, right? Because he thought. He thought that a paternity test was calling his wife a whore, okay, and making him a cuck. And I said, okay, that's the reason. It has nothing to do with the paternity test, okay? The same reason that most guys...
It's his ego.
Most guys do not want me to talk about wives cheating on them, okay?
Watch your tone now. Watch your tone.
Oh, I'm sorry. You ain't. Hey, boy, you ain't shit. You know that? You ain't shit. You ain't been shit, Negro. Ain't gonna be shit.
You gotta mute him up.
Right?
I gotta mute him.
Alright. You ain't shit, boy. Hey, man, I'm gonna take you down the water with your ass now.
Let me tell you. From the perspective of a black man who's been married for over 30 years, the greatest freedom any black man will ever give to himself is to not be worried about what some woman does with her vagina. That is the most liberating. That is the most liberating thing you will ever achieve as a man.
Say it again, black man.
You can't say that while these people watching Pornhub.
Say it again, black man. I told my baby mama.
Be worried about what a woman does with her vagina, even if you married to her.
Even you married to her, okay? Can't do it. Can't do it. I used to tell my.
And here's the thing, and here's the best part about it. When they know you're not worried about what she does with her pussy, it gives you an upper hand with all of your dealings with her. When she know you are not going to be crushed by her fucking another dude, that you can survive, the possibility of being cucked or some shit like that, and you'll be okay, if not better, without her funky ass. It totally changes your relationship with that woman.
Hey, you know what? I told my baby mama one time, she talked about that shit. I said, baby, I can't. I'm not gonna go around trying to police you. You can get pussy up from going from the first floor to the second floor on the elevator. Okay.
But she told me it was mine.
Right. Whose pussy is this? Yours.
It is yours. It is yours. But baby, all he did was borrow it for a few minutes. Okay.
Exactly.
I could feel the hurt and the angst in your voice, but you told me it was mine.
I heard that. You said it was all mine.
Hey, Nicki Minaj had a song like that. Like,
you know what? I'm visualizing right now that image of Will Smith at that red table thing with Jada Pinkett.
Yeah.
When she was.
Oh yeah. The look on his face.
That look on his face. That's that. But you told me it was mine.
No. The thing is, you embarrassed me. It's not that you fucking somebody, okay? You embarrass me, and that's the first thing I said. That's a sign of disrespect. When a woman is openly fucking another dude, that's a sign of disrespect.
But part of the cuckery and part of the emotional cuckery includes when other people know that she fucked another guy. So it's one thing if we messing around, swinging,
Oh, she was bouncing.
swingers, whatever kind of shit we doing,
Yeah,
getting
there's
high,
rules.
all that kind of stuff. It's all under wraps, surreptitious. But once that shit go public,
yes,
it ain't even just that you fucked another dude.
Yeah.
It's like everybody else know you fucked another dude. And then people start like, well, what, Will can't fuck? You know what I mean? Just all kinds of,
all
it
kinds of stuff,
activates a lot of other things about you, not even just the fact that she fucked another dude.
The ghost
It
of Tupac
operates
passed anyway.
questions about, exactly. It opens up questions about you and your manhood and all that kind of bullshit. And that's why you got to step off and let it go and say, whatever she do, that ain't on me.
Let me do this.
Hey,
BJS,
hey,
I gotta
just,
wait, real quick.
Just don't let me find out.
Because
BJS,
it's one thing for you to fuck another dude, but you committed a whole other crime for me to find out.
For me to find out, exactly.
Let's do this, because I have to have an elder read what an elder said. So BJS, if you don't mind reading this super chat for me, please, and thank you.
Oh yeah, I have to read it in my ghetto. Was funky ass bitch.
Funky ass bitch.
I got my language.
Yeah. Ooh, we got to feel. He has a standard to actually. Yeah, he got a standard. I'm in South Central, funky ass bitch stacks.
And G, if you don't mind reading this for me, because it's going to you, G. If he's still G, okay, he's probably unavailable right now. Oh yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, it says G is right about trucking. I was over the road for 2.5 years. Fast learner, rarely had issues. Can't tell you how many motherfuckers I had help that were clueless. My fault. My fault. MFs I had that were clueless.
No, you're good. No, you were good.
This Sunday was
whenever I open up the panel, I already look. The profanity's flying. We uncut over here on the when I open up the panel.
Man,
I'm so mad.
That shit real. Listen, that shit real in trucking though, man. Listen, man, they got like they had some girls, man.
Oh gosh.
And listen, bro.
Yeah.
We was. That's what made me know it was time for me to leave. We was literally in the docks for 35 minutes, bro.
Yeah.
They were trying to back in.
Trying to back up. It was two of them, and they was like, how did y'all even pass the driver's test? Then they hopped out, and I seen why.
Okay, now.
And here's the thing with trucking.
A lot of niggas can get a license.
G, you know this much better than you guys. Trucking is all logistics and time. So you got one motherfucker who don't know what he doing someplace.
Yeah.
You don't fucked up a whole lot of other people's money just off the strength of time.
Listen, Uru. When I first started trucking, right, I got hired with this girl at my first trucking job, right? This is 2018. You know what I'm saying? So I get hired to my trucking job, right? And this girl, and we leave the same day. I had a load to take from Texas to Ohio. She had a load to take from Texas to Mississippi. That's it. Just Texas to Mississippi. Do you know I beat her to Ohio and dropped my load and got another load, and she didn't make her load because she had to go to the bathroom, and she stopped at a truck stop to get something to eat and go to the bathroom.
Is that long?
And listen, she stopped at the restaurant, and you know, if she's a girl, so it was her girl time.
Okay.
So she took care of herself, and then after she was done taking care of herself, she went and sat down at the restaurant in the truck stop and ate, and then
I bet she did take care of herself.
And then she took the load. She was 45 minutes late.
Okay.
Yeah,
and they wouldn't take her, and she missed the load to the next day. She had to sit there over the weekend.
So somebody lost thousands of dollars.
Lost
thousands of dollars. Yeah.
Thousands. And on top of that, another place I was working at, like the 35-minute backup thing, it messed up the whole, like I had another load to pick up. I was there on time. She was in front of me, couldn't back the truck in. It was my dock. Soon as I backed the truck in, I got loaded in and out of there in 20 minutes.
Okay. Somebody should have pulled her out of the truck. But look, move.
Yeah, we just did it. We just did it ourselves. Dude was like, hey, man, you hop in there and pull her out. I'm going to back the truck up.
Yeah.
I was like, man, because I had to back my truck in the dock right next to her, but I couldn't. You know how big 18-wheelers is.
Yeah.
She was so stuck halfway corner. How did you even pass the driver's test?
Yeah.
But here's the good thing y'all at least did. Y'all at least let her try and fail.
We didn't have no choice. She pulled up in the truck.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Well, that's fine. It's fine when it's free. Okay. When it's costing you
It's
money,
not
it's just
fine when there's thousands of dollars on the
dollars on the
line.
road. Yeah, you got you
Yeah.
got you got a time window. You're supposed to be someplace else, and she's not just backing you up. She's backing up the whole chain.
You gotta let
Yep.
you have to let people earn their L's.
No, not on your dime.
That
No,
is
it
that is
don't
Yeah.
work that way.
fucking
Or
retarded.
your dime or your time, BGS.
Yeah,
Dime or
No,
your
not on
but
my
time.
but
dime.
but
Yeah.
but get what I'm saying, right? If you earn your L, you kind of put yourself in a bad position when you earn the L, because now you show
True.
on record
But what
you're not
about when their
qualified.
L? What about when their L spills over on you?
On
Because
you. Yeah.
because you waiting for them to back the truck in is wasting your time. You see
Yeah.
what I'm
Put that
saying?
put it on paper.
And
Put it on paper. See,
okay, that's fine until it hits your pocket. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. In other
yeah.
words, if you ever been there, right? They did, like G said, they did the right thing. Hey, I ain't got time for you to learn on the
Pull out
job.
the truck and then
Get the
we gotta
fuck
go.
out the truck. We're gonna back it
We
up.
got it.
We will get
Yeah.
our stuff done, and after this, you on your own, baby. Yeah.
Hey, because think about it. Think about it, bro. You don't get off work until the load is delivered. Let's
Exactly.
say you're a businessman. I
Mhm.
have to be right here and I got 2 hours to get to my next pickup.
Yeah.
Right. In that 2 hours, I got to eat, use the bathroom, shower. It might only be an hour away, but that
Yeah.
other hour is the only hour of free time I get for the whole next
In
2
other
days.
words, on a dock, if you ever worked on a dock, right? Okay, you have a time slot, okay, and if basically if you miss that time with a time slot, there's a truck that's in your spot, and you gotta wait, okay. So you
But
don't you don't have time to do that. So
take
basically, where
And
this
the book
inexperienced person. Go ahead.
all
I'm sorry.
flows uphill
Yes.
because
yeah.
what
But
might ultimately happen is some consumer goes to a store to buy some shit that's not there
Mm-hmm.
because of that held everybody else up, you
Yeah.
know, a day or two before. Because it
but
don't
but
get to
but
the
then
don't get to the business, it don't get to the stock room, it don't come off the stock room and
To the
the
shelf. Yeah.
merchandise is put it on the shelves.
but
Yeah.
That's what happens when you have somebody don't know what the hell they doing in
but
the
did
truck.
did did did
Eventually, if she can't do that one time, okay, she didn't learn. She gonna do it on the next load,
but did
okay.
did what I'm
Yeah,
saying though,
I
right?
had to touch the subject. I had to touch the subject.
Now,
I work for
let finish what
transportation.
he's saying.
Be,
Let finish what he's saying.
let,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
because I get
Because I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, that's fine if it doesn't impinge your pocket, okay? If it
yeah.
impinges your pocket and 5 other guys' pocket, we ain't got time for that shit.
but
Get out the fucking truck. Let
no.
us put it in the slot. You learn on your own time. We ain't got time for this shit.
And look, everything I'm saying, well, everything y'all saying, I agree, and everything y'all saying is correct. What I mean
No.
is giving reward and punishment basis. Yes, it won't hurt the pockets,
But
but in return,
sometimes people get to obfuscate and not have to worry about punishment because all the rest of us got things to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
right?
So
But
I agree with
I want to
we
clear.
get what you're saying.
okay,
We get what you're saying, Vince. But the only issue is that I can't let your punishment come and punish me.
Say you
I
get
just
a homie that can't fight, okay? Okay?
uh-huh.
And he need to learn his lesson, okay? You ain't gonna get your ass whipped because that homie mouths is off and he can't fucking fight, okay?
You gotta take the L. All I'm saying is bring back the
No, but
point
wait,
of
okay. This is rare. Understand the example BGS gave. If it's just you and your friend, and it's 5 other niggas, and your friend is spouting off, they're not just gonna whip his ass. You're there,
You're
so
there.
you got to get him to shut up. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not just gonna be his L; it's your
Your
L.
L too. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey,
So that's
so
why.
I'm gonna touch the subject. Okay,
Go ahead,
I
Leo.
work for transportation 3 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
I run into truck drivers that don't know how to park. I was a
Yeah.
trainer. I hop in this truck so I can get out of the building because I can't get on StreamYard on the Wi-Fi, and when I'm in the building, I have no internet,
Yeah.
so I can't get on.
Yeah.
So I help people park. It's not that
Yes.
complicated. Most people miss the details. If you turn the wheel twice and you're backing up, and you turn it once, you're still wheel is still to the left. So
Yeah.
it's 2-2 or 2-4 to jackknife the trailer. If you go 2-1, you're still pulling the same way.
Yeah.
So you sit down, you tell them to pull forward and turn left, straighten up, and all I want you to do is watch right when the back of your trailer aligns with that yellow line.
Mm-hmm.
Now back up and slowly turn 25% the way and hold it right there and let it turn real slow. Then turn it back to center, 25%. And once
Mm-hmm.
they turn it back to center, everything is just small left, small right, small left to keep it on the line. They miss the details. But if you sit down and let somebody do that for 20 to 30 minutes,
Yeah.
and nobody, there's 50 other fucking truck drivers out here just
Yeah.
watching
Yeah.
that person.
Yeah.
All you
Man,
have to do
it
is
is
step out.
scary.
All
They
you have to do is step out, tell them to pull forward. I got you. I'm gonna help you because they're never gonna learn if you step in their truck. So you just take them through the step. And they're like, that's easier this way than how I was taught now. And I say, no, you just forgot the small little details of your steering wheel. You're still turning to the left because you haven't turned the wheel back two and a half times
it's
yet.
scary as
That's
hell.
it.
You can
Don't
get
don't lead people
Wait,
out
wait, 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 wait.
If you have time to teach you, what if you got 5 minutes? You don't have time to teach you. Bitch, get out the truck.
I mean, it's scary as hell. You can get a CDL and be sent across the damn country and not know how to park a truck. I mean, that shit is scary as hell to me.
Let me say this. Let me say this to everybody.
Chicks. Yeah.
They go into what Black Uru just said. For all my truck drivers, G could attest if I'm wrong. You might be towing 70, 80,000 pounds. That is a scary thought to think that the person next to you towing 80,000 pounds don't know what they're doing.
He said that they know how to manually drive. I'm like, what? I didn't know
drive the truck manual. Yeah.
You could be able to use a commercial truck and know how to do manual.
For all of us that heard that in Black Uru's voice, real quick, everybody. Real quick. New fear unlocks from Black Uru.
I mean, it gives you. I mean, and I live in one of the most busiest, metropolitan areas in the country, and so I'm visualizing all these damn trucks that I'm driving.
I get you.
And they don't even know what the fuck it explains a lot. It definitely explains a lot.
It does. Go ahead.
I want to clear up something before I run back inside because I'm acting like I'm doing something right now. Okay, every truck yard distance between trailers are different. Then you have to adjust for how close between the left side and the other side of the trailers are. Like you have a trailer on the other side. If you're going left, and you have some on the right. The distances are different. So most people train on 1.5, where you go past 1.5 trailers and you turn right, do an S turn, then you're in the right position. But if the yard is tighter, you have to go 3.5. And most people forget like the small details. So they know how to do an S turn and a backup, but every yard is different. So it's simple. It'll take 2 minutes instead of having them out there 20 minutes. Look, you have to go 3.5 right here. They go 3.5. Do your S turn. And right when you hit the yellow line, cruise over it and just back up as far as you can go. And if you're still at an angle, just pull forward and you're straight. And they get it done in 2.5 minutes.
Try to explain it.
You don't leave people there 20 minutes. I do it all the time. I do it all the time.
And it takes 2 minutes.
I'm a good trainer though, BGS. I'm a good trainer though. That's the thing.
I just want to say this. Let them fail, get them out the way, and take away some of their hours.
It has that worked?
I don't know yet.
Somebody in the comments who wasn't that said Swift drivers. It's an inside joke.
Then you're being sexist. And he was looking at my ass because I was in here in fucking skin tight pants with my nails and like that's the games they play with dudes at the dispatch company. The women come in with tight ass spandex pants with their butt poking out and their breast out and their hair, and they can't really do the job. Yeah, and what they do is they finesse them and they partnering up with a little hornball dude who gonna do all the work for her. So now they team driving where he do all the backing up and she just drive forward in the line. Like look, bro. I was in the trucking industry as a driver for 6 years. Man, it's hit, bro. It's hit.
Yeah, let me say this. And MS Delta God, thank you for the super chat. He says, "How family, what's going on with you, bro? Thank you for coming in." And let me play this real quick for BGS. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm gonna play maybe like 4 minutes of it. And here we go.
All right, guys. So the Congressional Budget Office is it's totally nonpartisan, and they do like economic investigations, budgetary related stuff. Usually if there's a piece of legislation, they will, tell you how this is going to impact the deficit, for example. So they do a lot of very important work, and they're very trusted in Washington by all sides. So in other words, if a fact comes out that bolsters a right-wing argument, the Republicans will cite it. If a fact comes out that bolsters a left-wing argument, the left-wingers will cite it. But nobody really questions the factual nature of the work that they do. Okay, now having said all that, there's a new report that just came out. I believe it was commissioned by Bernie, and the CBO did it. I need to show you these numbers because this people don't like reflect on this enough, man. People really don't realize the tremendous impact income and wealth inequality has on this country. And also the logical conclusions of such tremendous wealth and income inequality that we effectively do live in an oligarchy. Big money does really control our politics. Okay, so listen to this. Between 1989 to 2019, the CBO reports, the total real wealth adjusted for inflation held by all families in the United States tripled from 38 trillion in 2019 dollars to 115 trillion, or about 5 times the national GDP. So in other words, we're very productive. 38 trillion to 115 trillion. Okay. The fruits of that growth, however, have accrued heavily to those at the top. Oh, you don't say. As of 2019, the richest 10% of families held an astonishing 72% of this wealth. Hold on. I need you to soak that one in. Let that marinate in your brain a little bit. The richest 10% of families held 72% of that wealth. 10% has 72% of the wealth. Jesus Christ, you wonder why we have all these issues in society. This is going to breed all sorts of downstream consequences. Of course it is. When there's this much staggering inequality. While those in the top 1% held more than 1/3. So like, let's say 35%. 1% held 35% of the wealth. Okay, if everything was equal, right, just for argument's sake, this never happened anywhere in human history ever, and I don't think you could make it happen even under a pure form of communism, but 1% of the public would have 1% of the wealth, right? Like if everything was equal, everybody had the same. Now, I'm not advocating for that. Nobody's really advocating for that. But 1% holds 35% or so of the wealth. Come on, man. Look, this reminds me of, I remember reading the numbers going back to like the Great Depression numbers and then the numbers during what's called the golden age of economic expansion in this country, which was when we had better distribution of wealth in the post-World War II period when the New Deal had, totally kicked in and we had a thriving middle class. It used to be the case that the top 1% would hold like 15%, would make like 15 or 20% of the nation's income. And I think it was even as low as like 12% at one time. So the top 1% would make 12% of the nation's income. Then it was like during the Great Depression time and around the Great Recession time, the top 1% held like 33%, made 33% of the nation's income. Now this is wealth, which is a little different from income, but still we're talking about 1% holding 35% of the wealth. That's insane. They continue. The appalling asymmetry of these developments is underscored even more strongly by the CBO's findings vis-a-vis the bottom half of all American families. Here's the whopper. The bottom half of American families now hold a mere 2% of the country's total wealth. They go on to say there's a strong racial bias as well. Bottom 50% hold 2% of the wealth. So here's what this looks like, man. Here's what this looks like in chart form. This is how much the top 10% hold. The 51st to the 90th percentile hold that. The bottom 50%, this little sliver down here is what they hold. This is unsustainable. This is, like you're begging for the country to have serious issues if this is the way it works. I don't know what else to say about it, man. I don't know what else to say about it. It has to change. I've always said, I don't know how or why this idea that redistribution of wealth is bad took hold. Actually, I think what people think is the distribution of wealth as it is like how it naturally is, and if people earned it the way it is. I think that's the default assumption, but that is just not remotely true. It's just not. I've told the story before. The person I've known in my life who worked the hardest was living at or below the poverty line. Working 3 jobs, busting his ass, and living at or below the poverty line. It is not the harder you work, the further you go. This is not a natural state of affairs. Everything is a policy choice. You can just choose to have a better distribution of the wealth. How? Redistribution of wealth. Tax the wealthy. Redistribute that money into universal programs. If you gave everybody universal health care, universal education, eliminated medical debt, eliminated student loan debt, and did a UBI, just those things, immediately you have a massive change in the country, and we would be a much healthier country. You'd see a lot of these markers of a failing society would reduce. I have no doubt about it whatsoever. None. All these like deaths of despair, for example, I bet you they would tick down colossally. Because people have no hope. The ladder of success they're not able to climb up that ladder of success. We're really stagnant. If anything, we're moving in the wrong direction. You guys remember that Rand Corporation study where they found the top 1% has effectively stolen $50 trillion from the bottom 90%. Stop and think about that. So in other words, if the wealth distribution was the same as it was in the post-World War II period, if we just kept that same wealth distribution, today, everybody in the bottom 90% would get an extra $1,144 every month for the rest of their life. Not sustainable. It is not sustainable. And we have answers that are very straight.
Okay, what you think, BGS and everybody else?
Okay, the thing is, the question is, okay, and the question they skip over, okay, why aren't people upset about it? If that, you can show any number that you want, right? And compare any number you want. How come people got upset about it in the 30s, even in the 20s, and not upset about it now? Why is that?
I have an answer for that, BGS. Can you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
They're
go ahead, Bruce
distracted.
Owen, go ahead.
They're distracted. That's why they're not upset about it.
Bullshit.
They don't know and they're
Bullshit.
distracted.
Bullshit.
Let him land with that, BJS. Let him land
No,
with that.
no, no.
Let's see where
He
he
can
goes.
land with it. The thing is, what distract? When do what will distract you? If you're on the street and you're hungry, okay, you can't get distracted, can you?
Well,
Oh,
it's a
of
double
course
thing,
they can be
BGS. It's a
distracted.
No.
double.
They're on
Let
the
me finish.
streets and they are
Wait,
still
let Bruce Owen go.
they are getting drugged up, they are getting high, they are getting drunk. Of course they're still distracted. And if they are not on the streets, they have their little Netflix, they have NBA, they have cheap pizza, cheap soda. That
I
all
mean,
these things are a great source of distraction for them not to.
you're Haitian. You know what they say about a hungry belly, right?
Oh yeah, I know that.
I mean,
But guess what?
I don't care how much drugs you do. The hungry, the thing is, if you look at, because I just looked at the homeless population, right? You know how many homeless there are, continuously homeless people are in the United States. You know what the
And they're
population
fat
is?
as fuck.
No, no, no,
They're
no, no,
fat as
no.
fuck too.
No, they are fat as fuck. But beside that, you know what the population is, Bruce?
No.
Huh?
Well over 12 millions like
No, no, no,
I
no, no, no.
remember.
It's not. It's not.
It's 140,000 people.
I thought it was
Okay.
600,000.
No,
Okay.
I just looked at the numbers. It's 140,000 people. The thing is, the increase is people that spend one night unsheltered,
Oh,
right?
okay.
It's
Okay.
177,000. Okay, it ain't that many. It's not as many people as you think. Okay,
Okay, I
look
hear
at
you.
it. So in other words, the reason that you can have this wealth disparity is because it ain't all coming from you. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
the reason that people are wealthy is they're trillions of dollars because they feed off the rest of the world. It ain't you. Okay, in other words, the people that are doing bad and wealth distribution, guess what they have in their living rooms? They have a flat screen TV and a computer and a smartphone.
Okay.
And
And
go.
hence why distractions. Computers, laptops,
No,
cheap
You
video
but
games, distraction.
you're not hearing. It's not a distraction. You're wealthy. You're comfortable. It's not a distraction. People don't riot because of some kind of number on a screen. Okay.
and that's what I want to get in with it, BGS.
People
I like
don't know what
comfortable.
poverty is.
Wait,
People don't know what poverty is,
No, no,
BS.
no, no, no. One day at a time.
Everyone.
Okay. I mean, I said, oh, you know what? The thing is, you guys new progressives. I said it to a KPFK member back in '93. Okay.
Mhm.
Over 30
I
years ago, the same shit, because I saw it coming. All right. The thing is, the reason that if you really want to see wealth disparity, or you really want to see it come home, right? Okay. Work for Chinese wages.
And
No, but
then
BGS, there's something real quick, G.
Go ahead.
BGS, there's something that the word you used. It wasn't wealthy that got me. It was comfortable.
Comfortable.
It's
Yes,
that.
yes,
It's
yes.
people,
That's the word.
and I think that because I see where Bruce Owen was trying to go. The word you used, that's the word. It's
Okay.
comfortable, and
Well,
so it. Go ahead.
wealth is what comparative, right? Okay. Do you want to
Yes.
go? Do you want to go to Uganda and live the lifestyle of a Ugandan?
Nope.
No.
Why?
Because it's uncomfortable.
It's
Yeah.
uncomfortable. So in other
yeah,
words, if I take whatever I make, I take my blue passport to go to Uganda, I'm rich. Why is that?
Yes.
well,
Yes. It's
And there's
and that's the
expensive.
thing.
The
they
U.S.
super
dollar, how
thick
much
in
you made in the
Uganda.
U.S.
So
and
How,
it ain't.
conversion rates, all of that.
in other words, we're only not wealthy compared to the people that we see at the top, right? Okay, but
Mhm.
we're not comparing ourselves to the other 7 billion people on the planet.
And that's the thing. That's what I want to get into it. That's why I get into debates with people about that. Like, bro, I'm not poor at all. Like, I live a very good life. And it seems to be that TV has did the opposite of what the brother. It hasn't distracted them. It has it has fantilized
Infantilize
everybody.
them.
It is
Infantilize.
infantilized them. That's the word. Because they think that you're supposed to be living this Cosbyist lifestyle, and they because they on TV they never seen Bill Cosby and them working 12 and 14-hour days. You feel what I'm
Mm.
saying? So you
Mm.
like as a person who's made six figures and now I'm choosing not to make six figures no more. This is a choice. It's really a choice, honestly.
AG,
the correct word you're looking for is phantasm. They put them in the phantasm.
Do you want a miracle? Go back. Go. Basically, people. It's all hidden, right? Why is China so successful, right? It's because of 996. Okay, 12 hours a day, 9 to 9. 6 days a week.
6
Okay?
days a week.
Which is what the Industrial Revolution did back in Northern Europe back in the day. Okay, the formula is still the same. The thing is, I understand wealth disparity, right? Gotta remember, I'm a progressive. I've been reading this shit since '85. Okay, 40 years. Okay, why are people not upset? It's because people. I'm not. Well, that's a distraction. No, it's bullshit. It's not a distraction. It's a luxury to have a 50-inch TV screen. It's a luxury to you. How many people in Haiti are living in a tent with a smartphone and an internet connection?
A lot.
A lot,
actually.
Give me a percentage of people in Haiti. No. Well, you say a lot. I want you to. You guys are Haitian. You got relatives. Go down and prove it.
My dad's in Haiti right now. I tell him to walk around with a camera.
Have him walk around and see poor people up in the bush with walking around with smartphones at 12 years old.
BGS, I can do that. Matter of fact, they don't have the iPhones, the sophisticated Samsungs like that. You can see that these are cheap Chinese phone because of the video. You can see the video doesn't look great now.
Okay, well,
it's a phone. It's a phone though. It's like if you put regular persons and dealers. These owners still want to buy Michael's cars if they can buy it.
Show me a homeless camp, okay? A homeless camp, and have everybody show me all these people walking around with smartphones and internet connection.
I can show it to you, BGS. I know them.
No, I didn't. I don't care. What? You understand English, right? Did I say no?
Yes.
I said show me.
Okay, fine. I'll show you.
Show me.
I'll show you. Don't worry about it.
And give me the percentage of smartphone ownership in Haiti compared to the United States. Okay.
I don't know if we even do. Is that even compound?
Yes.
At least 80%.
Every smartphone that has been exported is registered. Okay. There's no way you can get on the internet without a number. Okay, it's all registered.
Yes.
The other thing that was registered was
show me. I hear what you're saying. Show me.
Okay.
It's bullshit.
I'll make sure.
I've been doing this for 40 fucking years. I know why people are not upset. Okay. I know why. People don't give
upset.
They don't give a shit about wealth disparity. They don't give a shit about wealth disparity.
I don't know.
They don't care. They're upset.
Wait. Let's let Black Guru go and then you got it. I promise. Go ahead, Black Guru.
Well, again, I like to look at things from a trending standpoint, and I mean, just yesterday, you had white people all over the country protest.
Yeah.
And you got white people standing in lines outside of HHS and Department of Education and veteran affairs. I mean, so you say people aren't upset, BGS. I'm saying we've had 2 months or whatever of the current presidential administration, and they already in the streets. So I don't know if over time they will no longer be as docile as you allude to.
They will be docile for a long time. Look, most people, I work 60 hours a week, 60 to 70 hours a week. I'm off on Wednesdays. Z works 60, 70 hours a week. This is a choice that I made. But the difference between me and my friends, they drive BMWs and GMC SUVs and Mercedes trucks, and I save money because I have a Honda Accord, I got a Pilot, I own my Dixon, I own all that shit. I could buy a BMW, but my situation would be the same as theirs. It's about fucking lifestyle.
You're talking personal.
It's about,
you're talking personal.
No.
I'm saying
I'm just
right
saying
now,
what
I'm
people
saying
what people
macro.
want, Black
Wait,
Guru,
one time.
what
You gotta let him
people
finish, Uru.
what people want is they want the fucking iPhone Max. They want the Samsung 24 Ultra. They want certain
25
things that
Ultra,
they
sir.
already
25 Ultra.
yes. They already
That's
created
it.
in their mind the expectation of what they should have. And if they don't have it, they feel that life isn't fair. But they already have internet, they already have a phone, and the only thing that on their mind is really upgraded. They're maintaining all that stuff that they have. But as shit increases, they're getting frustrated because certain things are harder to maintain. When you look at a lot of people that make 100K and they're broke, they have $500 at the end of the month, if that. It's because of their lifestyle,
Okay,
and that's what
but is
most
it not the
people
American
are most
dream?
mad about.
Wait, let Black Guru go, yo. Let
Well,
Black Guru go.
I mean,
if you ever been in a riot, you know what people in the street look like. This is not people in the street.
My point is, I'm not saying what's going on now. I'm saying that it's trending into some possible insurrections. I'm not saying right now we're talking like I say. I mean, if you got millions of people protesting, all it takes is a small fraction of those people to get some shit on and popping. And so, how many of these events you gonna have before at some point a spark gets lit, and then a flame comes up behind it? I'm not saying I'm not disagreeing with what you and no. I mean, I'm saying right now we have this renegade billionaire South African blazing through the federal government. Shit like that has never happened. They are destroyed. They are obliterating departments that have existed for generations. At what point? At some point, some shit's gonna get cracked up.
Okay. Let me know when you finish.
Wait, Leon, let Black Guru land. Let Black Guru land.
Tell me when you land, Uru.
Musk himself, and I'll just end it with this. Musk himself joked about the possibility of him getting deleted. He said it out of his own mouth.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that
go ahead.
this whole business that everybody's just gonna be placated and just gonna go along with bullshit. I think we need to just kind of be a little bit more observant.
Okay. The thing is, and this is why I probably need to start pulling my stuff and start putting most of my stuff on Patreon, right? Because this is a very elite conversation. Okay. The thing is, Musk. If you listen to Rand Paul, Schweikert, and a few others have said the exact same thing that Musk is saying, right? The thing is, they didn't have the balls to actually do it. Okay. If you did you see the Fox interview with Musk? Okay. Uru, did you see it? When Musk had the Doge team on the Fox.
Oh, I saw the clip of that. Yeah.
What the fuck did he say at the end of the interview?
I don't remember what he said. I don't even know.
He said that if we don't do something now, United States is going to default on the debt, and you do not want to see that shit. Okay. Haiti can you guys can tell me what happens when the currency defaults.
Well, what always happens?
I'm asking you, what happens when Haiti goes into default?
What always happens?
I'm describing.
No, I just answered. No, I answered you. I did answer you. Haiti.
What I'm saying is, look at Venezuela defaulting on their currency. Okay. Argentina. Okay. South Africa, Zimbabwe, okay, defaulting on their debts. Greece, defaulting on their debts, okay. Could I ask this dude? The dude came on saying the same shit. What do you want him to do? Okay, he didn't. You had 30 years. What is 1999 since Glass-Steagall to figure this shit out. Okay, nobody did anything. Now somebody has to do something. Everybody's upset. I told you 2025. I said buckle up. Why? Because you're gonna go through some economic pain. And so far, so what's the solution now? Okay, you hear me? What's the solution?
I'm not disagreeing with the cut.
I'm at anybody. Everybody's upset about it. Okay, so what? You're upset about it. So what? What's your solution? What Democrats? What's your solution? Okay, because everybody knows what's on the table. Okay,
Hey, how are you?
basically,
Yeah, well,
one thing. Go back and
Abundance mindset.
go
Literally,
back
that's
and
the Democrats' answer, by the way.
go
I'm not
back
joking.
go back and look at that whole, if you can, because I try to put it up, right. It's actually on my page. I actually went through the whole thing. Okay, go back and look at the Doge team and the answers you got. One thing he said: everything on Doge that we do is actually on a line item, right? It's public. Okay, if the Democrats have an issue with it, tell me what part of shit that I'm doing that you have a problem with.
Rethinking.
They haven't said a goddamn word because everybody knows what the fuck is going on. That the only reason that they're allowing him to do this shit because what is it? Okay, you have to do it because it must be done. Okay,
I gotta go
what's your
inside now.
alternative?
Hey,
I gotta go inside now, but I want to.
I recently looked at the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report of the United States of America. You're not gonna fix the. There are really three areas that really matter financially.
Okay.
Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and defense.
Okay.
Everything else is trivial, minuscule in comparison to those three areas.
Okay.
So this I'm gonna get rid of the Department of Education. That ain't gonna do shit. You can get rid of the Department of Education. You can get rid of HHS. Shit. You can even get rid of the damn State Department. You ain't fixing shit. If you're not dealing with those three main areas, you ain't fixing nothing.
What as we speak this week, okay, what are they complaining about Doge going into? What are they complaining about right now?
Social Security.
Social Security, right? And Social Security, what are they out marching about, protesting about? Hands off my what?
Yeah.
Social Security.
And what?
Yes.
Oh, education too.
No. And Medicare. And Medicare, right? The two things that Uber just talked about are why they out in the fucking streets. It's not about the Department of Education.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch a few subjects. So when we talk about these people rising up, if it's not the military, retired military people, which they're as long as you don't touch their money, they're not going to do anything. But when you talk about the people that are organized and rising up, you're talking about white boys that don't mind living in trailer parks, and they're not rising up for that situation. They're with that shit right now. The little liberal whites that you see in the street, they're pussy. We're just gonna straight up say it. The white boys in these Texas towns and all those, they're not worried about the lifestyle. They wear Wranglers. They don't give a fuck. They're with it.
All the limousine liberals that are out there that work in their $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 jobs that took a weekend, a Saturday off to carry some signs. Okay. If go to France when they want to protest, they start burning shit. When they want to get shit popping. Okay. When they want to get shit popping, they start burning shit.
We'll see what happens when these terrorists take root. We'll see.
What terrorists?
Hey, BGS.
We'll see what happens when these tariffs fully take root.
I mean, we've seen terrorists in the United States under economic conditions, but thing is, but the people out there marching ain't it? Okay. Why would the terrorists start taking root to do what? For what?
Yeah,
terrorists, not terrorists. The terrorists.
I just want to say this because I think BGS is the only one that agrees with me. The people marching are pussy.
They are pussies.
They're not the right wingers that be in these towns in the backwood inviting me out to go hunting and shit, organizing and shit, living on a lower standard even though they might make
Leon, one better. They're not even.
They're not the Florida people.
One better, Leon. Real quick, they're not even the left wingers. That's really about it either.
Exactly. They might go out and do something.
One time. Y'all have to let each other finish, y'all.
Yeah. Wait. Leon, you can't monopolize. I hear you, Leon. We gotta let LA. Okay.
The right wing people are with this. That's the part that y'all not getting it. They don't give a fuck about liberals out protesting. They're with these terrorists. They're with them doing this. They just, I'm getting affected a little. But overall, they're with this project. Those are the people you got to worry about. They're the ones with the ARs and the grenades and organized ex-military training, playing rubber ball, all type of shit, maps of
Well, no,
everything.
it was
They know the fucking terrain.
I
Now,
mean,
those are the people.
you
Go
would have
land,
thought
Leon.
you would have thought Luigi would have been with the shit too. He was a rich kid.
let me just say this. I mean, both sides are full of pussies. Let's not just overestimate like all the people on the right. They pussy too. Just because they grew a beard out and bought a gun and drink beer and drive a Jeep, don't mean they're not pussy. They're good at fucking with shit that ain't fucking with them back. That's the difference. Liberals don't want to fuck with nobody. These conservatives, they like soft targets. They don't like people shooting back. Don't get it twisted that they think, oh, these people will throw a punch, but when they get hit with one, they gonna fall and quit. Let's not act with this whole political thing that one side is this and one side is that. They're the same people on two different sides of politics.
But no, listen.
But I'm saying
Let's do one better. Hold on.
One time. Who's first? Yeah, I got to leave.
Go ahead.
You guys
Go
are talking
ahead.
about parties and stuff. Man, it don't take that many people to get some shit off and cracking. It don't take the majority. It don't take the majority of anybody. It don't take the majority of Democrats. It don't. All it takes is a
in this country it does. In this country it does.
But this what I'm saying. Hold on.
You guys don't understand. This country destroys other countries. Okay.
Yes.
A few people are not going to overturn the society. Not here. I don't know what you guys think. America's not Albania. Okay. You have no idea. You have no idea what this country's capable of.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Shout out to all the people that pooped on Nancy Pelosi's desk. Anyway, go ahead.
I'll tell you. Say Los Angeles wants to get off and was too many people want to get off and start cracking, right? Okay. Say they want to do that, right? Say we don't have to go in with guns. Just cut off the food supply. It's going to happen to them in like a week.
See,
and that's the thing. We're not even talking about the right issue because it's not a right versus left because it's the same bird. It's them people in the streets are the right wing people's cousins and uncles and brothers and shit.
Yeah.
They're just different groups of people. Nobody's against nobody. We're all on the same team. That's the point. It's the right wing trying to get the left wing so the bird can stabilize. That's how we have to look at it.
I mean, if basically if it's that bad and the wealth disparity is that bad, and you can convince these people that are comfortable, including the people, because basically the biggest homeless population in the United States here in Los Angeles, I see them all the fucking time, right? Okay.
Yeah, but most homeless people are homeless because they want to be.
No, they're not. Well, most homeless people, can't afford the rent where they're at. Okay.
Yeah.
But they still need to work because they still need a job.
Yeah, I'm talking about the permanent homeless. I'm not talking about the transient homeless. Most of the permanent homeless are people with mental disabilities.
Most of the
drug addicts.
Most of the current homeless are working poor people as we speak. Okay.
No, I know that. What I'm saying though, I'm talking about the permanent home, like the people that you see.
I'm talking about the permanent homeless. Okay, I look at them every day.
I think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's a disparity because I think that some homeless people are there because they're drug addicts. They have mental issues.
What did I just tell you? I live in a city with the biggest homeless population in the United States.
Yes, sir.
I see them all the time. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I have been seeing over the past 20 years. Okay, I see them lined up and living in their campers. Okay.
No, most definitely. That's why I think that's the situation for LA. That's the situation for California.
Where is the biggest homeless population in the country?
That's what I'm saying. We're not talking about just that. We're talking about the whole country. And then the whole country, a lot of the other...
All right, man.
Let me just interject.
All right, man. What I'm saying is LA has 40... Southern California has 40% of the homeless population in the country, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't know.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, sir.
What I'm saying is I have a bigger sample size of what homeless are, okay? Most of them people are not drug addicts on the street, okay?
I don't even want to do this, but it's a slippery slope because I've been homeless before. Back in like 20 years ago, the most homeless group was like teenagers. You get what I'm saying? So once you become homeless, you got the people, like you said, like living in their cars and working like that. Once you hit a certain point where you can't actually like take showers and shit, it's hard to keep a job because people don't want
Want to be
you.
around you. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? That's like once you cross that threshold where you can't just keep yourself together, that's where the mental illness and stuff comes, because it's like, yo, I can't go anywhere now because I stink. I ain't well kept, and people ain't trying to help. You can't do an interview or nothing. You don't have a phone. That's where it gets bad.
No, most definitely. I understand. I was a homeless
Yeah.
teenager. Like I lived on the streets my whole teenage, like from 12 to 19, I was in a state of homelessness or inside of a foster care system. Or so I experienced homelessness firsthand on the streets.
Okay. Were you a drug addict?
No, sir. That's why I escaped homelessness.
Okay. But things from 12 to 19, you were a permanent homeless person, right?
Well, yeah, because I wasn't able to act like that was different type of disparities that I was facing.
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is that's the vast majority of homeless people. Okay.
No, most definitely, most definitely.
That's why I'm saying.
I believe him. That's why I was agreeing with him.
Even though you're homeless, you still had. There might have been small jobs, but you had employment. Did you not?
Yeah. I will find odd jobs. I will find jobs to do.
Exactly. Most homeless people have jobs. That's why I just told you that. Okay. They're not drug addicts on the street and don't. Did you want to be homeless?
No, sir. That's why I was agreeing with you. That's why I was telling them. I was telling the brother that was saying. I was telling him that the most people that you see that are permanently homeless are there because of mental issues or drug abuse.
Yeah.
They're not the transient. There's people that are transiently homeless who get there because they may have been born in a situation where nobody had any wealth to give him, or they aged out of it. Like for my example, I went into homelessness and it ended in me going to prison because I didn't have nowhere to live when I aged out of the system.
Yeah. I mean, let the United States hit. Okay, what's a threshold? Let's because they try to keep the poverty rate below 10%, right? Let the poverty rate get up to like 50%, and then see what happens. Right? Okay, because you don't have that.
No, we don't have that, and that's why dealing with these. Go ahead. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Let me read this real quick because this goes to what LAR was saying, and Leon says, talking about particular groups within the right. So I guess what he's saying is the particular groups within the right.
Which ones? The far right, the middle right, libertarians. Which right are you talking about? Because I know them all.
Let me say it this way: we're gonna act like we didn't see January 6th. Them people.
And then after this, we get better. You, I think you find go.
They wasn't smoke. They over there throwing poop against the wall. They really not like that.
I mean,
we gotta stop acting like because somebody's a Republican, they're a tough guy. This is America.
And when they cut up, when they started putting them on the enemies list, and
hey, they was literally crying on camera.
They were crying on camera. Okay,
they're literally crying on camera. Hey, the crypt keeper, also known as Nancy Pelosi, started stalking them. He really was following them, bro.
But I got a question. I got a question, BGS.
Wait, we gotta get better. Real quick, we gotta get better. You because you was trying to say something. Then we got
my fault, better you. My fault, brother.
No, because I actually had a question for you, because like you've been saying like transient and permanent in relation to the homeless population. And just wanted to get like what exactly do you mean by those two labels?
Well, you have people that are like me. I was considered transient homeless, right? Because I did have a job and I worked. And my issue was getting somebody to rent me an apartment because of my previous record. Once I was able to find somebody that will work with me and rent me an apartment, I haven't been homeless in 10 years.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So when I got out of prison, I ended up in prison because I caught my charge when I was 20 years old. And I just had a serious case that made me go for a long time. So I went for 5 years. But outside of that, I don't have a criminal record at all. Okay. The only criminal record I have is the one I went to federal prison for because I was selling drugs.
Okay.
Now, when I got released from prison, I was considered transient homeless because I didn't have nowhere to go. But I didn't have nowhere to go when I aged out of the foster care system either. But I didn't complete the foster care system because I was a gangbanger and I was in the penal system. I was in the juvenile penal system. You see what I'm saying? So the whole issue with me being homeless was because I started being homeless as a teenager when I was 12 or 13 years old. So from 13 to basically 26, I was homeless. But I spent a portion of being homeless in prison because I went to prison.
Which most 12-year-olds are homeless because they want to be, because they don't want to be institutionalized.
Yeah, exactly. So I could have went in the system, but some things happened to me in the system
Yeah,
that made
you
me
want to go
choose
back.
gang life. Yeah, that made me
Yeah,
choose gang life.
yeah.
And
So
it wasn't a mistake. It was something that I
there's a
chose as a
choice.
young.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was a
yeah.
choice that I chose.
Mm-hmm.
So that's I
Hey,
don't
G, when you
blame
get a
nobody
chance,
for
read
my
this super chat
situation.
for me.
Yeah. Okay, it says if my wheels are not turning, I am not earning.
That's true.
Facts. Facts. That's how the
And thank
trucking
you for
life
that.
goes.
So fresh, so clean. Thank you for that.
Yeah, but
Thank you
now,
for the super
but
chat.
I'm answering the brother question. Now you have a group of people that are permanently homeless, which means they're homeless more than 6 months out of the year.
Yes.
And usually those people are permanently homeless because of either drug addiction problems and or mental issues.
No.
Because well, no,
No.
I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm not gonna say that. I
No,
don't know
no,
the
no.
reason
I
why.
mean,
Yeah.
one day I was just out because there's a street that's not too far from me, or it's lined up with nothing but campers. Okay, which in fact, which is they're on Newsom to get rid of that kind of crap. Okay, uh, that's been doing they've been doing this shit for like a good 15, 20 years in all neighborhoods. Right, I'll take a picture of them. Right, those are your homeless people, and everybody knows it. Okay, you go to L.A., San Francisco, the same shit. Okay. They're called working. They call the working poor, the working homeless, and it's growing because your rent's going up so high. People can't afford to stay. Why do you think they have all these chicks, man? All these chicks sleeping in their cars or and going to the gym and showering. They have a job.
Yeah,
That shit's
that's right.
expensive.
I have a guy at my job who does the same thing. Like literally, I think he can't afford. Luckily, me, I was able to buy my house ahead of time, right? But he can't afford to buy a house. A white guy, right?
Yeah.
Came from the army. I don't know what he did in the army, but he came from the army. He was like, man, I live with my sister, and my sister lives with a roommate. So it's him, his sister, and a roommate all living together. And so he was like, man, if I this thing go up anymore, bro, I'm gonna be sleeping in my car.
Exactly. And that's most people, you know, that don't have that are transient, that don't have a permanent resident. Okay, in other words, they're sleeping on somebody's couch, something like that. Okay.
Exactly. So you have a lot of people like I'm just gonna say this, but it was a small point in time when I had lost my job, and it took me like about 4 months to go find me. I had to go, stay with some family members for a minute to, I got myself together.
Yeah.
So,
Let me say this real quick.
Because we just because in real life we just talked about this shit. So, and in fact, my mentor, she was saying that a lot of elderly on Social Security or can't afford the rent or getting ready to go homeless. I asked her why. She said because the rent's so high. I said, okay, if you have a debit card, okay, and you don't have to go punch into a job, why don't you move out of the country? She said she never thought of it. And okay, the thing is, the only reason that you're locked to a landmass, right, or locked to a city, locked to a location, is because you have to punch into that job, right? You got to work, right? You got to show up, right? You got to earn some money, right? Okay. What if you're not tied? What if your money's not tied to a job?
Oh, well, those kind of people, yeah, they could do that, but they're just set in their ways. So the idea or the concept of getting up and leaving, they can't really.
Well, then I don't feel sorry for them then.
Yeah,
they don't want to give up their
I
lifestyle.
understand. Like I understand.
It's not even lifestyle. Not even a lifestyle. You
Digital nomads.
You're not even a lifestyle. Okay, say you're 62. You're getting a Social Security check, right? Just say, right? Okay, you're living in a tiny ass apartment. You can barely afford food. Okay, you don't go anywhere. Okay, basically you're unhappy. You can't heat your apartment. All that kind of shit, right? You could move to Bali and pay less, eat better, walk around. Just can't understand the language. That's all. Is it a
That's what I'm
lifestyle?
saying.
Is it a lifestyle?
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
They don't want to give up.
Wait.
One time.
I think it
Go ahead,
get summed up in a very small word: fear.
Yeah.
I mean, these are people who are older, who have lived in America and lived, whatever come up in this system. This is all they know, and even the prospects of going to live someplace and maybe dealing with various infirmities, because once you get up in your 60s, you can't move as well. You're not as strong. Your vision is a little fuzzy. So I think probably the biggest reason why those who even think of it, because I'm not even sure how many of them even think of it, but to the extent that there are those who do, I'm sure a lot of it is fear.
It is fear. The thing, I understand it probably is fear, and fear is in lack of knowledge. Okay, but thing is, sometimes you got to get to the point. Anything's better than here. You want to sleep in a tent? It's 70.
But Black Uru, like
Yeah,
literally,
yeah.
I think I
Let
brought
me
this.
real quick, Zulu. Let me say this. And
Go ahead.
EJ says, and this is directed towards G. EJ says, penal, bro, penal, not penal, penal. Just, and he tried. I even
Yeah, I
tried to
know
correct him, and then you
that
say fuck. He said for
Nebraska
future reference,
accent,
for future reference. Yeah, right.
the Midwest accent.
because I heard a G kept on saying penal, and I was like, I
Yeah, I
don't
know.
know if that's how it's
Yeah.
pronounced, bro. But I ain't gonna say.
If you're a black man from the South, you understand what he just said. Okay.
I know he meant
I
to
didn't hear no
say.
difference. That's what I was saying. I didn't hear nothing wrong with it. That's why I was confused.
I know you're confused, but the thing is, you got to remember,
Yeah,
he's
it's
Haitian.
it's penal. It's
Yeah,
go ahead.
he's a black lefty liberal Haitian in Miami.
So
It
it's
sounds
funny
funny
to
to
me.
him. Yes.
Thank you.
But no, I think I was.
Go ahead.
I think I was trying to. We had like a family reunion. I think recently, and I was trying to tell my family members. I was like, now everybody, most of the like technically at this point, I'm 30 something. So basically, right, all my my parents' generation and their family members. I'm like, hey, well, how about y'all? You take your money, go out and live in Jamaica. You can live good off of that. They always tell me I ain't leaving America. Ain't nothing in there for me.
Okay.
The mindset is like I can't leave here. Ain't nothing out there for me.
Good.
Which I understand why they had that mindset. They never really travel any place but America. If they do go out of the country.
If you willing to suffer for your beliefs, I have no problem with it.
Right on that.
Hey, BGS, what you was saying, he's and then sometimes we get confused in my conversation because I got educated by right-wing conservatives. So my conversation is right-wing leaning because I'm from Omaha, and Aziz is left-wing leaning because he's from Miami. So we be thinking
I can be conservative too.
If you okay, the remember, I think his name was Ron Paul, and what's his name from Cleveland? The mayor from Cleveland that were running. Okay, getting ready to run. 90% of what they said aligned perfectly. So libertarians, which are right wing, and I'm trying to remember the guy's name that should have run with him. Okay, Democrat, left wing Democrat, far
Are we
left
talking
wing
about
Democrat.
Kucinich? Dennis Kucinich?
Yeah, Dennis Kucinich. Yeah,
Dennis Kucinich. Yeah, Dennis Kucinich.
If you look at their platforms, over 90% of what they were talking about aligned perfectly. Okay, there's not.
They made both of them look like crazy people, though.
There's not much difference from the far left and the far right. Okay,
not much difference. Yeah,
I don't know
they're
why
the
people
same
think
wing.
so.
I don't know why we talk about verses like a bird don't have a left and a right wing to fly.
And in other words, when you hear them talk about liberty and freedom and shit like that, the think that the right wing believes in fascism and control, bullshit. The exact opposite. Okay, exact opposite. Talk to a far right guy about government control. Okay, and he's gonna tell you about his 50 caliber that he has lined up in his living room. Okay. People think far right in America is fascist, but far from it. Okay, that's why they like. But the thing is, they scare the liberals or the left wing people by saying it. Okay, we don't live in that kind of society. We do not live in that country. We do not live. We live both right and left wings are liberals. Okay, they both are. Okay, you don't
American
live.
context.
Look at it. If far right people believed in government control, they would put on a fucking mask during COVID. Did they?
Absolutely.
They were the first people to snatch off a mask and go outside and say the hell with the government. Were they far left people?
Literally, the governor of Florida was like, we saw. So he had the kids come up on stage, and they were about to talk about something. No, walk up to the podium, and they were about to talk about something. And a couple of them had a mask on. He was like, "Take the mask off."
That's why the so-called educated people that are at the top, that are left wing, I lost respect for them because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're supposed to be educated. It pisses me off. It's starting to piss me off. That's why I don't even talk to them. Okay, it's starting to piss me off.
Well, and this is one of my issues with a lot of the mainly content creators, but this type of worldview actually is you see it online, but it's bigger than just online. Is their leftism is not really about economics or even politics per se. It's more cultural. It's more about sexuality and beauty standards and fat
Abortion rights.
shaming, and you see what I'm saying? So
What,
like that.
I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
basically, what are they really? For the most part, okay. For the most part, okay. You can't afford a house, blah blah blah. For the most part, most Americans have nothing really to fucking complain about. What are you complaining about?
Yeah.
Really, I mean,
They,
most of
they complain they don't got that G.
the
Listen, G. They complain they don't got the G wagon.
most of the world survives on less than 1,200 calories a day, right? You eat 2,500. The average American, even homeless people.
Nah, I probably eat like
Listen,
3,000, so I ain't gonna lie to
man,
you.
listen.
I mean,
Americans, listen. Most
People,
Americans.
people complain are based on their expectation, and in particular
Yes,
their
yes,
comparisons
yes.
to those that are closest to them. Most people, you know, it's kind of, you know, sort of like, you know, yeah. I mean, I guess if I have sight and my eyes start to blur, I'm going to complain. Now, whether the rest of the world may be blind, that might be true. But I don't give a fuck about the rest of the world being blind. I'm losing my vision.
Okay.
And that's the American perspective. The American perspective is you're right. Most of the world is fucking dirt poor. But I'm not living in that world. I don't know that world. I do not viscerally feel that world. I live in and feel in this world where my eggs have gone from $3 a carton to $10 a carton.
Here's where it kind of gets. Here's where it kind of gets weird.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I was done.
Okay.
We're at a space and time where people are actually complaining that it's not as comfortable as they fantasize.
Yes.
That's the problem. Like when you're looking at people, and some of us come from poorer times than now.
Yes.
And we're looking like, what are you actually complaining about? Like,
Man,
so
sounds
it's a hard,
like the Democrats.
Yeah.
Sounds like the
It's a
Democrats
hard
explaining.
conversation to have with some people.
Let him
finish,
G. Let him finish, G.
Well, but even with that, it's the same thing as Republicans. They're talking about they don't have enough money to buy all the fun, extra violent stuff that they really like. That don't make sense. Like a lot of this stuff is just people who have been spoiled their whole lives, mad because they might have to cut back on popcorn.
Yes.
I can't afford my
Sounds like
gas
it's,
no more.
Yeah.
Man, listen, it sounds like the Democrats realizing that they really racist.
They were
Now, the
racist just
Democrats have
class.
always known they're racist.
No, yeah, race is exactly, BGS. Race is just class. Now it sounds like the real racist is coming to the forefront now.
What I'm happy about is that that whole thing about sit your black ass down, right? Okay. I'm happy about that thing. No, most black people didn't show up for this shit. Let white people fight their own battles. Okay.
Yeah. So
for DEI, that's why I tell the black women to talk about DEI. Sit your black ass down. Let the white women talk about DEI. Let them fight their battle.
You know, there's videos online. I was scrolling through Instagram actually this morning, and there were videos exactly what BGS was saying.
Right.
Sister was getting ready to go to the protest. You seen it too? Yeah. She was getting ready to go to the protest, and then it was like some like it wasn't Martin Luther King's voice, but it was like it was like an old preacher man's voice. Yeah, that's it. It's your place. She said, she really did sit down. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's the one.
Which is why I was telling Uru about DEI, right? When it first started, I said, basically, let them complain and let the facts come out. Let them be loud about it, and then show me the paperwork, and let this shit come out. And so the women have backed off this shit and said, "Sit your black ass down. Let the white folks fight their own battle."
So, wait a minute, BGS and everybody. Wait a minute. Did we just inadvertently stumble on black women following the lead of black men?
Nah.
Is that what I just heard us say?
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
I'm not gonna.
Hey y'all.
Yeah.
One step at a time, everybody. One step at a time.
Hey, you know what? I was listening to Pearl debate this dude, right? Pearl used 4 things that came directly from me that I heard.
Probably. Definitely.
4 things, okay, that came directly from me, including where you see they got this this argument about what is DNA testing at birth, right? That's the black manosphere. Okay, nobody talked about this shit before us. That's the black manosphere.
That's true. That's true. This is
Okay.
definitely the
Facts.
environment where that argument was first sort of popularly discussed and regularly discussed. You did not really have that in the broader discourse.
And you before Dr. Neal talked about black male political independence and the Ice Cube effect, nobody talked about this shit. Now it's everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
In the words of
Facts.
a great comedian, everybody want to be a nigga, but don't nobody want to be a nigga.
Exactly.
Rest in peace.
So how do we prevent ourselves from becoming niggas, right? Because niggas have the solution, do they not? Because niggas don't want to be niggas.
Oh, damn.
Hey, that kind of hurt, you know. That kind of hurt. Look too loud.
Hey, I'm here. I'll take it. Prove me wrong.
That's why I said it hurt. I ain't said you was lying. I said it hurt.
I wanted to say women, but then I heard somebody say something sometimes.
Old ninjas. We know that we don't want ninjas don't want to be ninjas, right? They want to put off their black outfit, okay?
Not really.
You know what you just did was like when they pulled up on Ricky. The motherfucker was just walking around.
Yeah.
Run, Ricky, run! Oh, man.
Run, Ricky, run! Yeah.
Intellectual drive-by.
Yes.
Intellectual drive-by, exactly.
In fact, I'm there was a piece from Chris Williamson, right, talking about adolescence, right? In fact, he talked about by them doing it, okay, it spreads the word of the manosphere, right? I'm getting ready to clip that piece and talk about the tar baby theory, because I talked about the tar baby theory to Dr. Johnson about 6 years ago. Okay, why? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, like, it's starting to get so bad. Like, I'm on TikTok, but I'm very much into the African TikTok, right?
Yeah.
So African feminists kind of walking their way into like the African countries. Them dudes start like them Nigerian guys, and especially them kids. They started pushing back, like, hey, nah, this ain't. They started to sound like Black American men now. Realistic.
Yeah.
The only thing that they ain't got, our version of our swag with it, but they starting to sound very similar.
The environment's different, so it's going to be different. Somebody want to jump in and say something?
Yeah.
What the hell to the rest of the world? Go ahead.
One time.
Well,
Yeah.
I want. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who's first?
That was what I wanted to say.
Go ahead, better you, and then I think Vince. Go ahead.
Actually, this is a question for you, Uru, and LAR, since y'all are older. In terms of that cognitive dissonance with the expectation and reality that you feel is fueling the discontent, do you feel parental expectations play a role in that?
You really won't go down this road?
Expectation? Well, I mean, there's a lot, and again, it varies definitely from women to men. But as BJS mentioned and alluded to, kind of going back to like Dynasty and Dallas and whatever, there was this, and this was the '80s. This was the Reagan years, so it was the sort of glitz and glamour type of thing, and kind of flowing from there, there was this sort of marketing of image and lifestyle, which obviously breeds expectation of a certain level of wealth and affluence and access to certain kinds of things and, quote, upward mobility, so to speak. So if you look at a lot of what has happened over the last 40, 45 years, a lot of things has been included in media and culture. When you look at a lot of rap or a lot of hip hop is about upward mobility, a lot of sports marketing, upward mobility, Michael Jordan, LeBron James. A lot of this is about this image or this hope or this belief in success. And a lot of the materialism that we've seen over the generations, the last few generations, has sort of come along with that. The Adidas, the Air Jordans, the cars you guys mentioned. It's all this sort of endless pursuit of this increased or elevation of status of some sort. It's being kind of presented as if a part of your actualization as a person is to ascend to these higher social level of status, or at least be able to replicate, or in some cases misrepresent, that you've achieved or are achieving that higher status, even though you may not necessarily actually be doing so.
Before anybody goes, wait, before anybody goes, Black Guru, put some respect on the G-Wagon's name. You said the cars we mentioned. It's the G-Wagon.
I find the whole G-Wagon thing very interesting. Those are horrible looking vehicles to me.
Hey, everybody! Don't tell the women that. Don't say that to the women.
But you know, to me, the G-Wagon is a perfect example of what I just described, and that is how you have something that has a status that even exceeds, you know, the actual beauty of the thing. It's a rather horrible looking vehicle to me.
And it originally started as a military vehicle. That's the kicker of it all. Same thing with the Hummer.
But it has achieved this status, and now it's the thing to get because of this.
Yeah, it's like a purse.
Shout out to wait. Everybody, you say that again for slow BGS. It's like a what?
Like a purse.
Yeah.
And that's why the women want it. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly. It's an overglorified purse.
Yes.
Exactly.
I'm going to just be a jerk and just, when you ask the question about that, this is what happened with parents in society in the last 35, 40 years. Parents used to understand that society was trying to make you dumber. Now parents don't care and society is making you dumber.
Dumb parents raised what?
Dumb kids. That's why you got dumb teachers, dumb, what is even the grades, the grading system is dumber. People from the lowest positions in society to the highest positions in society are complete idiots. Nobody cares.
And bar is low, and as long as people are comfortable, they will let the bar go lower.
But you know, there used to be a lot of controls in media, particularly in regards to protecting children. Again, this is where you kind of go back to the Reagan years, because they shut down. There used to be certain things in media, particularly in terms of like educating or ensuring children were not. There were controls over advertising. There was controls over things that dumbified children. And the Reagan years started in taking those things away.
And then Clinton came with the Telecom Act, and that was a done deal.
Under Clinton.
It's a normal thing in American society now. When you're a dumb kid, you can grow up to become a powerful person and institute the dumb stuff that you was doing as a kid as a norm.
Okay, they can.
That's what keeps happening.
So we in the idiocracy now.
We've been in idiocracy.
Wait, hold on. Do you realize? People thought Ross Perot was an idiot. People looked at, even when Ronald Reagan was running. Donald Trump is Ronald Reagan 2.0. That's all it is.
Yeah.
People thought the first Bush was stupid once they figured out he didn't know how to grocery shop. People thought the son was an idiot.
Yeah, but he was CIA, so I don't know.
He didn't know how to grocery shop because he never did it.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. He was CIA.
Bush Senior was a blue blood that basically lived above us, and we were essentially peons.
And he had to fake like he was normal. Okay.
Yeah, but he wasn't. Reagan had much more humble beginnings.
Yes, he did.
Than Bush Senior, which is why Reagan could connect with people more than Bush Senior.
Because he was an actor.
Yes.
No. But he grew up poor.
No, I know
he was an actor, but he came up. You know, whether you like him or not, he came up more real or closer to the typical American.
Do you actually know about the background of the Bush family, LAR?
I know it has some hoity-toity. What is it? I forgot how you say it. Hoity-toity people that goes back to old presidencies.
No. It's 1600s. They're part of an old banking family. Okay, that's where they come from.
I think they were one of the first families on the Nina Pizza Santa Maria.
What I'm saying is, Brown Harriman, Bush's grandfather. Okay, Bush Senior's grandfather started CBS. Okay, Columbia Broadcasting System.
So they were the legit Kennedys.
They're closer to Queen Elizabeth than they are to everybody else. Okay,
but wait. But BGS, what he just said is actually they're the legit Kennedys.
Legit, yeah.
That could be debated. Yes, that could be debated.
More blue-blooded than the Kennedys. In fact, the reason why Kennedy married Jacqueline Bouvier because Jacqueline Bouvier's family was blue
Yes.
blood.
Well,
Which
hold
is
up.
why what's his name Clinton married Hillary.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton.
Yes.
Same.
Because
Hold up.
Hillary is a blue blood. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It was a status.
Hold
symbol.
up.
Yeah.
Before we go any further, I want to get this out of the way. I have no problems with the Bushes, the Kennedys, the Clintons, all of this. So not to get me disappeared.
But they all know to make a motherfucker disappear though.
Three-letter organizations that might be associated.
Dude, that's definitely listening in. Look, we don't want no problems.
We all are better than they because
basically. Why do you think the Bushes land base is Kennebunkport, Maine, and not Texas?
Yeah. That part has always been pretty obvious about them. Yeah, and that's why the Kennedys their place, Hannahsport. What's the name of their family compound? They have these family compounds.
Yes.
These blue blood types out east. I forget the name of it. The guy actually died.
That was like
flying. The son died flying out there.
John Kennedy's closer to what's his name? To Bugsy Siegel than he is to Bush.
Yeah.
Okay?
They were generations. Bootleggers.
Bootleggers. Yeah. And Diddy's more like John Kennedy. Okay.
Low key.
If he only had a brother banging the same chicks.
Oh man. And murking some of them anyway.
Which is why Trump is not liked by the Western elite, is because he's closer to Putin than he is to the Western elite. Okay. Putin and Trump are basically Prussian royalty. Okay, that's where they come from. That's why they don't like Trump.
He's different.
Of course, he's different. He's from when the Catholic Church split, okay, Prussia and Russia went east, okay, and the rest of the country went west. Catherine the Great was a Prussian, okay.
Shout out to white on white crime. Y'all took the game banging from Europe to America.
So basically, Trump. I'm sure if we dig back in Trump or Trump's family tree, you're gonna see Catherine the Great there somewhere. It's the same thing with
I wouldn't be surprised.
see eye to eye, okay.
I wouldn't. But by the way, say that again, BGS, because I don't know how many of us know Trump's actual before his grandfather changed the name.
Yes.
The last name. Yeah. Say that from one again.
Yeah, from.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah. Trump is a Prussian, okay. He's not a Western European. That's why he doesn't marry Western European women. Okay, they're all from the east side. Okay, Russian.
Except I think Marla Maples might have been the only one, but I think
she might have been
one shotgun.
I don't know. I don't even know that. We don't know what her background is.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Is it drum? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess
old European stuff, but to the U.S.
No, it never goes away. Okay. It never goes away.
Yeah.
It never goes away.
Mm.
And what it said, the history doesn't repeat, but it sure does rhyme, right?
Yeah. You know what? I don't know who Tiffany married. I know she's married. I didn't look up I have a good idea of just about all of their wives and husbands and whoever's dating who, but I never looked up because she just got married, right? So I didn't look up who that guy is.
Who got married?
Tiffany Trump. My apologies.
Oh, Tiffany Trump.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure he's connected. Ain't no way Trump is gonna let his daughter not marry a connected dude.
No. Before I think the Kennedy and Trump were the only two presidents that were not connected to royalty in some kind of way.
Yeah.
I think those are the only two.
Hey,
you wouldn't include Reagan in that?
Reagan is connected. I don't know how Reagan's connected, but the thing is, his name didn't come up as the oddball. Okay. Uh, Kennedy did, and Trump was the other one. The other two, even Obama's connected. And it's
To
a
his mom's
long,
side,
it's a long
exactly.
line. Yeah, it's a long line, but he's connected. And
That's a fact.
yeah, and plus his father worked for the Queen of England. So in
Oh,
Kenya.
so when his dad was in Kenya, like he had a position that did
The
that?
whole family's
Mm-hmm.
connected to the crown. Okay, keeping control of Kenya. Okay, which is why a couple of them were, disappeared. Let's say, which is probably one of the reasons why his father had to leave, to come to America.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's probably a little too dark. Let's lighten it up.
No, look. This is my favorite part of the conversation. This is the stuff shit I like getting into.
Yeah, but what? Okay, the thing is,
It's dark. I like it.
That's better use it allegedly. Everything allegedly.
Which is why, like I said, maybe I'm too old and I'm getting tired of this crap about dancing around the point and stuff like that.
BJ's gonna turn to Quincy Jones. BJ's gonna turn to Quincy Jones as he gets older. He's just gonna start spilling.
Yeah, just like
gonna...
just like they talked about the education gap, man. Go to blackdemographics.com, man. The education gap between black men and women as far as degrees is like 3%. Not 30, 40, 50 like they claim to be.
That's 3% of men that they can't marry, BGS.
Why do you have to do that? You always bring out fucking facts.
I know.
Why?
V,
don't want to hear that.
Messing up the whole conversation. Messing up the whole conversation with the facts.
And all they doing is trying to down you. That's all. That's all this is. They're not trying to help you or point out your plight. Okay, like I said, Kunjufu wrote about this back in the mid '80s. It's not new. And y'all didn't do anything about it then. You're not going to do anything about it now.
It's called upward and downward comparison. If I could look at someone who's doing worse than me, I could feel better about myself.
The thing is, if you go back in history, right, black women have always been more educated than black men.
Always, because they didn't want black men reading. That's why they just gave the money, they paid the bills, they wouldn't do all else they did.
I'm going to go back and reread the Mohawk Conference. I'm actually going to pull the quote where he actually said it. Okay, I'm actually going to do a whole video on it. I think I did already, but I'm actually going to pull the whole thing because I'm getting tired of this crap. People think this shit is new. It's not new. Okay, trades versus education for black men. That shit is old as the Emancipation Proclamation. Okay.
One of the things that people don't we look at words and we overlook things. It's a reason why people say somebody's more educated. It implies they're smarter, but you don't ask who's smarter. You don't ask who's more innovative. The facts of that is overwhelming.
Wait, LAR, you mean words mean things?
Yeah, man, words make you feel like you're better than somebody.
But 1 + 1 = 3 because 2 hurts my feelings, though, man.
But that's the good word. I gotta be smarter. Like it's just simple. Like sometimes it's so simple that we go, okay, if a person is more educated than one person, that would mean that they wouldn't be asking the uneducated person to have $100,000 a year to take care of them.
Yes.
But that's not how it works.
Yeah. In
Sounds like slavery.
In other words, basically, if you want to assume control and assume responsibility, assume power, right? You have to pay people, okay? Not the other way around. Who has been doing this shit for what most of his life, right? He pays his employees, not the other way around.
Yeah, I read that article that inspired this debate. It was a New York Times article. It included some information in there that I thought was like the most valuable part of what was presented.
Okay.
The guy said that maybe I'll put it in the back chat.
Okay.
The author, he presented some information, some information from from social scientists
Okay.
and from he said, well, I'll read it.
Just read it. Yeah, read it.
Yeah, it says, Howard is not unique. The number of black men attending four-year colleges has plummeted across the board, and nowhere is this deficit more profound or pronounced than at historically black colleges and universities, or HBCUs. Black men account for 26% of the students at HBCUs, down from an already low 38% in 1976. So it's been low the whole time. I mean, 38%.
Basically, this is the thing that they don't tell you. That's actually the high.
Yeah, but
That's
let
not the low.
me finish reading this, because to me this is important. It says, according to the American Institute for Boys and Men, there are now about as many non-black students attending HBCUs as there are black men. Now, this is where it gets real good. The decline has profound implications for economic mobility, family formation, wealth generation. Raj Chetty, a Harvard economist who uses large data sets to study economic opportunity, has found that the income gap between America's black and white population is entirely driven by differences in men economic circumstances, not women.
Right.
So the income gap between black people and white people is driven by differences in men, not women. And this is the best part. And this is your boy Richard Reeves. Richard Reeves says, quote, if we are serious about reducing race gaps in economic opportunity, household wealth, etc., then our attention should be squarely focused on economic outcomes for black men and boys, period. Full stop. That's what Richard Reeves said.
Guess who else said that? Over 60 years ago.
What's his name that you mentioned?
Moynihan said it in 65 during the report, right? He said that. Guess what black women did to him? Skewered him, even to this day.
Oh yeah, they burned his name in effigy to this day.
To this day.
To this day, yeah. But see, I read this to make a point, and that is all this talk about college and all this talk about more black women in college than black men. But the real issue is you guys are not helping black men and boys.
No.
And because you're not helping black men and boys, it don't matter how many black girls go to college. It don't matter how many degrees they get. If you're not helping black men and boys, you are not serious about addressing economic issues for black people.
Because they're not.
And yet we're having this conversation. We're having this conversation about college, and it's going back and forth, and they're totally missing the point that, look, whether it's in colleges, universities, trade schools, whatever, if you really want to help black people overall, regardless of where you help it, you want to put the effort, you want to put the energy, you want to put the money in black men and boys. And nobody ever emphasizes that point.
Did the New York Times ever put a piece out about, remember, 2 or 3 years ago, about black boys at the 8th grade level, only 10% could actually read?
Right.
Where was that? Where was smoke with that? Nothing.
Exactly.
Right? Crickets.
Nothing.
Yeah, crickets.
Exactly. Nothing. So they know now. These are, and I cited this information. These are non-black social scientists and economists. These ain't black people. These, you know who Richard Reeves is, and this guy Chetty, he's some Harvard economist. So they're not applying any sort of bias to this. To them, it's just this is what the numbers say. If you really want to help these people, you help these boys and men.
They always leave out stuff though.
You know what? You know the thing is what Chetty's work actually pointed to. Okay, who has the least upward mobility in the four groups, right? Black men, white women, black men, black women, white women, and white men.
Oh, it's easy, black men, and that was backed up by the Brookings study, right?
But who is also second, lack of upward mobility when you're poor?
White boys, wasn't it?
White women.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So white women are behind black women when they're impoverished?
If white women are impoverished, their ability to actually go upwardly mobile is less than black women.
Wow.
let me just like
That's
sometimes
startling.
we forget like
That's why they don't. Hey, Uber, that's how come they don't like me. Okay.
Wow,
Yeah,
that is
on that.
startling. Yeah.
the 1976 thing with HBCUs. How
Mhm.
come people just don't say, hey, yeah, why did they go back to 76? Oh, yeah, because like around 80-ish, 80 something in the 80s, they started being a whole lot of more athletic and academic scholarships at predominantly white institutions.
Mm-hmm. That's
That's
true.
what happened. That
Well, that's
like,
part of it.
yeah,
That's part of it.
they
But
never add the total story. They just give you one little piece and act like I don't know what happened.
why is the low sense? What was the high of PWI
Well,
HBCU
according to what
attendance?
they present here, the high was 38%, which
That's the
is not high relative
and
to
that's high.
that of black women.
That's high. That was the height. Why? Because of what? Affirmative action, right? For black
Mm-hmm.
men after 1968. That's why that's the high. Okay. After that, you had the Bakke decision, had anti-affirmative action legislation. Guess who it crushed? It didn't crush black women, it crushed black men. And then feminism actually, that's how come black women went toward feminism.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah,
jump ship.
it kept them. It kept them in the game in terms of the line of the
And
handout.
what white women know that black women are the gatekeepers. Go ahead.
Vince,
Oh, well,
I bet. I want to say this, right? I share this often, right? I'm currently in college. I've been doing my college thing for a while.
Okay.
And even before then, like I
Let
do
me see.
notice
I
that.
gotta come back. I got a call.
Okay. That like it is true. A lot of people, like a lot of the peers, really don't really want to like really help black boys. They either, like it's kind of like at least where I'm from, it's expected that like you kind of don't move towards like it's like you kind of have to like how they work at warehouse. You gotta kind of like stay in the norm of things, and need help. It's kind of on you. So
It's because they like it this way. It's not an accident. They like it this way because every time you try to, even when black men try to help black men, guess what happens? Who shuts it down?
Them.
Them.
The ladies do.
Why? Like my brother's keeper, right? Okay. They screaming about that. They didn't scream about Goldman Sachs giving black women $10 billion. Okay, did they?
you
No one
gotta.
screaming about that.
No,
Was they?
They not only did they not scream, it was a congratulatory thing, and
They
it
were
gloating.
was further argument for why black women are better than black men because
Yes.
white men are willing to invest.
Hey, that's
we must be
picnic
better
behavior.
than you are.
I'm saying the black.
Hysterical.
That's why I'm saying the black men, let them have it. Okay.
You,
All your protesting and chest thumping for the last 150 years has done no good. Stop doing the same shit over and over again. Let
Like,
it
share,
go.
subscribe, hit the super chat. But
so
let me make sure. Let me make sure I say this because I want to stress this. And this has been a theme since we've been speaking about college and university. If we're going to get to a place, this is not sustainable, mind you, but if we're in a place where the women of the black community do not think they owe, and I'm using the correct word, they don't owe black men consideration. They don't owe black men putting them in the right direction. They don't owe black men and boys holding their hand. They don't owe black boys and men advocating for them. If
Yes.
that's the case, then black men and boys do not owe black women going to college. They don't owe black women being kick ass for them. They don't owe black women marrying them when we become adults. They don't owe black women and girls anything. If we're going to play a game, and I don't suggest it, but if we're
Why?
going to play a
Why?
game
Why
where
don't you
no,
suggest it? Why?
because I think that if you continue down this path, then you actually, like you said before, you don't have a black community. You have to fight. That's something you have to fight to maintain.
let me be
But if the
petty
women
for
have
one
decided
second.
this, go ahead.
Go ahead and finish. I want to rebut on that.
No,
Okay.
let me be petty for 1 second, BGS. As a black boy to black man, you are groomed to be a one-man army, to be somebody or somebody's winter soldier. That's your job.
I want to be petty too. If we play the game, they gotta also know that like being on the block is fun anyway.
No, the hell it's not.
I mean,
You know
not
that.
like
What block you been on that's fun?
No. I don't mean like selling rocks.
Let me holler at Save Him, Mr. Z for a second, because Mr. Z, he's still
Go ahead.
kind of on the Save Him tip.
He is. He got his
Okay.
cape.
So, like, what'd you say, Winter Soldier, whatever?
Yeah.
How you gonna, you Avenger or something? I mean, how you gonna save this shit? How you gonna take out Thanos?
I know. I said I don't.
Whoa.
Recall.
Who
What I'm
said
saying
he's
is,
taking out Thanos?
if you want,
go ahead.
what I'm saying is, you want to make if what they say on paper, right? So Black women claim that they care about the Black community. Obviously, it's them first. That's in the fine print. But then they care about the larger Black community. I'm saying, if that's what you're saying, if I hold you to your word, then I don't suggest you go down this road that you're already on. I don't suggest you go down this road where you advocate for Black women in a vacuum, maybe a little bit of Black LGBTQ, and then Black men and boys are out there to fend for themselves. You get what you get. If that's where we are, that's where we are. Then what I'm saying is, you got to feel a certain way when Ghost marries a white woman, or when it's rumored that Michael B. Jordan might be dating none but non-Black women. That you don't get them if you don't advocate for them. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
I'm getting tired of Black men dying on this goddamn hill that doesn't do any good for them. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm sorry. I'll back off.
No, go ahead, BJ. No, go ahead. Listen, go ahead.
And I post a link to that article. If you guys can read that article, there's a lot of good.
As a matter of fact, BJS, if you don't mind bringing that article up, I'll just post it when you.
Okay.
Yeah.
David Banner said it best recently. If you keep playing Jesus, you're gonna end up on the cross.
Wait. What? I had 3 videos on that? Did I not? With a picture of Black Jesus. Okay.
As a matter of fact, Black Uru sent me something with the brother that does the martial arts with the kids, speaking about that. Same thing that LAR just said, that David Banner just said. Yeah. The older brother with the gray beard. Yeah.
Hey, did y'all? I also sent y'all a link. I think whatever y'all do, hold on to y'all manhood. But that's
I saw that one.
That was funny. Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah. I tell my grandson that all the time. Yeah. Because he's in that field.
Don't get caught slipping. Don't get caught.
Don't go to them Diddy parties. Don't go to them Diddy parties.
Yeah. But he almost ran into something very similar at his age. Okay, his mother, I was proud of her. She actually pulled him out of that crap. Okay, I'm not going to say who it is.
And they starting earlier and earlier too.
Actually a very famous entertainer, and it got down to that crisis, and she did the right thing. Okay, I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna say who it is, what the situation was, but the thing is, she pulled him out. Okay, and I'm glad.
Can I say something before the conversation shift? Because I want to respond to his reaction to me when I said, I want to qualify what I meant when I said being on the block is fun. I don't mean selling drugs. I mean like hanging out on the porch, chilling, or even like chilling.
That's not the block.
Yeah, well. Whatever that is.
It ain't the block. That's the porch. That's not the block.
Chill on the porch. My bad.
I like how BJ distinguished it.
That's an enclosed porch.
The porch is not the block. Okay. On the porch, your mom is in the house listening, overhearing what you're fucking saying. Okay, that's not the block. Okay.
My bad, because words do mean things.
It does. It's when you say the block.
When you say on the block, everybody know what on the block.
What the block means, and you don't have to be selling drugs, but things you doing other shit on the block.
Before anybody, wait, real quick. Before anybody else go, because I want Black Ruby to read this because he's gonna laugh, and because I gotta hear it in his voice. Go ahead, Black Ruby, if you don't mind.
Read what? Oh, Telescope.
Oh, the comment.
All right, Telescope. U.S. society is a Diddy party, and black men are Terrence Howard trying to pitch a music
video. Yes.
Y'all gotta see that Terrence Howard thing talking about.
We can pull it up.
Riot, man.
Listen. I want to say the unspoken thing. Diddy ain't Fleece Johnson. You bent over willingly. You bent over willingly.
They all bent over willingly. Yeah, that's for damn sure.
I agree. Hey, let me make sure I say this. Going to what Eliar said, I didn't know anything about anything, but even in middle school, it was something not right. I was in middle school like, something ain't right about it. You talking about Mr. Z at 13, 14 years old, like,
well,
something ain't right about Diddy. He coming off too.
I'm in
Suge
Hollywood. We
told
heard
y'all
about
the
it.
problem. He said all up in the video.
Mhm.
You know, don't
Yeah.
y'all remember Suge was telling folks about that dude, and Suge
Yeah.
has had a lot of interesting information that's out there about
Yeah.
Sean Combs.
Yes.
He's got a lot of interesting information out there about Sean Combs.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that brother did multiple long stints in prison. So I'm just saying, you know, he could be that inside.
Pause.
Hey, shout out to all the people that said Diddy was the actual Suge Knight. Diddy is who we thought Suge Knight was. For real.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah.
I just
whenever
felt
you're
like
ready, I got the video pulled up that we was talking
Okay.
about.
I
mean, what I'm saying, I haven't. If you want me to share it, I can share it.
Oh yeah, yes you can. Yeah, yes,
Okay.
please, thank you.
I don't know how reckless you are, so.
Oh, we are, but we aren't. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Get punked out and pimped out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man. So I believe that's a big problem with a lot of the actors out there because they get fluid. And next thing you know, once you go fluid, it's gone. You don't have any foundation to pull yourself back from. So maintain your man card, no matter what.
Man, I mean, you know, one of the things you're seeing, you went to a whole different place.
Sorry.
No, I get it. So you see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card. You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up on drugs, end up every way to try and get rid of any principles there are. And that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like achieving don't mean anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process I have to trade out all of my integrity to do it so that they can stay in place, what benefit is that if I lose my integrity? You got to go in as a principal. And what we were brought in here as men. We produce 1,500 sperm per heartbeat for a reason, because the aggression is necessary. You don't trade that in, no matter what.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music, and he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you.
Oh,
that's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands off with somebody. A number of producers come in and make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth, or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you or looking at you like you're a woman. When you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room. And that's always been my whole thing, and have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way.
Yep.
I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit, because the man card means everything.
I need a real police officer.
All right.
Skinny pimp.
What is saying in the Bible?
About that Terrence Howard is the manliest black man power.
He did play a rapping pimp. He did play a pimp and rapper. I mean, he did.
Denzel hasn't come out and said, but Denzel would tell you the same thing.
I think Denzel is. Yeah, I think he's on the same.
He's on the same path.
The most
I mean, you know, it's interesting that there were a lot of things that he said that you could apply across the board, not just in terms of the buggery thing, but just that whole manhood, maintaining your status, looking men in the eye. It was a lot of very valuable stuff, messaging in what he presented there, particularly from the perspective of a black man.
It's interesting when he just said trade your integrity. See, people keep acting like something happened. No, these were trades. This was a fair exchange, and
it was up. Yes,
me and LAR can tell you there's a lot of things in this management we said no to. he ain't gonna say it, but I'll say it. There's a lot of things that we said no to. We could have traded in, you know. We could have sold our integrity, okay, and moved up like everybody else.
Look, FD, you offer me the deal again, I'm leaving these niggas.
he tried to cut you a deal.
I'm not leaving for real. He did it twice, and I still stay. My dumb ass. I'm still here. I'm not going nowhere.
Hey.
Yo, he came over here
to get you. Yeah,
he came over here to recruit your ass.
Yes.
That's what
I'm from everybody too. I'm from everybody.
Yeah. I'm gonna make the offer. Right? Miss Z's looking at you side eye right now, nigga.
Yeah, right. I could have had a whole R33 GTR right now.
Yeah.
I need you. This is what I need from you. I need you in 5 years to call him.
He was like, nigga, look, he was like, nigga, look,
tried.
get this money, nigga.
Right? I really, for real. I was joking earlier. I was like, I could have had a whole. How I survived the Black Manosphere. I could have had that whole series.
You could have. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can't do it.
You could have been a bread tube. A bread tube.
I could have been a cornbread. I could have been a cornbread star.
That would have been a money maker for you. That would have been a big money maker for you.
Damn it! My skyline with the two-step. I'll give that up, y'all. Lucky I have some type of integrity. And I'm not starving, that part too. It's hard to have integrity when you're starving, man.
What's your girl's name in Houston?
Oh, Real Talk with Yanni?
Yeah. See, you've been dating her by now, man.
No, I don't want Real Talk with Yanni. That's better you.
Oh,
that's better you later.
No. She done flew from Houston to Florida to get you. Come with me, son.
I would pipe, but I don't want no parts of her. No, Miss Z attack her up.
Hold on. Wait, time out. That's the contradiction. You said you would pipe, but you don't want no parts.
No, if it wasn't for the way, based off of the physical, if it wasn't for her mouth and her attitude, yeah.
But you wanted, but you'll pipe apart.
But the thing is, you're gonna sell integrity.
So for me, I separate. There are women that are extremely physically attractive that I wouldn't want no parts of. But
why are you whispering like it's a crime?
Because we're reckless right now. Because we're reckless. Because we're reckless. But no, I separate. I have one of my best friends. If he meets you and you're an asshole, he don't find you attractive no more. I can still find you physically attractive and be like, I still don't want no parts of her. Right. So that's what it is for me.
I know a lot of women like that. That are dimes, they're literally dimes that I can't. I would never ever.
They open their mouth and be like, right. You start falling into their heads like Homer Simpson. You start backing into their heads.
Hey, my bad, baby.
Exactly, disappearing.
My bad. Okay.
And what you find is from a lot of women is like they know that for them, and I believe them. They meet dudes, they're like, oh, he's tall, he got this look, and then the guy opened his mouth and they're like, but they don't think they do that to us. Exactly, they don't think they do that to us. No, bro.
Oh no,
like,
they
all human
know.
beings.
Hey, they know. They read your face because when they open their mouth and your face drops, they know. I've seen it. Yeah, they know.
They can see the disgust.
Hey, they oh yeah, okay, he ain't feeling me. They know. Women are a lot more.
Hey, look, LAR, you getting me threatened by better you said don't let LAR get you caught up, bro. No, Real Talk with Yankee is for better you.
If I run to her out here in these H-Town streets, you know, I'm gonna just, hey.
LRC, he got that. Which one you better better you?
Hey, Z,
LAR go to the gym all the time too. Y'all
LAR
both
may
two
take
big
one.
niggas.
He might have to take
no,
one for the team.
I'm gonna tell her, you know, Z think you kind of cute, man. Z,
No, don't send her to me, bro. Don't send her to me. I don't want that broken. I don't want that broken bitch. No. Let Better You patch her up. That literally Better You's name is Better You. He'll patch her up. He'll better her life.
He said he could fix you with a little baby oil. I
can't do it.
But that shit is real. Yeah, that shit is real. I'm glad my daughter stuck to her guns. Okay, that shit's real. That shit's real.
Saint Cyr says Integra Z.
Integra Z.
For real.
Sounds like a car.
I know, right? Integra and the Z, but no, I mean, when you I don't know. I think because I'm not starving. I could be doing better, but I'm not starving. And to be honest, I like speaking about the things I speak about, the way I speak about them. I like the Black manosphere, and I couldn't occupy the same space with Kim Foster, bro. You can't have me in a group chat with this bitch. You just can't. Out of all of them, I cannot be in a group chat with this bitch, bro.
How do
I could be in a group. I could see me in a group chat with Khadijah. I could see me in a group chat with T Noir, even Cat Black, and that's a whole trans. But I can't be in a group chat with Kim Foster, bro. I can't do it. I can't stand that.
Why not?
I can give you some help.
Because Kim Foster, more than the others, is a spiteful, homely.
Yes.
Rhymes with a witch.
Listen, all you got to do is lie to yourself and tell yourself you're going to be the spook that's set by the gynocracy for the space. You see what I'm saying? That's all you got to do.
It's too late now. They didn't hurt this. They ain't going to put me there no more.
Go ahead and pay the troll, man.
Oh, man. Because that out of all of them, like, you know, whatever, these are people, you know, we may not align with them all the time and whatever. Everybody's just trying to find their way. But it's something about
she's bitter.
Yeah, she is.
Bitter.
And I hate that she gets to hide behind. Let me vent real quick, BJS. Let me vent real quick. I hate that she gets to hide behind an Ivy League degree, and we all know what her issue is. That's what drives me crazy.
I meant,
and you know, you have a conversation with her, she gonna be either directly or indirectly stunting that Ivy League education.
Thank you.
So not only do you got a homely, spiteful woman, but she thinks she can use the status of her education against you. That's the kind of woman you end up with a DV. That's the kind of guy who will end up locked up because he end up in a DV incident with her.
Why do you think people can't stand Stacey Abrams? Same thing.
Yeah.
Ivy League degree and bitter.
And her parent status.
Yeah, the only thing to save Michelle Obama from that is Barack.
Yeah. That's the one. I think I'm glad that Black Rule's here because I think he put it perfectly. That's my thing. I grew up around Black women. I have a couple of women of color, Black women too, that I'm loosely associated with that graduated from Ivy League. You know, the ones that are happy. Their life is just great. It's like a damn movie. You're like, God damn, it is. Yeah, and then there's the other ones, and you're like, oh, bitch, you ain't get from that what you thought you was gonna get from that, and now you angry, right?
And they're gonna make the world pay for it, especially Black men. They're gonna make the Black men pay for their unhappiness. That's for damn sure. Because I went to Harvard. I was supposed to have the perfect life. I didn't get it, nigga. It's your fault.
Listen,
it's your fault. Yeah, well, it wasn't for these dumb ninjas, I'd be successful.
Let's just be honest. You'd be mad too if you had to pay them student loans back.
I don't know if she had loans.
Maybe most people did.
Her parents pay for that shit, man.
Well, her
because I think her people got money. They're upper middle class. I think her people got a little bit of. They're not rich, but they're upper middle.
No. Very few people go to Harvard on loans. Okay.
Yeah.
If you go to Harvard, if you're a girl, and you go to Harvard, and Black girl, and most importantly, and this is most important of all, and you pretty. You almost practically a human goddess. Because your opportunities are abound.
Yes.
In every way. You might even end up with some upper middle class white dude married to him. But
exactly.
if you homely,
yeah,
and you all that, it's a whole different thing. But yet you got the same entitlement as that pretty girl who went to Harvard. So you got the same entitlement, but you don't have that same access. You know.
Let me be dirty about it.
She's upset because she's not Tiffany Cross and she's not Joy Reid. Okay.
You know,
And she
Boston
thinks she
ain't
should
known
have
for
been.
fine chicks. I'm sorry.
They're not, but the thing is, they're successful though. She's bitter.
Well, no, some of if they came from a upper middle class family, they're more likely to be pretty because they're more likely to be second or third generation rich folks, which means that their daddies marry well. You know, so it depends. If they're from a certain family background of multiple generations of affluence or growing affluence, the women are more likely to look good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sugar and bread have gotten in the way of that now.
Not at that level. Not at that level. Okay, no, they're pretty strict about that.
We see the homely Harvard graduates. The attractive Harvard graduates, they ain't fucking around.
Invisible.
And
they're not bragging about every day.
They marry, 2.3 or 4 kids. We're not hearing nothing from them.
No.
Let me say this. Because I'm not Black. BJS, I really thought you was gonna cover the college thing from what she covered, how she covered it, and because if you watch it, she was sneak dissing the whole time, and it was driving me up the wall. And I kept on watching it because State of Massachusetts. But so she was sneak dissing and you could tell that's the bitterness of a 36-year-old.
Yeah.
Who she got a man, understand, and it's about time for him to propose. It's getting that time.
She ain't get,
right?
She got what she settled for. She ain't got no man.
She didn't get the man she wanted. She didn't get the high post. He was this or that or all that kind of shit. Investment.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think y'all are right. But what I'm saying is if we're covering,
she thought she was Michelle.
Yeah, but no, Michelle's way cuter than Kim Foster. That's like
I ain't no one way cuter. But
no, she's cuter. Okay, maybe I said it, but she's cuter.
Michelle was fortunate that she got with a certain kind of dude who was making a certain kind of moves.
Yes.
A lot of brothers don't have to his credit. A lot of brothers don't have that particular kind of vision that particular dude had.
He's raised me that
had a particular kind of program.
Yeah, he was groomed to be in that role. He said that when he was 20 years old. So
that dude was on so when he got with Michelle, he wasn't Barack could have got much better in Chicago.
Oh yeah.
A dude who went to Harvard, know what kind of honeys he could have got in Chicago?
Yeah, he did.
No,
but he had a mission. He was on a mission.
He was on a program.
He dated upperly mobile
Jewish
chicks, okay, in Chicago. Everybody knows that.
Hey, wait a minute. And rumor has it. Anyway, we'll stop right there.
Yeah, well, he's still doing it. That's what I know. Stop, Mr. Z. Stop, Z.
Yeah.
Hey, why am I hearing the Friends anthem right now? I'm hearing the Friends intro right now. What am I hearing? Right now? Anyway,
y'all acting like
when y'all see Barack around the white women,
it's a whole different Barack.
That old style starts to come out of
it. I mean, he is half right. I'm saying.
Right.
The thing is, one, I don't really respect Kim Foster. I really don't. I can't listen to her for that long. I know she's gonna hem and haw. But the thing is, I actually want to be serious about her.
No, BJS, be tortured with me too. No,
I mean,
BJS, be tortured with me too.
I mean, I can, but the thing is, what she's saying. Why is a Harvard grad sounding like a chick from the projects with this bullshit? Okay.
Because
so I want to emphasize this real quick. I've said this before. I really need my elders to really sit in this. I need y'all to sit with me in this. They're angry. They're angry and bitter because she doesn't look like Brittany Renner. So the Harvard degree didn't get her Brittany Renner type of walk in the room and heads in next break. And she claims she's accepted that because I've watched enough of her to see that she said, I know that you know that, but she keeps on lying to herself and says she's accepted it. No, you haven't. And we can see it. And when you're real quick, to tie to what you're saying, real quick, because you mentioned that she's a Harvard grad. Yeah. That Harvard graduate should go out the window when she got to be faced with the fact every day she wakes up that she does not look like. Not even a Brittany Renner, Ebony K. Williams. She doesn't even have that type of look.
That's not what she's been told though.
Yeah.
She's been promised that handsome beau that has this PhD or master's MBA from Wharton or something like that is going to take care of her. That's what she's been promised. She didn't get it, and then she figures out why. Oh shit, because I don't look good.
And now she got to look at hood rats on Instagram screwing millionaires for money.
And you got Brittany Renner who went to Mississippi State, okay, getting the dude I'm supposed to have. That's not fair.
Wait, yeah, PJ Washington was supposed to marry Kim Foster. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Not on this version of Earth.
Not on this Earth. Not on this Earth. Not Earth 656. Not this one.
The only difference between Steph Curry and Kim Foster is the college that they went to. Same people.
Yeah.
And how can
looks matter.
How can a man that's in my looks category get better people and better women, better outcomes than I can?
Because of life with a good
because
I understand that. The thing is, that's what's in her mind. We know why. She knows why.
Well, I mean,
hey,
I was saying,
I don't care. Wait, line before you even go, because I'm sitting in line at Kim Foster. That's his mission. That's Line's mission. I'm sitting in line at Kim Foster.
Absolutely
that's what
not. And I will tell you right now,
she's Harvard grad, bro. She'll make your life better.
Dude, I would rather, you know what Mission Impossible is to me, to get Brittany Renner to act right. I'll accept that mission before I even take fucking Kim Foster out on a date.
That might be easier to do.
Give me a year and a half with Kim Foster, okay?
Yes. I'll make it 6 months. Give me 6 months with Brittany Renner.
And what I'm saying is, if she can stand me for a year and a half, okay?
Yeah. But here's the thing.
I'm be like Jerome in what's his name? No, Jerome in what is it? What's it? The holds up the mirror. Yeah, the holds up with the mirror.
But that's the part that pisses
I'm gonna come out with my comb in the mirror. Okay, you're gonna look every time we're gonna dance. Look in the mirror.
Let me say this to Naga. No, true, because Naga says Defco isn't an asshole though. Yeah, you could tell she's hurt, she's whatever, but she definitely doesn't have Kim Foster vibes. I could deal with a Defco any day, all day before Kim Foster, and it doesn't. It's not about Ivy League nothing. It's her ass. She's just an asshole, bro.
Kim Foster's not really an asshole. Okay, she's not an asshole.
You don't think Kim Foster's an asshole?
No.
Nah, the thing with Kim is
Ebony K. Williams is an asshole.
Oh yeah,
Kim Foster's not.
You saw the bitterness come out with that Brittany Renner video when she was telling chicks to go to the gym.
Yes.
And shout out to Obsidian, because Obsidian covered it.
I covered it too.
The whole expression on her face.
Boy, she was livid.
Like she literally crashed out. That was her crash out video.
Yes.
She crashed out
remember what
those same educated men that she goes to school with knows damn well they will approach her 2 or 3 times before they step to Kim Foster. That is why she's mad.
Yeah,
and let's be very clear.
Because she went to school with.
And I had this big argument on Friday night with 2 guys talking that bullshit. That's why I don't like black guys and being part of the discussion, being garbage men. Okay, arguing about a 4 can get 10 treatments. Bullshit. You know that's not fucking true. No.
Where?
No.
It depends on the environment. It depends on when they met her. Bullshit.
No. And I want to stress
one time.
It was like a war, and like most of the women were killed.
If all the 10s are gone, then guess what? They move up on the scale.
Readjust.
I have legitimate
a pulse and a hole.
Yeah.
Real quick, Line, because I want to say the reason why me and Line bring that up all the time. I gotta go find it. I'm gonna find it if she still has it up. I'll find it and I might do a review of it again. To emphasize this, when Brittany Renner did the whole thing about, and this was her kind of trying to get in good back with black men a little bit.
Yeah.
She was saying, women, we need to go to the gym. We need to make ourselves attractive and appealing. And when Kim Foster covered it, because Kim Foster loved that Brittany Renner was going in on black men, but when Brittany Renner did this kind of episode of her, I guess, life, her social life, her internet life, what pissed Kim Foster off is, in her mind, is I'll never look like you. I don't care how much I go to the gym. I'll never be you. I will never get the results that you get. I want to stress that why Stefco, I think, hits so hard in these kind of black YouTube streets is because she said something and I should have downloaded it. I'm so mad. Yes, she is. I'm so mad I didn't download it because now it's gone. When she spoke about pretty privilege, when she mentioned the story of her birthday and going into that bar and being all dolled up and nobody broke their neck, and then her homegirl, the mixed girl, walks in and all the men's head turned. That right there is what Kim Foster did with Chrissy's dealing with a bunch of them.
If you go to my channel, I think I played that piece.
Okay. I mean, I'll find it because that's the thing. Go ahead, Lon. Go ahead.
Like this thing about black men being the garbage man of the dating world, it's not like I have slight pushback to it.
I want to hear the shit.
Let him land with that. Let's go.
I don't think y'all understand the amount of deaf white dudes, how far white dudes go for chicks. I don't think y'all have seen it. Like, I have seen white women literally sleep with two men going to the same damn unit, and another dude actually try and propose to her and try and bag her just weeks after the incident.
And knows about it too.
I'm not saying black men are not bad. I'm not saying like the stigma isn't warranted, but I think it's really just a cover up for white dudes' degeneracy. That's all I'm saying to it.
If white dudes just wanted sex, right? They could just date black women. How come they don't?
That's mostly just pride and ego.
They have standards.
That's what that means. That means they have a floor.
They have a floor.
Well, they do have a floor. Well, yeah,
that's even worse.
I understand that.
Lion, wait, BGS, wait a minute.
All right.
That statement right, that hurt. Wait a minute. White guys would rather be with whore-ass, cum-bucket-ass white women than date black women who's crawling to them. Because they have standards, and black women made it worse because we went from standards to a floor.
I have a theory that and not all white men, but I think there is a significant faction of white men who view sleeping with a woman black women is almost equivalent to sleeping with a dog. I think there is a real faction of them that view black women as a form of bestiality. And I know that's a horrible thing to say, but it's just when you observe the things that they say, and like you say, this whole sort of striding, I'm just not going to lay with no black women, I'm not going to date with no black women. That's like you're not a human being to me, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I want because Black Guru, you paused when you were about to say I'm not going to sleep with a black woman. You paused before you said black woman. What were you going to say?
I know what you was
going to say too. I know what you was going to say too.
I know what he was going to say. I know, but he'd be voicing like the mind of a Brad when he says it, but that's why he didn't say it. I know he was going to say it.
But you know that sentiment.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. I've worked with them. There was a white dude. Actually, there's guys from when I was white collar and now that I'm blue collar. But blue collar in particular, the younger white dude too. He's still he's in his later 20s now. But having conversations with him, he had a white Latina girlfriend, white Cuban, but she's white. She's just white. If you see her, you wouldn't know the difference. But when the rest of us, when we would have our morning meetings and people showing pictures of different women and whatever the hell on their phones, and one time he caught a glimpse, he was like, man. And one of my coworkers was trying to, when I hate when brothers do this, when they start fishing with the white boy, like, okay, what about her? Okay, what about this one? And what about this one? And so he's going down all the different sizes, all the different skin tones, all the different hair textures of black. And he was like, "Meh, okay, no, nah, nah," and it was like no for all of them except for like borderline Rashida Jones, like
Yeah.
Quincy Jones' daughter. That's pretty much.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like,
Well, here's the
oh,
thing.
okay,
You know the
okay,
thing about
right,
that,
yeah.
Zito?
Hmm.
You know the thing about that, Zito? Because I had a conversation with this with a white dude about that a long time when I was serving, and then I remember that very same weekend, I saw how mad he got when he saw black men dancing with white women.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That very same
Hmm.
weekend.
Yeah.
And I
Oh
touch the
yeah.
subject real quick. Y'all have to remember, white girls do a lot of wild shit, but at the end of the day, white guys want white babies. So
Yeah.
they're well aware. It's like white girls know how much power to get. I didn't hit white girls when I was in college,
Yeah.
military women, but at the end of the day, white guys will be stepdads and get their first white baby from a stepwoman that's white before they get a Latino or Asian
Because they
or
have
anything.
what, sir? They have a what?
$1 million of
A
whiteness. A
standard.
standard, yeah. Yeah.
Guess what? Go to a black male incel and say you can give him a decent looking white woman.
He'll
He's
take
gonna
it.
say the same thing. He'll take it,
He
right?
gone. He's
Gone.
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll take him. He'll
You
take him.
know, white guys have a history of being with high class black women and getting alimony from them.
You ain't lying.
What's the chick on Abbott Elementary?
Punch a B.
Yeah,
Punch a
yeah.
B.
He
Just
about to
add
get her
another one to the
turn.
list.
He about to
Halle
get her
Berry
turn.
too.
Bump,
Halle
bump,
Berry
bump.
too.
Keep going. Keep going.
Another one like my success.
Aisha Taylor.
That Alicia
Keep
Tyler,
going.
yeah, her too. Yep.
Bump, bump, bump.
And I think y'all forgetting one thing about y'all said what's her name, the teacher, the ex
Yeah,
teacher, the black girl. You
yeah.
have to remember, she wants a guy that looks like me, but she don't want
Who?
to pay for me.
Who?
I
The
think Kim Foster.
Kim,
Or
right?
which one?
Kim
Not
Foster?
Foster, the other one, the one
Oh,
that's
Abbott
not as bad.
Elementary?
I forgot her damn name, but you know what I'm talking about. But the
Who? I
one
don't.
dark skin girl,
Oh,
dark skin
you
No
girl.
talking
talk
about?
for Yanni.
No.
Not
He's talking about.
Yanni.
He's talking about. What's your name?
is it
Talking about
Stefco?
Stefco. Okay.
Oh, Stepco.
Stepco, yeah.
No,
She wants a
Steph.
guy like me, but she don't want to pay.
Steph Cole has said the type of black guy she likes. She's got to be
Yeah.
6'5". Okay, got to have white teeth
Damn.
and chocolate skin. That's the kind of black guy she likes.
Oh, she
Are you?
want
She said
Anthony
she wants
Edwards?
somebody she was very clear. She wants somebody gorgeous so that y'all can look at him, not her.
And
She said it.
there's a
Hmm.
certain kind of black guy that she wants, and she's been very explicit about the kind of black guy that she wants. Okay.
If he's
Can't afford him.
6'5"
And
and dark
I don't
skin,
think you fit. I don't think you fit that bill, sir.
Yeah, the 6'5", I don't fit,
6'5",
but I
No,
think
you're not chocolate with pearly white teeth either, are you?
wait, are you saying I'm too light skinned?
Yes, sir.
Damn. Oh well.
man,
I mean, I don't want to bust you out, but
So
yeah,
she
yeah.
basically don't want a man. She don't want a black man.
She wants
want
a
Anthony
certain type.
Edwards.
She wants a certain type of black man. Okay.
No,
And
but
she-
I'm
okay.
saying, look,
Okay.
okay, I want, 1990s version of Tony Braxton, right?
Mm.
That's a fine ass woman right there. That's a fine ass woman right there. Goddamn, like
I can say I want anybody.
Yeah, she's
You
cute.
know what I
Yeah.
mean? Shit, if that's the quote standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I want a Ferrari.
But we
Tony Braxton a little too short for me, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, Black Rule, as you know, we can't afford. We don't. Society doesn't enforce delusion on us. Our delusion is not enforced. You know,
No,
we
it's
have
not.
run the reality real quick.
We are socialized to accept. Okay.
Yeah.
Things that most
But
other
let me
groups would
tell
not
you,
accept.
if she was saying that in a group of black women, they'd be looking off somewhere, snickering and laughing, or trying
Well,
to avoid snickering and laughing. Because
who
you're
talking
right,
about,
black
Steph
women
Curry?
are delusional,
Yes.
but they're gonna look at her and then hear her describe what she want, and they're gonna be like, "Child, you ain't getting
Yes.
that."
You ain't getting that.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, see, she talked about the 2 or 3 guys the black guys that did Piper. Okay. And
Mm-hmm.
and when she described them, that's the type that they fell into.
Them guys had a slow Tuesday night or Wednesday
Yes.
night.
Yeah.
And she was in the right place at the right time. That's all that was.
And they were all economically challenged.
Okay.
Yeah. But here's the thing: those standards don't exist for the white guys because the white guys were all down and out when she gave them the cooch. That's a fact.
Okay. What have I told you since you first walked into my office, Mr. Z, about that? Right? What can a white guy give a black woman that a black man can't? I don't care how high.
White mixed baby.
Status.
Yeah.
You can. Barack Obama, God bless him, cannot make Michelle Obama a white woman. Ever.
Well, I mean, yeah, nobody can make her a white woman, but that guy was president, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. So that's why I use him as an example. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. She's still. Somebody just sent me something. She's still talking shit about him.
But that's beyond that. No, that's her. You know what? I think she almost wishes she was him. That's a different kind of. That's a envy.
It is.
You know, that's an envy that she has for him.
It is.
And it's almost like she would have been okay. I think she would have been okay with him had he just been
a lawyer,
the chair of, the department of whatever at the University of Chicago.
Yeah.
Or some VP here or whatever, but that motherfucker had the nerve to become president.
The audacity.
She will never forgive him.
Real quick. LAR, say what you said again. What you just said, LAR. Say it again.
He ain't nothing but a president. It's not like.
There we go.
Exactly.
Y'all act like
he ain't special.
Yeah.
Twice, he did something good with his life. Like, come on, dog. McDonald's got a president.
Yeah. Elected twice, by the way.
What that mean? He ain't a black woman.
This is how you know how
but that don't mean nothing.
This is how you know how crazy she is, though. Look at how Nancy Reagan treated Ronald Reagan. He was a god. He was a god to her.
Nancy Reagan got in her ass about Barack Obama.
Did
Nancy
she?
Reagan, yes.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yes.
Well, now I can believe that because Nancy Reagan, even though before she got with him, she supposedly was an infamous.
Yes, she was.
Got 3,000, master.
Got 3,000. Yeah.
They were in the business. So was he. He was in the business.
I mean, hell, even Sinatra said, "Man, she can go." But
look,
but when she got with Reagan, she was your down ass.
That's funny.
She was your down ass ride or die chick, man. Like straight up.
You got a video for that, BGS?
Do I have a?
Everybody asked me.
I wanted to say something about that. Before we move on. Think about how it is.
There's no video. That was back in in the mid-aughts, man. Come on.
No. I'm talking about You said Nancy Reagan got in Michelle Obama's ass.
Yes.
Maybe I heard.
Yes. It's in print. It wasn't. There's no audio. Okay. I know you guys don't.
There were lots of debates about her comportment as first lady. So that would not surprise me. And it would not.
It was before the internet. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
In particular, would not surprise me if Nancy Reagan would do it because she was so ardently, with Ronald Reagan. When they were trying to, she basically saved his legacy.
Yeah,
and she basically saved the latter part of his presidency.
Yes. So did Eleanor Roosevelt. Did the same thing for
And like, what's his name? LBJ. LBJ was hitting everything in the skirt.
Yes.
And Bird Johnson down
in a wheelchair.
You can't say.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking FDR. I'm sorry. I'm mixing them up. My bad. Y'all mixing them up. My bad.
I'm talking about LBJ. Was out there on them streets too.
Yes.
And 100% lockstep behind him. Wouldn't say, I mean, that's the job. That's the job of a first lady.
Yeah.
You never heard from Jackie Bouvier Kennedy saying anything. We know JFK was knocking down Marilyn Monroe and all them girls.
Yeah. Oh yes.
It was. They famously had hoes running through the White House.
We ain't gonna talk about Bill and Hillary, okay?
Oh, can I touch the subject before we leave Michelle?
Wait. You want to You want to change it, or you want to say something about it?
No, I wanted to touch the subject before we left Michelle.
Okay, good. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so think about being a black woman and having a PhD, multiple skills, and every time you turn, it's like, oh, your husband's Obama. You sell a book, people look at it like you're selling books because your husband's Obama. And it's like nowhere within that relationship do you stand out or you're centered. And one thing black women hate is not being centered. Like if I go out with my wife, she says, oh, I have a master's degree. So, and I only have a bachelor's. It's something that she already stands out at that she, and so it's like her whole existence is irrelevant. Nobody even thinks about anything she's achieved from 18 to damn 50 years old when they found out who Michelle was. You're just Barack Obama's wife.
But your
She
first
hates that shit.
lady, we had basically ascended to the highest position of a black woman in history. Okay,
Yes.
it's not enough for you.
Yeah, but you still ain't Beyonce.
No, because first lady is still
Yeah,
second
well, it's not
to the
about
president.
Beyonce. It's still second. It's still second. So, like, when you say she would have rather had him just be a regular lawyer, yeah, she would have been centered in so many damn situations within those circles. But her
But
husband
you
rising up
mentioned
so high, she's
Beyonce.
Oh,
irrelevant.
so you
You all
basically
mentioned
repeat.
Beyonce.
All right, guys. So the Congressional Budget Office is.
My apologies, y'all. Keep going.
Beyonce is much more submissive to Jay-Z than
Jay-Z.
Michelle Obama
Yes,
is.
yes.
That's a
Much more
fact.
submissive.
You don't
That's a
get it.
fact.
You don't get it. The number
Yeah.
one black woman of all time is Beyonce. Number two is Oprah. Just being a first lady does not work as a black female in Black America. Okay, you're not Beyonce.
No, but my point is, if Beyonce is the highest status black woman, this
she's
highest status black woman has no problem being submissive to Jay-Z.
She's not
She
the
has
highest
no
status.
problem. She's very demure. with it.
Beyonce is not the highest status black
Hold
woman.
on.
Okay.
The reason I'm
Well,
this is
no,
coming to
I
play- do
agree.
y'all
She's
remember?
not.
I didn't say
We're
that.
going off
One
of
time,
LAR.
one time.
Real quick, everyone. Real quick. Everyone,
One
wait,
time.
Leon. Wait. We're going if what LAR we're saying if what LAR is saying is correct. We're not even debating it. Then Beyonce's the highest. But even with that, yeah.
I don't agree.
That's not even true.
I'm not saying she's not.
That's not
I'm
exactly
not
what I
saying
said.
Beyonce.
Why don't you let people stop talking over each other
Let me
for a second?
let me
Okay.
say this real quick, and I'm gonna shut it up. There was an interview that that's on YouTube and everything. They asked Michelle Obama when they was in the White House, if you could be anybody, who would you be? Her answer was
Beyonce.
There you go.
And she even said that she would be proud if her daughters or whatever grew up to be Beyonce or something weird
Okay.
like that.
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with reality
not-
and
okay.
being status. Okay.
Yes.
If Coretta Scott King was still alive and she walks into a room, guess who gets the highest status in that room?
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Beyonce.
No bullshit. If Coretta Scott King
LAR being funny, LAR
No, I'm not.
go.
No, I'm not.
No, really.
No,
have Coretta Scott
hell no,
King
no, it's Coretta
walk into a room with Beyonce and Jay-Z. Guess who gets to the attention? Who has the higher status? If she's still alive.
Because Beyonce gonna
am I gonna be able to say this?
I'm gonna say
Okay,
something.
so-
I'm so cold blooded when I say this. These niggas don't know history no more.
Yeah, well,
I see where LAR is going with it.
Yes. That's the one thing they do. Basically, I don't care what age they is. They know who Martin Luther King is.
You would not have an environment where you would have Coretta
After this, you gotta
amongst black people. You would not have an environment where folks would behave more towards Beyonce than Coretta Scott King. That's not an environment you're gonna have.
Nope.
People are not gonna allow that to happen.
No.
They're not gonna allow that to happen.
Yeah, when I made the comparison, what I'm saying is 90% of Beyonce's career was made before Jay-Z. So when she walks in the room, it doesn't matter if she's with Jay-Z. But when you look at Michelle, no one knows anything from the age of 18 to basically 50, other than her with Obama when he became president.
Doesn't matter.
And so it's like, I know, but black women ain't that shit. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So there.
I think there are a lot of black women who care more about Obama and Obama's status than Michelle do. In fact, I think a lot of black women are a little bit put off by her. Not all of them, but I'm saying
Most definitely.
I think a lot of black women would love to be in Michelle Obama's place and would not be doing. This is specific to her. She's a specific kind of woman.
Yes.
A lot of women, even if they have a problem with him, even if they don't necessarily like that he's the big deal or whatever, they wouldn't be so public about it. It's not even just because a lot of women may be a lot of women are going, your wives are going to be jealous of you. If you got any accomplishment, if you got any status or whatever, your women are going to be somewhat jealous of you. That's just what's going to happen. It's her very public presentation of it that's unique. That's the thing.
She operates like she's there.
Leon and then Chaos. Go ahead.
She operates like I'm actually in this room because of Obama, and I hate the shit because this is where I stand. Yeah, that's what she hates, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
like her status is this, and you're here because you're the wife of Obama.
Her opinion,
her
opinion has nothing to do with the status that people see her as. Okay, nothing.
Yes.
It's two different things. Okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She's a victim. She's literally a victim of being at the right place at the right time. I mean, to Guru's point, there's a litany of other women who'd have probably been better in the role. She just so happened to be there. She so happened to be when they were picking. She so happened to be the one that was available. And I almost speak to LAR's point as far as the Beyonce being the king of this high status black woman. Didn't Beyonce defer to Aretha Franklin? Beyonce doesn't even rank high enough in the rooms of her own work, of her own talent. She defers to Aretha Franklin, so I'm not sure how she could be the queen of the high status black woman globally. It just doesn't clock.
Whitney Houston has a higher status than Beyonce.
Much higher status.
Here's what I'm saying, and I'm glad you brought up Whitney Houston. Beyonce at
I brought Richard Franklin.
Beyonce at this deferring to somebody who from a past generation has nothing to do with how the people perceive you now. Her deferring doesn't change what I'm saying in a sense. What I'm saying is Beyonce at this particular junction is Whitney Houston, Janet Jackson, and the Tina Turner of modern day feminism.
No, she's not. Not really.
Yes, because the Beyonce that people recognize from the beginning was the one that was singing all the little feminist independent anthems.
Yeah.
When it comes to like Michelle Obama, what I'm kind of saying is this, in a sense, what happened to her was Condoleezza Rice, because Condoleezza Rice had that political role before she did. So she was like the Jackie Robinson, because she was in the White House too, right before Michelle. So that kind of intellectual, smart black woman role, she was Condoleezza looked like Jackie Robinson, even though they was like Shirley Chisholm back in the day, but it didn't get that close. But
she wasn't the equivalent of Condoleezza Rice, because Condoleezza Rice was the head of the National Security Council.
Exactly. But how many people know? How many people would recognize Condoleezza Rice if they saw her picture?
None.
In the black community, maybe 15%.
Any community.
Oh shit! 2-3% of Americans.
She gonna be white in 20 years because of her name.
How many people around the world recognize Michelle Obama?
Oh shit! Yeah, just about anybody.
Right.
We're talking about status, okay?
Right.
Michelle Obama is not quite the queen, but she's close, okay?
Yeah, okay, let me say this. I'm sorry, I get it. What I'm initially saying is what y'all was saying earlier. She doesn't look like a self-made woman next to Obama. Beyonce and Condoleezza and Oprah look like self-made women before they got
it. Had nothing to do with status.
Nothing to do with status.
Oh, no, I'm talking about how they're interpreted by our women.
We know what fuck with them bitches.
If most black women could choose between Michelle Obama and Beyonce, would choose Michelle Obama.
I don't know about that one. BJ.
Yes, they would.
No.
I don't know about that one.
Yes, they would.
To be honest with you, I think at certain age
group, generational element to that.
Yes, yeah.
I think there's definitely a generational element to that. That's a good. You know what?
Michelle Obama's gonna be in the history books. What about Beyonce?
They whitewashing her right now.
Well, here's
I'll
the
say
thing.
this.
Well, let
But
me ask you this question: who would they want to be married to, Jay-Z or Barack Obama?
They want to probably be one. Ooh, that's a tough one.
Barack Obama.
Yeah. That's a tough.
But if it comes down, to the women,
rather be married to Barack Obama.
Yes.
Yes, but if it comes down to the women individually, no, it's for my age group. I want to say under 40s. Under 40, oh yeah, it's Beyonce all day. Under 40 is Beyonce all day.
Here's the problem with that.
No, not really. They had to be teenagers.
They would want to be married to Barack Obama when he was president. They'll want to be married to Jay-Z now because he's a billionaire.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, how many billionaires are there out there? And black billionaires that are in the United States?
In the US, like 10-ish. No, about 10-ish, 6, 7, something like that. Somewhere around there.
I mean, you would rather be married to who? Michael Jordan than Jay-Z?
Yeah. We got one.
See, a lot of young women, they kind of despise Jay-Z.
They do. He's a snake.
In fact, them being Beyonce, that would be the big drawback to them for being Beyonce.
They don't despise Jay-Z.
Diddy's a billionaire.
Yeah, they don't despise Jay-Z. They despise the fact that he's a personification of what an ugly nigga with money could do.
That's part of the reason why
Facts.
Facts. Jay-Z's famous. What I'm saying is, he's not even.
We gotta get KMS after this.
He's not even the richest black man in America. Not even close.
No, he's not. It's Robert Smith right now. No, not Isn't it Stewart right now?
Over him.
Stewart.
Yeah.
It's Stewart. Yeah. And then I think yeah.
What's his name? LeBron James is a billionaire. So what?
The difference
is
a part of the Rockefeller chain.
Look, yo, we gotta get KMS in here. We gotta get KMS in here.
I would like to just distribute my time evenly between BGS, Black Uber, and LAR, please.
Go ahead.
Good luck on that one. Good luck.
We recognize KMS for 5 minutes, okay?
Go ahead.
I didn't know we were doing Robert.
Don't make me reclaim my time, sir. Go ahead.
I mean, she is from your state.
Yes. All right. Well. Thank you.
I went to school with her daughter. Shit, that's how close we are. Okay.
No, I mean, I want to speak briefly to what Black Guru said as far as it being generational, as far as what black women aspire to be, and I do think there's some validity in that. I honestly believe if you're 45 years and over, yeah, Michelle Obama would probably be your North Star, and then I would say from probably like 40 to 25, it may be Beyonce. But honestly, too, between 18 and 25, it might be Sexy Red, because it seems like just the whole chaotic energy of I can do what I want, and every man tied to me is disposable because I have the capital to literally buy men, at least buy the men that I want temporarily. So I mean, I think there's definitely a generational difference.
There's certain people that walk in a room that everybody's going to turn to, no matter how old you are, right?
Yeah, I agree.
If 5-year-olds, Michelle Obama comes to your school and Sexy Red comes at the same time, Michelle Obama's going to get the nod. I'm sorry.
No. I agree with you.
We're talking about status. We're talking about status, okay? They can't get to her status. Okay? The only way to get to her status as she become president or become first lady.
No. I agree with you as far as status, and it's just Michelle Obama by a country mile as far as her global significance. I agree with that. I thought we were talking about what black women aspire to, which I think we might be getting a little convoluted. But as far as global status, no, it's Michelle. It's Michelle by country mile. They ain't close.
Over who?
Over who? Well, I mean, if you're looking from a history standpoint, let's look at it like this. Okay, Beyonce's going to be in the history books, but she's going to be written in ink. Michelle Obama's going to be etched in stone. There's a difference. There's going to be a longevity of her literally just being tied to the man that she's with.
Disappears, and there's a time capsule discovery from the alien race. It's going to have Michelle Obama's name in the time, not Beyonce.
Yeah. I mean, I can't stress enough. There's the world of difference between being etched in stone and being written in ink. Like, you know, like my great granddaughter may know who Beyonce is. I mean, they'll dig up shit about Michelle Obama tens of thousands of years from now.
Yeah, they'll talk about Michelle Obama like we talk about the Babylonians or some shit.
And that's just amongst black women. Basically, what's your name? The Swifties. Taylor Swift, okay? Is draws more attention than Beyonce, right? Guess who can actually outshine her? Michelle Obama.
Yep. If Michelle Obama walks in that room, she was the first lady of the United States. She was the wife of the only black guy who was ever president.
She's historical.
Women been wearing blonde hair for 20 years trying to be Obama. Not Obama, I mean Beyonce.
No, man.
Yeah.
We know where the weave came from.
The weave, I know, but I get that.
Even the blonde hair was way before.
I get that.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with her.
I mean, Beyonce got her whole look from RuPaul. What are y'all talking about?
Guess where the blonde hair came from? Blonde wig. Tina Turner.
Yeah.
Back in the 60s.
And they don't know that though. It's from Beyonce.
Where did
I get what you mean.
Guess where Beyonce got it from?
No, RuPaul.
No, Tina Turner.
No, RuPaul got it from Tina Turner, but Beyonce got it from RuPaul. The windblown blonde hair. That was a RuPaul thing.
Go look at Beyonce's tribute to Tina Turner. Okay.
No, you're right about that. But LAR said something very important, BGS. He said they don't know that though. For the folks at a certain age, all they know is Beyonce, this hair. They don't know about Tina. They don't know about her. They don't know. Right.
We have a segment, right? We segment with a 5 or 8 a 5 to 18-year-old to 80-year-old, right? Michelle Obama can walk in any room at any age and dominate the room. Okay. Can Beyonce do that?
No, I would say no.
And who are people going to
not any room?
We only get to Beyonce arguing when we talk about chopping up segments.
Just in an interesting sense, when y'all bringing up Tina Turner, we live in an era where for the last 20 years, niggas thought Ike Turner was Lawrence Fishburne.
They did, yeah.
They don't know Tina. Tina's Angela Bassett. To most of these people.
Some people
That's a fact.
Some people do.
He was number 2 on the list next to Danny Glover.
And Tina Turner was popular, but she was never popping like that. Aretha Franklin and other people were.
She was popping enough for them to make a goddamn hit piece against black men with her
ironically, she basically built herself off of being the victim of Ike.
Yeah, she did.
Prior to her release of that bio, what was that, in the 80s or whatever?
Yeah, in the 90s, yeah.
Well, no, that bio came out in the 80s. I remember it being in the 80s.
Oh, talking about the book.
Prior to that, she was pretty dormant.
Yes, she was. Yeah, I went to school with her son, so I know. She wasn't popping like that, okay?
Yeah, she wasn't at all on the scene. No. But we get your point, LA, about Beyonce being a big deal. That is definitely true.
She's a big. I'm not saying that she's not, but she's not. There's status and there's status. Okay.
There's levels to this. Is what BGS
levels
is saying.
to this shit. Okay.
I definitely understand what y'all saying. There is levels. I'm not actually necessarily just talking about Beyonce. I'm talking about something we talked about earlier.
What's that?
The intelligence of America. They don't know most of this shit. We believe they do. Now, when you're thinking 50 and up, because when y'all say like 45, no, 50 and up might know this shit. You can't 49 and down. That's a crapshoot.
No, it's not.
You say 49 and down of that?
No, I have children that are that age.
I get it.
Beyonce, my daughter's in the basically, my daughter is 30. She's in the mid-30s. Okay, Beyonce's not at the top of her list. She don't even like her.
I'm surprised. Let me say this. I'm actually. Let me go real quick. I want to go contrary to something I said earlier, Mr. Z being a whole hypocrite here. I'm actually a bit surprised at how many black women I meet that aren't actually fans of Beyonce. They actually kind of be like, whatever.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Do you know part of the reason why that is, though?
Them tickets.
No, what?
No, because Jay-Z cheated and stayed. and she stayed.
No.
I think that has something to do with it too, though.
She's not as talented as the other women. That's all.
That's a big
Talent
part.
too, yes,
Look,
the
she
talent
is not. If you pull back the everything, all of the glossing and whatever,
Yes.
she's not the caliber of Whitney,
No,
or Mariah,
or
or Shaka or whatever,
Yeah,
or
no, she's not.
or certainly not Aretha. In terms of an actual real singer, she's a lot of show and
She's a show.
window dress. You know
Yes.
what? My wife's grandmother.
She got
my
around you,
daughters were
Lady
fans-
Gaga.
My daughters were fans of Beyonce, and my wife's grandmother, who she kind of looked at her similar to you mentioned what's her name?
Lady Gaga.
No, we mentioned her earlier.
Tina Turner. Yeah.
And she and they were like, oh, Beyonce. And my wife's grandmother would always say, and she would piss my daughters off with this. Oh, she ain't nothing but just a damn shake dancer.
Yeah, like Tina
You
Turner.
know,
Yeah,
she
basically.
looked at her as just some woman, and showing legs, dancing around. She didn't even really think of her. Now, my wife, her grandmother was a music instructor. She taught piano, so she had a real appreciation for music. She had no regard at all for Beyonce as a musician or whatever. She just saw her as somebody who just shake their ass on
She's
stage.
an entertainer. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're at an era where somebody in this conversation is Joe Montana and somebody is Tom Brady. And people don't know who Montana is.
Yeah, but that's not a fair comparison because both of those guys are like really great.
Hall of Famers, yeah.
Yes, they
I mean,
are.
I don't know if Beyonce
In the arenas,
reached in Joe Montana or Tom Brady territory.
No. What I mean is,
What was
the
white boy that came out? It was actually Heisman Trophy came out and was white boy that really couldn't throw. What was his name?
Oh, Tim Tebow.
Timbo. Yeah, she's more like Tim Tebow.
That's cold.
The reason I say Joe Montana is because when you talk to people who talk about football now, the vast majority have no idea who Joe Montana is.
But the vast majority of people know who Whitney Houston is, though.
Yes.
Today.
Yes.
And nobody.
But hold on. Whenever you ask,
but they don't. Whoa.
Well, let's you guys interrupt each other.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, BGS, real quick, everyone. If you don't mind, BGS, bringing up that link in the back that Black Guru posted with Whitney singing, please.
With who? With Whitney speaking?
This is the interesting thing.
Singing.
Some of these people know the Whitney you talking about, but a lot of these people know the Whitney from the Whitney and Bobby show. That's my point.
No, they know the Whitney from The Bodyguard, okay? That still plays, okay? That's what they know Whitney as. They don't know Whitney in The Bobby Show, okay? They know Whitney from The Bodyguard.
Even if they know the Whitney and the Bobby show, they know the Whitney too.
Yeah,
don't nobody know just the Whitney and Bobby show.
No, they know.
You accept that Whitney was Whitney and Whitney was with Bobby, but you never separate that from her being Whitney fucking Houston. You never separate that.
No.
Even through the crack, even through all that, she is still Whitney fucking Houston forever.
Yeah.
It's the age.
No.
A lot of the majority of people are younger than us. They do well. Not I get it.
I got a 12-year-old grandson who loves Beyonce, but she's not Whitney.
For sure, she not.
Okay.
When you get a chance, unmuted BGS. When you get a chance.
I got daughters. Okay. I got daughters that are younger than you, right? Same thing. She's just playing.
And she was just playing around. She was just playing around.
That girl stole a mic from Pavarotti, man.
Yeah, right.
That was a badass girl, man. That
Yeah,
girl, Whitney
right.
Houston was bad.
Yeah.
Who's bigger today, Michael Jackson or Jay-Z?
Michael Jackson.
Oh, Michael Jackson.
Michael.
How long has he been dead?
Like over a decade. Like decade.
I'd say. He died what, 2007?
Michael Jackson's still bigger than
Something like
everybody.
that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Michael Jackson forever. You can take a kid out of a crib and play some Michael Jackson music, and they moving right away.
Matter of fact, you don't even got to show the picture of Michael Jackson. Just show a glittery glove.
Yeah.
Oh, but
literally.
But that's called status, right?
Yeah, Michael Jackson is forever.
Michael Jackson is the most imitated as far as just dancing concerned, like ever. Like he's imitated. He gets covered more than Prince does when people do music.
Let me ask you this: if you go to grandma's wall, do you see Jay-Z's picture on the wall?
Not yet.
Okay, hold on.
Let me know when it happens. Let me know. Okay.
Okay, hold on. How old is grandma nowadays?
50.
Depends.
Mike, you might catch a little Kim poster.
No, wait, they're in their 50s. Yeah, there's a lot of.
No, you gonna have a Foxy poster.
Yeah, I mean the only rapper whose status is anywhere close to that would be like Tupac.
Yes.
Talking big.
Their status, you know.
No, not Big. Tupac.
No, Big ain't on that level.
No, Big ain't on that level. No, they ain't both of them.
Most people,
Big ain't on that level.
Like most people didn't know that was Pavarotti. They'd be looking at like, who is Mario? Who is Mario that's singing over there?
But they know Whitney Houston, don't they?
Most people.
Not most. Okay, how many people on the planet, black women on the planet, don't know Whitney Houston?
In America, I say most. On the planet, I ain't sure about that.
Most women.
There are little girls watching The
Houston.
Bodyguard for the first time.
Yes.
And they want to be Whitney Houston.
And they want to be Whitney Houston.
The same way Spanish girls.
There ain't no way in hell they won't be no Whitney Houston.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
Especially those who want to get hugged up on one of them.
I have grandchildren. I know. I don't have to. Yes, I know.
The only reason, I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm just saying like Whitney Houston come from an era when you start singing in the shower, you know you ain't in that era.
If you give them a choice, okay, they prefer to be Whitney Houston than Beyonce.
Oh yeah, young girls would sing Whitney Houston's music before Beyonce.
Oh yes.
They might like Beyonce's music, but in terms of like the singing and the power of the music, Whitney's music is just much more indelible and much more everlasting, and it transcends. It's like Michael Jackson. They transcend ages and genres and generations. They have a power beyond just the moment. What is Beyonce's music that we could be listening to 40 years from now?
I mean, hell, 5 years from now.
Right.
Oh,
I mean, she doesn't really have any. She don't have like a Michael Jackson catalog or a Whitney Houston catalog.
What is Beyonce's signature song?
Luther Vandross catalog. She don't have a Marvin Gaye. She don't have that kind of musical catalog.
No, she don't have a catalog. No, she doesn't. Or fame.
You know, she has music that people enjoy now, but it's not gonna be something that's gonna stand up over time.
Test of time. I ain't talking about I'm talking about the thought spirit that she has embodied for the last
even the thoughts would rather be Whitney Houston.
They sure would. I know they would much rather sing like Whitney Houston. I know that's for sure.
Yeah, even the thoughts.
Yeah, and that's why they be saving all my love for you, right?
Right.
In fact, the only living woman who has a status maybe similar to Whitney would be what? Mariah?
Mariah, yeah.
Yes, definitely Mariah. Let me have Black Uru read this because it kind of speaks to some of the stuff that he speaks about and Mr. Z speaks about often. Okay. Black Uru, you don't mind reading this, please?
Mississippi, homeboy Delta guy. Thanks for your super chat. My nephew just went to senior prom with a Latina. It's over.
Yeah. Oh, it's over. It's been over, yeah.
That's my all the young dudes in my family who married, they got Latinas, man. All of them. It's over. He's right. It's over.
Come to Jesus moment. I'm dating a Latina right now too.
Like I said, I have children that are millennials in their 30s. Okay, I got grandchildren that are preteen. Okay, and I have my mother's damn near 90 years old. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not just guessing. Okay. And my folks are from the South too, man. So I'm from from Sweet Poke, okay? My folks are from Sweet Poke, so I know what I'm talking about. I'm not guessing. My baby mom from Alabama, okay? I know what I'm talking about.
Mr. Z.
What's going on?
What's going on? Just coming back from my wife buying me my birthday dinner, and she's just giving me all the
fellow Aryan.
What y'all get from IHOP?
Where'd she take you?
Hysterical.
Well, she keeps me in paradise, but she took me to a Louisiana restaurant, some Cajun food.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
We were the only. There was only 2 white couples and us. Everybody else was a group of women with maybe 1 guy. Like 5 or 6 women with 1 guy.
Ooh, wow.
You cannot make this shit up, man.
Damn.
Nah,
the brothers.
you know what?
The
He's
brothers
right,
that flipped the deuces and said, "We out, man."
You know what? He's right. He's right though, because I've seen the same thing at a restaurant I went to. I was at a Mexican restaurant a couple of weeks ago, and it was me and my lady, and there were white people coupled up, but then there was a whole long ass table for the black women and 2 black guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I saw.
I want to say this.
Hey, were the black guys straight?
Yeah, they were straight. No, they had the typical Pookie. They had the typical Pookie outfit.
Yeah,
like
Pookie gotta eat too. Pookie gotta eat too.
Hey, y'all. Hey. Here we go, y'all.
Them closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and nobody want to hear, but it's like this. The South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
That's all I got something to say.
Z, literally, when I went and found the Whitney Houston video, I thought it would have ended the whole conversation. The room that she's in, the class of people, and all that. You know, Mariah wouldn't do it. Beyonce wouldn't do it. They would sit in the back and be quiet. You know what I'm saying? I thought
They really
video was
would.
going to end the
They
conversation.
really would. And like I say, she took the mic from Pavarotti. If y'all know who Pavarotti is, y'all know what that
big
means.
time. Yeah.
And he was blown fucking away.
Yeah, you applaud it. Yeah.
Hey, so y'all telling me this is how black women sound when they go out?
I'm having dinner with my girl, and I want y'all to just notice something. There's women, all eating there. Women, all eating there. And let's not forget right there too, because they're everywhere. Oh my god. I don't normally go out, but when I do, I go out with my girls, and I am seeing something, a trend. Girls are all going out with their girlfriends. There's not like one date.
Oh yes, so dissing your men has effects, huh? Cause and effect, huh?
I mean, that's how. Imagine how insufferable these women have become. That don't nobody want to take out none of these hoes.
And the article says, real quick, everybody, a new study shows millennial men are not interested in going out as much as the women. Exactly. Go ahead, Black Woman. Exactly.
I mean, what you're seeing there, I mean, you know, of course, black people were sort of the canary in the coal mine.
Yes.
But the startling part, I mean, it is a virus that has spread and is spreading. And it's the utter insufferability. Because what you've had is generations, by my count, at least 3 generations, maybe 4 generations, of just complete and utter ass kissing of females just because they're females. And with every generation, the insufferability quotient has geometrically increased. And that's how you end up with these young women. She looks like a perfectly lovely young woman. If we were young BGS coming up, we might say, hey, she look like something you can holler at. So that's just how bad it is. The young man probably look at her like, oh, this bitch, you know, I got to go get my you know,
imagine no black men, no Latino men, no white men walking up to you. And she's Latina, no Latino men walking up to you.
Nobody trying to holler. Imagine when we would come to BGS in the 70s and 80s. Dudes would be like trying to rush at these girls. That's just how bad it's gotten.
Because
they
dudes
said
are tired
they
of
wanted to
approaching
be
to
left alone.
Yeah,
and we said, all right,
they left alone. They said bet. I'm like, dude, niggas get tired of getting rejected from the approaching shit. Like,
That's what's going around. They get basically
getting rejected.
Get rejected, and having to pay to get rejected. People get tired of that.
Having to pay to get rejected? No, niggas is tired of getting.
Well, you guys also have the added business, have the added extra of them being particularly nasty about it.
Yes, yes.
Which was not as common back in the day. And part of the reason wasn't common back in the day is because, you know, you could give them some hand action. They get too far out of hand, but that's the subject of another day.
As a different era, right?
Yeah, you know, where you go to a certain level of disrespect and you get the disrespect done back at you.
Yes.
But also, you all also have the added displeasure of knowing she fucking somebody else.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, and they are nasty with it. And you could not get away with that kind of stuff back then.
Actually, it's even worse than that, BGS. I mean, guys, it's worse than that. It's like you hear all this talk about men having to have personality and all this shit, and then as a guy who's dated women, you guys know most of these broads don't have no personality. So you hear this,
they adopt however you are. They adopt everything you
talk like these women talk as if their personality is just such a fucking joy to be around.
No, their personality.
They're as interesting as a cardboard box.
They got a vagina.
Yeah.
They got a vagina and they got makeup and hair. That's their personality.
I can be honest. My wife is interesting as anything in her lab tube that she wants to tell me about. For real. Whatever. Crystals and urine and blood. I was like, okay, let me see the picture. Oh, wow, cool. Okay.
Yep. Like, oh, that's cool.
And gentlemen, while the things are getting, I mean, it wasn't cheap now. She spent $145 for 2 entrees and 2 appetizers. So these young guys,
you know, you got to put out after that, right?
Hey, so you ain't pull out, did you, bro?
You know you got to
put out. Let me say this.
Just because you bought me dinner, that don't mean I got to do something with you.
Right. Let me say this to Tunnel Runner.
Right?
Wait a minute, because we got to get on Tunnel Runner. Tunnel, every goddamn time you come on this channel, you bragging. You're always bragging about your goddamn wife and your great ass relationship. Like, I'm getting sick of shit. I'm jealous of shit.
Let me throw shade. I want to throw some shade. Man, she didn't spend $200 on you, though. She didn't spend $200 on you, though.
Right.
She's going to have to step it up. She's going to have to step it up.
I don't want to hear that lie, because in about 30 minutes, she's going to tell you what that mouth do.
Yeah.
$145.
Hysterical.
Yep.
Nah, he ain't pull out. He ain't pull out. I know
you paying for all that.
Matter of fact, he's just gonna drop off the panel real quick. We already know what's
potatoes, figuratively and literally, that's what she finna get. So get your ass off this line.
Get your ass off
that room. He just entered into a room with 9 other black males hating on him. Just out of love.
Coming.
Yeah.
Let me know when she flies you out.
Yeah. That ain't happening, so I guess okay.
Matter of fact, you know what? She didn't take you to roof, Chris.
How dare you?
I picked the restaurant, but next time I'm going to have to go for a higher place.
She must be cheap. She must be cheap.
Oh, broke ass.
He let her off the hook.
You said that was Cheesecake Factory, wasn't it? It wasn't really.
Man, Black Rose, she only spent $140, man.
That ain't nothing.
It's better than that.
You worth more than that, King. You must.
You ain't shit. You ain't been shit. Ain't gonna be shit, boss.
Hey, you know how much Do you ever read the comments, Black Rule, under those videos where brothers is like, you worth winning that king? The sisters, black women be livid.
They really do. Nah, white. Here's the cold part. Nah, here's the worst part about it. White dudes are doing it too. White dudes,
exactly.
white
Yes,
dudes
they
are.
are. Yes, they are.
That's
Yes, they
the
are.
sum of all fears, right there.
Yep.
That the white men start waking up and they don't have this fantasy simp factor from the white dudes. That's a bad case scenario. For them.
It's already happened. That's how come you see that movie Adolescence.
Yeah, I didn't watch it yet.
That's why. Because they,
they were stupid in that. They mentioned Andrew Tate's name, and
yes.
that was stupid of them to do. They don't
realize that though. They think it's demonizing them instead of making them famous.
They trying to put him on a Diddy track.
In other words, it's the turn baby theory. Okay, well, let's look into Andrew. I'd never heard of the man. Let's look into
I mean, they were blatant about it. I mean, it's almost as if that whole series is some kind of rebuttal to him in particular, because they seem to be kind of obsessed with him.
It's as if they think they're on the right side.
There's a reason that.
Well, isn't it British though? Isn't it like a British thing?
It is
they seem to be obsessed with Tate.
There is a reason. It's because he's influencing the young guys, and they're trying to stop the influence. That's why they tried to kill him. Because he was actually swaying all them white boys, all those Middle Eastern white boys. They actually swaying him to his.
That's a fact.
That's why they try to kill him. This shit goes way deeper than you guys actually realize. Okay, you guys don't realize how deep and how penetrating this stuff actually is. How big of an effect that you guys are starting to see it. Okay, I knew this like 10 years ago, but you guys are now starting to see the effect in real time.
Let me read this real.
Socially, politically, economically, you're starting to see it. Go ahead.
Let me read this from So Fresh, So Clean. He says, Super Bowl Whitney. That is one that performance was everything. I don't think I've ever heard another better better. Have we ever heard a better one?
The best one is Marvin Gaye, 1983. All-Star Game, baby.
Yeah. I raised you, Michael Jackson.
No.
Look up 1983
All-Star Game. Marvin Gaye.
So Marvin Gaye and then Whitney?
Yes.
I'll give Whitney number 2. I'll give her number 2.
So I guess
Michael
Michael gets number 3.
Do you see how they didn't know that? That's my point right there.
Larry said I ain't letting it go. But okay.
That was Dr. J and Kareem and Magic.
Dr. J is a fucking rapper.
Oh man, that was the golden age of the NBA. That was the golden age of the NBA.
They think Dr. J was an NWA. They don't think about it.
they think Dr. J and Dr. Dre is the same person.
Touche. Malone. Oh, that was 1983. That was the 444 76ers, 1983.
Well, to be fair, that was 2 years before I was born.
That's one of my favorite teams.
Mm-hmm.
But that was 2 years before I was born. That's why.
It might have been, but the thing is, it's called history, sir.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you.
Well, that's LAR's whole point, by the way. That's LAR's whole point.
I'm talking about the effect to this day right now. I'm not talking about history, okay? The effect to Michael Jordan hasn't played since what?
2003.
Okay, who's still the GOAT even today?
2003.
Yeah, still Jordan.
Still Jordan. Okay.
Nah, but I was having a conversation.
That's my point.
No. To the little boys, Michael Jordan's still the GOAT.
No.
The Jordan
let me ask this.
The Jordan brand had over $7 billion in sales.
Let me ask this real quick. Real quick. Better you and you gotta ask this. AM. Give me some details about who you are. There's somebody's in the background saying AM, and I don't think I've ever seen them in the so I don't know if it's Angry Man. I don't think so. So I don't know who the AM Entertainment is in the background. Let me know, please, and thank you. Backstage, yeah, okay. All right, go ahead, better.
Yeah, in terms of the GOAT thing, it sums up just like this: the best-selling shoe in 1985 was Jordans.
Was Jordan?
The best-selling shoe
Jordan
today is Jordans.
It's still Jordan.
LeBron's sons wear Jordans. They know
Yeah,
what the fuck it
like
is.
Jordans were that like
That's
it's
the
so
shoe.
like during my
That's the shoe,
time,
though.
what shoes like Jordans are a status like Jordans was a status symbol in school.
Right, but that's
Still
the
is.
shoe though. Is he
Yeah.
Yes.
A
Hold
lot of
on.
them young
This is what
cats,
y'all
they
not getting.
trolling, man.
No, this is what y'all not getting. These niggas was saying Paul George is
Hey,
the GOAT. Durant is the GOAT. LeBron James is the GOAT.
LeBron sons were wearing Jordan.
Hold on. These janky niggas had to wait
LeBron
till
sons
Kobe
were
died to say
wearing
he was great.
Jordan.
They don't know shit.
First of all, LeBron ain't better than Kobe. But the thing of it is, these young boys.
We gotta get Black Root after this. Go ahead, buddy.
It's all just
You
a
can
big
pull
troll
up
job.
Marvin Gaye and the Star Spangled Banner if you want to.
I was just going to interesting. LeBron's sons were wearing Jordans at night.
I think they changed camera angles because the ladies were throwing panties on the court.
But basically, what's his name? Jeannie Buss said they had to ban people from doing songs that way. They had to ban it after him. They changed the rule.
Because the way he delivered the song.
Yes, you can't do that anymore. Okay.
That's the first
Yeah,
time
you got to follow the tempo and whatnot. It's something different. Yeah.
That's the first time I saw anybody clap along with the national anthem.
Now you know why.
Yeah, he kind of turned that into a black joint for a second.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
And that was the 80s.
Yeah. And this was not
83,
2023. This was 1983. This was Ronald Reagan's America.
Yes. And just for a little reference for y'all, when Marvin wear the Coke shades, it's about to go down.
We're not going to tell you why, but he didn't live long after that either. So,
but the other thing is, for y'all who don't know this, look at Michael Jackson in the 80s. That's where the shades came from.
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, that's true.
I think Marvin Gaye probably was the
Actually,
first
the
black man.
shades came from George Clinton, but that's a
Yeah,
different
yeah,
story.
but no, I'm saying, but Mike like Marvin and them aviator shades all the time. So he was like,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
doing that. So
yeah.
that's when y'all see him wearing them aviator shades. That's what that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marvin was bad.
What were we gonna say? I'm better you.
I said Marvin Gaye was the first black man to get some ass off of the national anthem.
This day in history.
That's exactly why. Yeah. What I'm saying is that's why we say this is probably the best rendition of the Star Spangled Banner.
I'll see why.
Never to be duplicated.
No, it won't be because it's illegal now.
Isn't that what make you a legend, though?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, initially he didn't want to
like
do it, but he would only do it if he could do it.
If he do it that
they
way.
wanted him to do it that basic bullshit way.
Yeah,
and then now they turned that shit into a
yeah, and they still talk about it to this day. Yeah. In fact, they banned. Tyrese tried to change it, and he had to go back. He had to apologize. He tried to change the Star Spangled Banner during a Lakers game. I think during a Lakers playoff game. And he tried to change it up, and they had to talk to his ass too.
He tried to be Marvin Gaye. Y'all remember?
Yeah, because I was there at that game. In fact, we had lunch right next to him.
Hey, he just got
before he went
money.
down and did
it.
No, I didn't have.
Hold up, wait a minute, BGS, you ain't let me know you was rich.
No. It's like being like zealot. Actually, my daughter actually got me into the whatchamacallit for my birthday.
Hold up, and BGS daughter's rich. Hold up, let me hold this still. I'm listening to you, BGS.
Pretty girls have access to things that most people don't. That's
pedestrians.
Basically, I can tell you, pretty daughters can get you in places that normal people can't go.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It was startling to me how when my older daughter turned 18 years old.
Somebody's background, please mute up.
Whatever you get.
All of a sudden, she was being invited to shit and having access.
If you're ordering, please mute. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying it was startling to me. I first got introduced to it when my older daughter turned 18 and first, got in college and whatever. Then all of a sudden she was being invited to backstage to this shit and getting this free. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And all of a sudden she was like a celebrity.
Yes.
But she was pretty and she
Yes.
was young and now legal,
Yes.
which
Yes.
is a scary thing.
Yes.
That we had to watch over. But yeah, no, pretty girl. They live a different existence from everybody, even more than most good-looking dudes. Although good-looking dudes can live pretty well too, but a pretty girl, they operate on a whole different.
And that's why R. Kelly's in jail right now.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I
That
gotta
is
get this
definitely
one off
true.
though.
Yeah,
I got.
That is a fact. Wait, real quick, Vince, before you go. So to go to that, if for all of us, I know I'm speaking earlier on this one. When you listen to public announcement, she got that vibe.
Yeah.
R. Kelly is shouting out Aaliyah in that song, and I'm like, wait a minute, wasn't she like 12? Nigga, like, wait, was she 13 or 12? Like, no, she was young. No, she was young. She was like 13, 12, or 14. She was young.
He married her at
15, at 14.
Yeah.
And he said,
so the math say it is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was really young because remember he was still he was in solo yet. He was like, and even little Aaliyah got that vibe towards the end of the song. I was like, wait a minute, what? Wait a minute. I started doing the math. Wait, is she like 11? What the?
Listen, I'm gonna say this
Jay-Z had to wait.
Right, I'm gonna say
yeah,
this.
yeah, he did.
And everybody, BGS, Black people, they know from the 90s down, nigga, it was a different time. The niggas is offended now for what happened back then, but that was some normal shit.
Well, you just played Marvin Gaye. I think he
Yes.
married. He got with one of his wives. She was like 17.
It was both ways. Barry Gordy's sister was 17 years older, and he was 17 years older than
That's feminism that caused that age gap to go up. Okay, it was very common to see a 13-year-old dating a guy in his 30s. Okay, very common. It's feminism that's actually going back to it. Believe it or not. As the economic crisis kind of increases, you're going to start seeing it again.
Like,
hell, Kobe, okay? Look, just Kobe, Vanessa was what, 15? Kobe started dating her. He wasn't that much older, but
Russell Simmons and what's her name, Kamara Lee.
Marley, yeah, it's not
Half of
uncommon.
your favorite movies in the 90s.
I have a theory about what happened to Kobe, because he married that girl without a prenup. I've always believed that part of the reason why he married that girl without a prenup was to avoid getting caught up on some legal shit. I've always believed that. Why else would he marry that girl without a prenup? I think he had sex with that girl. This is just my speculation.
He did.
And maybe there was some conversation with her mama or her people or whatever, and you got to make her an honest woman type of thing.
Niggas wasn't thinking about
I think he married her without a prenup despite his parents.
Well, that was just crazy.
No, it is crazy, but that's what he was. What he was? What 18, 19 years old, something like that. And his parents didn't like her. So he did a lot of that shit despite his parents.
That was tough. That's damn. And now both being Joe gone to that. Damn, that's just.
Oh, but you don't know half of it that went on, behind the scenes with Kobe and his parents and shit like that, So and Vanessa, she wasn't black. She was Latino. I think she mixed Latino and white, and they did not like her.
Yeah, I think they thought she was.
That's like she didn't invite them to the funeral because they never liked her.
And guess what? If y'all mad,
Kobe's mama's a piece of work. Well, go ahead.
If y'all mad, y'all blame Brandy. God damn it.
He dodged the bullet with Brandy.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You remember back then, it was like, "Oh, that should be the new couple." And Brandy was like, "I'm not feeling it."
And now you're not, because he's too corny for me. That's what she said. He speaks 4 languages, and he's studious, and he got a good grade average, and he does, he's
decades later.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
A few moments later.
Yeah, he dodged the bullet.
Has Brandy ever married?
Yeah, she did. She did.
Did she?
She married.
You sure?
I believe she did. Yeah.
I don't think so.
You don't think?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't think so. I don't think so.
I thought she did for a second.
Maybe.
Okay,
because remember she was supposed to marry the one that she had the kid with, and I don't think that ever happened. Yeah, I don't think it happened.
Married on a couple TV shows.
Yeah, well, in TV shows, yeah, but.
I think it was some producer, but she is a baby mama though.
Yeah.
Same thing with Chili or White Boy Chasing Ass. Yeah. I don't think.
Chili had Dallas Austin's kid, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but Chili's mixed, isn't she?
Yep.
I think so.
Yeah, so mixed chicks.
She's actually mixed with Indian. She actually is. She's not lying this time. They're not lying. She's not lying.
And what I'm saying is, I give mixed chicks a pass because they got more than one side.
Hey, this is the perfect time to remind Z to do the No Scrubs stream.
Thank you. Before Buckeye fan fucking rips my head off, Buckeye fan like, look, Z, it's been a year, bro. It's been a year.
I think it's actually been married. I don't see a husband, so I'm looking at her bio. So.
I was about to say, Brandy.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yep. See, that's what I'm saying.
Telescope. The telescope wrote in the chat, Chili's daddy, yellow nigga.
Oh man,
it might be, but who's the mama? Yeah.
But when you can't make Michelle Obama happy, what can you do as a black man? If you
can't, you can't do anything. You can't do anything. There is no win. There is no win. There is no. And I think that's what Michelle is showing everyone. There is no win. I get that's what you're doing, BGS, and that's the point of the matter. There is no win. That's what you're seeing with the whole Michelle Obama thing. You can't win. You can't win with
because I'm sure you get the same thing I get, Mr. Z. The alpha your way through it, guys. It was just better.
Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, ain't nothing drives me crazier.
BGS. What is it? Shaq O'Neal's wife, Shawnee O'Neal.
Oh God, she's a piece
now.
Of work.
How can you do anything? You got a 7-foot man that had, that had the genetics of a, I don't know, what you would say, the master genetics. Yeah, I'm a god.
Shawnee's scandalous anyway. Shawnee dated drug dealers. She got married to a guy that's architect was going to be a preacher, and Shaq bought him out and married Shaq and then cheated on him. So Shawnee's a piece of work.
So now you gotta
Where in the
ask. You
world
got.
I ain't gonna
Shaq
lie.
would be
Y'all,
Now you
would be
gotta
looked
ask
at?
Shaq. What the hell
one
was
time.
Shaq on?
We
That's
don't
the
want to talk
question
about
you
that.
got to
You
ask.
don't even
What
want
was
to talk
Shaq
about that.
on?
Well, you know what? He got her pregnant. That's how come he had to marry her.
Oh, okay.
He
listen,
So
wasn't
he's
gonna marry her.
he probably was trying to do the honorable
He's
thing
trying to
with
honorable
like
thing.
his,
Yeah,
his family, his dad,
for that and his brand. Because
Shaq got
his brand,
caught up because of that damn Superhead book.
because he already had one baby mama. Okay, and basically they're going from the farm to the Staples Center. He probably had to do it politically
Oh
too.
yeah, it could have been a Jerry Buss.
Oh yeah. Oh, I think so.
But she looked so bad.
You got to clean this shit up.
Got to clean this shit up. Yeah,
She looked so bad that
we could go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, I'm saying she looked so bad because he took all the blame. He gave her the money, and he adopted her kids, and then still at the end, after everything over,
that
he gonna
business
come out
of
with that
her
book. That was just
writing that book.
awful. Made all black women look bad.
That was nasty work writing that book.
Yeah, because
I never loved him. I never truly loved him. Shut your ass up, please.
She's a superhead with a little cleaned up clean up around her. But yeah, Sean, I mean, if you're married to a whole other guy and you cheating with a basketball player, okay, and that basketball player which got Kobe in trouble with Shaq in Colorado. Because Kobe tried to buy his way out of some bullshit, right? And said, "Well, you let Shaq do it." That wasn't the right thing to say.
Snitching ass shit. Dry snitching like a mug.
Dry snitching. Dirty Mac and dry snitching. Sure was. Yep.
Dry snitching like a, and that's why Shaq should have slapped fire off his goddamn. I would have slapped Kobe so hard I would have threw him across the goddamn court.
Well, when they got together, if it wasn't for Derek Fisher, he probably would have slapped the shit out of him. Okay.
Yeah. Rule number one about doing your thing, even if it's your homeboy. When you get caught, you get caught. We didn't get caught. You got caught.
The only reason that Kobe and Shaq could play together is because they both respected Derek Fisher. It's the only reason.
Really?
Yes.
Fisher was the one who I didn't know.
Yes. In other words, when Kobe got from doing his shit in Colorado, and him and Shaq and Kobe had to talk about it, they said, "Okay, let's get the boys together in case the big guy decides to throw." Because Kobe's mouth is going to run way past what his body can handle, right? So, and Derek Fisher got in the middle of it. Okay, just say your piece. But Derek was always like that.
Yeah, he did.
Until Matt Barnes came
through. On Shaq, that was foul as hell when he did that, and it was right in the midst of all that
yes,
shit, man.
yes,
yeah, that was messed up.
And Shaq already didn't like him, that much as it was, but he.
Let me read this real quick because I don't know, Leon. What do you mean by this? If you don't mind. And he says, "Are y'all agreeing with me? They want that BMW."
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You mean like a literal BMW, or which one? Or you mean like BMW means what?
Yeah, I think it means
he's talking about earlier in the conversation when we were saying most people just want a decent life, and it was like decent life versus having like the G-Wagon and all that other
Black women feel so bad about themselves, and that there's and so has such low self-esteem they have to use external things to raise their stuff.
Yeah. And I think that was bolstered. As a matter of fact, so much of the conversation I'm hearing going on with pundits that are doing more than just CNN, so like not mainstream media, but like kind of the independent media guys and women, they're actually having that's conservatives and liberals. They're actually having a conversation about, okay, we don't have free healthcare, we don't have these things, and what America did over the past 40 some odd years, they said, you know what, we'll get you cheap TVs, gas won't be that expensive, and all these other things to make up for this stuff. So I think some of that was directed towards the women in particular, where, yeah, you're going to be working, if you are working hard, you will be working hard. But here, look, Louis bags don't cost that much. And you could get an entry-level luxury car and look, flat screen TV for your living room. Like, so, and I think that was pushed to them on top of the inferiority complex that they already have because they're not like women. So I think they have it, and then it was exacerbated by
social media. Social media made it worse. Yeah.
Oh, that made it even worse than mainstream. Yeah. No, I agree with that because I agree. Goddamn.
The thing
talking about going to hell.
The thing that's scary with this generation, well, my generation of ladies is And BGS, you said this one time, like about how many of them are on antidepressants, and it just sort of kind of came up one day with some of my homegirls, where I was riding with them, and like the little text message for the prescription came through.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, you on meds?" She's like, "Yeah, I've been on meds for the last 7 years." I was like, "Oh, I never seen a pill bottle at your house." She's like, "Yeah."
Wait, she said 7 years?
Yeah.
Yes.
God damn.
And women suffer from anxiety. Yeah.
She's like, "I've been to the asylum one time. Like, I had a real breakdown." She's like, "I kind of realized I wasn't as crazy as I thought I was when I was in there with crazy people." I was like, "Oh."
Women were not meant to deal in the world of men like men do. Okay, they weren't meant for that. That's anxiety producing.
No, they weren't designed. They weren't designed to work like men do,
No.
and to face all the particular stresses and
Yes.
folks screaming about getting work done under certain schedules.
Yeah.
And, you know, they were supposed to be at home tending the children, tending the houses, and working, being productive, but being productive in things associated with home and a comforting. A
stable,
safe, comforting, stable environment, and one in which that they could, you know, sort of manage the environment, you know, the home, manage the children, manage to help sort of manage the neighborhood. They can be very productive at that.
So,
but having to go out and haggle over you know, ratios, and we got to try to fight over this business deal. I mean, some of them can do it. Some of them can do it well. But the numbers and percentages of them to be able to effectively do it well without destroying themselves is much lower than the number of men that can do so.
Women were built to cooperate, not compete. Men were built to compete. Okay.
You guys are such misogynists. Let them go crazy.
All day and twice on Sunday. Yes, sir.
And some of these women that are breaking down, those are the ones that are living in their car. Those are the ones that are on the street.
And some of them are former R&B stars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Girls coming soon.
Yeah, those women. I mean, you can see it all the time. At your job, you can see women that are falling apart. You know, and they trying to work with you, and they are not really handling it well. They're not.
Hold up, dog. You can't be talking like that. And you just getting Ruth Chris an hour ago.
I'm gonna have to go.
Wait, Turn around. Why are you still here? You gotta work to do. She ain't paid for that for free. That wasn't free, sir.
No.
You got work. You got a job to do, sir.
You got to reimburse. Yeah.
You got to reimburse.
She put a honey pack in your jacket.
You need to be in that room lighting the candles right now.
Look, man, you better have your tidy whities ready.
Yeah.
I've been becking upstairs, so I'm gonna have to go in 5 minutes.
There we go. Exactly.
Hey, you gotta go put in work, man.
Turn around and say that's what you got. That's all what you got to do when you got a black woman. When you got a Latino woman, she on my schedule.
Yeah.
Hey,
if her eyes don't roll back and her leg don't shake, you ain't done no work, man.
And that's your last damn dinner.
It's your last damn dinner, right? Nigga, you come with this bullshit after I pay for dinner.
I ain't paid for dinner. Motherfucker, you cheddar biscuit my ass.
She's very, very happy, so she will be okay with whatever I do.
Nigga, what?
Nigga, I can see her jump up. Nigga, what?
She say Brady. Yes, we can.
That sound like some player talk to me. She'll be happy with whatever I do.
He say Brady.
Until next time for your birthday, we ain't going out this year.
No, but gentlemen, she has done most for me. I mean, she brought me $1,000 gifts. $700 watch. I mean, she's taking care for real.
So that leg don't shake, it thumps.
And I can't remember.
Your tunnel runner is bragging again. Look at every single time.
I can't. I'm married to a black woman. She didn't buy me hardly anything.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, no, that's not her job. That's not her job. That's your job, sir.
That's your job.
Memo from a black woman. It's your job.
What are your wife saying right now? So brother on my arm, no so brother on your arm.
No. Brother on my arm, no brother on your arm.
laugh when
man.
you see that.
And let me read this from Leon. And Leon says, attending college, attending college versus graduating college, amusing. Oh, attending college as in black women. I get what you're saying. And then how many of them actually attend college
Okay.
versus how many of them graduate? Ah, bro, sore part.
I just got this from was it Black Demographics? I'll pull it up in a minute. Okay.
Okay.
Just got it.
Even with all the college, how come the money never translates? The money never translates.
That's a whole different story. Okay. Where you get your degree? You went to college. You know what? You know why. You know why.
With the money not
I know
translating.
why. But they always leave that part out.
People ask me. One kid asked me about. He went to college, but I can't find a job in my field. Okay, you learn to learn. Go learn something else.
Well, the way it's framed is that these women go to college and they make way more money. And they make way more money because they went to college. Okay, fine, if that's the argument. And that there's some type of scholars because they have a degree. And that, as a person who has not dated outside of one, there was only one non-college educated person since I was like 23. BGS, you know this. Yes. They're not nearly as informed as they portray themselves to be.
No,
not nearly as knowledgeable as they portray themselves to be.
They're indoctrinated. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, pull it up. Yeah, pull up the chart. You see these percentages between black men and black women, okay? As far as degree attainment, there's 2 or 3% difference, okay? It's not this big old even with what is it? Bachelors, right? Okay, 12 versus 14% by sex.
But as Namer said once, what's the narrative to the truth? Why does the I need the narrative to shame you. Yes. I don't care whether it's only 2% difference. That's enough. That's enough.
The thing is, like they said, they're the most educated group, and that's never been true. Ever. Okay? But the thing is, they've been repeating the same shit for the past, 15 years?
What is that old statement? If you say a line, you repeat it. Oh, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's propaganda. Yeah. Just like the best pairing is the black woman and a white man because the divorce rates are so low, right? Repeating the same propaganda for the past 20
was that from the 80s?
Or
the early 90s?
2002.
Oh yeah, okay.
And that and all you got to do is remember the DeBarges.
Yeah.
Elio, you got to go into that because I don't think a lot of people know how horrible that dad was in the rumors about what he was doing to the kids.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because that ain't Lawrence Fishburne playing fucking daddy.
Yeah, that's true. Because he's white. Yeah. Their daddy's white. That's why. Nobody talks about him. Yeah. If he was black, he'd be Mr.
No.
But that's why I said, let me go ahead and pull up the actual data and see how big the gap is. Okay, is there a gap? Yes. Is that that big a gap? This is within the rate of error, right? 3%.
Yeah.
Plus or minus 3.
Margin error.
Margin error, right? Okay. Not that big a deal, but they act like this is such a egregious achievement. We're so far behind.
They gonna say
but here's the thing but here's the thing about that. Now you'll pull up that quote unquote gap with college. Now pull up that gap when it comes to income.
Yeah. They won't do that. The thing is, when you actually pull up the numbers, it's not that big a deal, okay? Unless you're pulling up marriage rates, okay, which is egregious for women, for black women. They're upside down to everybody. Compare black women to other women, and then we can talk, okay? But they won't do. They only compare themselves to black men. That's it. They don't go outside of that. And then when you compare to black men, what you're talking about is not that big a deal, especially with black boys have to go through it to just get to college. Okay, they don't have to work through or walk through the same minefield that black girls do. Not even close.
So I hear what you BGS and line. I hear what y'all saying. That I don't even frame the argument with that. Fine, okay, you know what? This is an issue for you, and what you gonna do about it?
Nothing.
So for me, it's like if you are not going to advocate for black boys and men, if you are going to use if you're going to use intersectionality to benign neglect black boys and men, then you get what you get.
Because
And
they like
if
it.
that means that your marriage, I agree. Then I agree with that. And so the complaint, the fake ass complaining, eat that.
Yeah.
Eat that. I get it. It's not fair. It's not fair that now that you're in your mid-30s and you're really looking to settle down, your Johnny dry right on up because you can't meet the guy that you feel is on your level or that's gonna buy you out or whatever the hell. I get it. It's not fair, and we don't owe you. Well, that fairness. Where's my? It's not. That's not fair. There we go.
You met that. They met the guy on her level, okay, but he's white and he won't take her.
Ouch.
The way I see
Go ahead, Benny. You go ahead.
that even to get a little bit deeper biblically, when did people reap but they didn't sow? You ain't made that investment in people. So how you gonna get something out when you didn't plant a seed?
That's nature, man. But that goes all the way down to the bacteria. If you don't do no work, you don't eat. Okay.
So I'm gonna have to find it. It's gonna be hard to find because I think she deleted it. But the one where the professor was saying, and I covered it a few months ago, where the professor was saying these moms of sons, they haven't followed the assignment. They're not raising their sons to love up and like on black girls because her 14-year-old daughter, I guess, got a hold of a group chat and all the black boys were talking about who their favorite women are, celebrities, and it was nothing but white women. And so this is what I'm saying. Y'all not looking out for the book. Let me say this. As a person that doesn't have kids, but still, you know, as a uncle to a niece and a nephew, we don't owe you, Mr. Z doesn't owe you raising my nephew to be the 14 or 15-year-old that's going to take your daughter out to whatever Sadie Hawkins dance or whatever the hell in the future, especially when you're not raising your daughter to be likable and to be cordial and kind to my nephew. What the fuck? I don't understand what these people, they want to start community at the start of my heartbreak. Hell no, bro.
What they want is the community society to put black men back in their place. That's what they really want.
I agree.
And they're using this to beat up on and say that you're worthless and no good. Have no redeeming value.
The worst thing that ever happened in this community is black men gaining self-esteem and self-worth.
It's called the fucking black manosphere. That's why they hate it.
Look, they can feel however they want to feel, but I think Ed has an answer for that.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shane Song, we got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
Hey, that will never get old. It will never get old. That is never getting old. That's never getting old.
Yeah,
that forever.
Especially the first video I played of his was called "Find Another Story."
Find another story.
Look, and when Ed said that's so
find another store.
I'll find it, man.
Yeah, there's an original Find Another Store where it just kind of hit him in the moment, and he started going stream of consciousness, and the shit is just fantastic.
Look, when Ed said that's a $4 value, that's when I lost it. The whole thing was funny. Everybody says Shang Tsung, but for me, that's a $4 value. When he says that's a $4 value, any type of when you have the discipline to hold the laugh, I lost it. The first time I saw it, I lost it on that's a $4 value. Oh man. But
He's a fan
but that
for
goes.
sure.
Look, if you and I when I say that, I really want to say it slow again. If you want to use intersectionality, the fact that you're black plus woman and under plight, to benign neglect black boys and men, which is exactly what the black community has been on since the plantation, but since in the Jim Crow. So if that's what you're doing, fine. But then we don't owe you making our sons kick ass for your daughters in the future.
Yeah.
We don't owe like.
I
Go
follow
ahead.
it, but anytime you get ready.
Okay. But yeah. So, and if you don't mind, I'm sending that to me also too, BJS.
Okay.
Please and thank you. You know, I like having all these stuff. If I you know what, you're right. You're right, Vince. I need to download all this stuff.
It's on my channel, but you can find it called Find Another Store. Yeah.
Okay.
Get the hard drive, V.
But my point is, you are acknowledging you can't do this for yourself. So when you see a Cynthia G, even Irene, and Irina admit this from that angle, and these women to talk about who they are, it's like, if you were so great, find somebody else that can do it. You got African men, Afro-Caribbean men. Find another, hell, you can find black men, you can find black men that are even built stronger. If them Caribbean men on average are built a little bit bigger than black men. Jamaican, Haitian, find them, get them. Why is it that you can't leave African American men alone, yet you bitch about what they're not doing? If African American men have failed you, leave. You don't got to get a white man, get another black man. Why is it that, why the fuck are you still here? Clearly we don't have what you want to buy. Bitch, be gone. Go to another store. Another branch. We don't have your batteries. We don't have what the fuck you want. And we're not
that battery is hysterical.
Fucking time. Maybe they're smarter than you and they realize there's some shit they can't get. What? I'm giving them a discount? No, I'm not. They're paying the same price you're paying. You just think the price is too fucking high. What? I'm supposed to lower the price for you? No, I don't do that. The price is the fucking price. What? I'm a coon? Okay, I'll be that. Bye. I'll be that. Go somewhere. What, you're gonna go to the Better Business Bureau and say I'm not doing what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing? Okay, I got way more good surveys to overcome that fucked up one. Please leave before I call the police and beat your ass. Cause I got a female guard that I pay her extra money so she can whoop a woman's ass because I can. And trust me, she has been directed to beat your ass like a man. And there's a reason she looks like a man. Because I like them jasmines that can beat your ass like a fucking man can. So keep playing. Yeah, I am talking to myself while I'm talking. That's the conversation if it was a store that we would be having. That's what it is though, man. Like, seriously. Like, it's this, you know, like, and so when you hear people like George talk and people that have that mentality, they really want this idea that black men are supposed to get their shit together. Guess what? When black men get their shit together, we already see what happens. Black men are going to choose the women worthy of the position that they are. They want to be with African American women, but this take me as I am bullshit ain't going to fly. It's just not. And if you say the niggas need to get their shit together, you're not going to be able to switch it and say, oh, but they need to be with black women just cuz. It's not going to work that way. And no matter what name or word you call, they're not going to give a fuck. And you're already seeing that. So this idea that the niggas need to get their shit together, black women don't need to get their shit together for black men. Black women need to get their shit together for themselves. And when they choose to say, fuck that, I don't have to, you're going to get left behind. And I'm not even about dating interracially. I'm about just going overseas and importing. Well, them women will leave you as soon as they can. Okay, 80% of black divorces are divorced because of the women. So you think that these women from overseas got to go have an 80% leave you rate? Especially if you got a little bit of paper that can help their family? I don't think they're going to pull that shit. Not in the same rates. Anyway, that's me running my mouth. No, I'm just saying. The reality is, you shouldn't expect protection from anyone you don't believe is superior to you. That's why you're asking for it, because you can't do it on your own. This is why in the Bible that man is the head. But people want to live in this. You got dudes that want to sell this idea that that you can get protection without honoring anything. And the reality is, if you don't attract men that are able to protect you or willing to do so, maybe it's because you keep on flying up the back signal saying, I don't need no fucking man. And maybe when you're saying we're closed, that's why nobody's coming in your store.
Okay. The original record.
Find another store.
Find another store.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta say the whole thing like Ed said. Find another fucking store.
Find another store.
That whole soundbite. Find another fucking store. That's exactly how it needs to be.
I'm sure Compassionate will clip that. Okay.
Yeah. Find another store and shout out to the Roger Report. I ain't got nothing for you.
Yeah. Go read the super chat.
I ain't got nothing for you.
Lion, if you don't mind reading this for me, please and thank you.
Shout out to Great Can Mess with the $10. Caught up. The grass is greener where you water it. Black women have the black men they didn't invest in. I find it hilarious and stupid that black women don't see the state of black boys as an indictment against their very wombs. Yeah, that's a fact.
It could, because it's always
God damn, that hurt your very womb. God damn.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. It's the no good daddy's fault. Okay, it's Jermaine's fault. It ain't my fault. I didn't do it.
Your womb is defective. I didn't do it. Y'all supposed to be the leaders.
Yeah, I just heard that. I had to do a response to that. Mm-hmm. It's our we that way because we ain't get the proper leadership.
Hey, shout out to a certain elder who said send them back to the manufacturer and leave them on the lot.
And leave them on the lot. Yeah, I know they do. I know Z loved that one. Leave them on the lot.
Man, look, man. Hey, I did 2 streams on that because I was like, oh my God, this is the legal and the send them back to the manufacturer for real. Like, leave them on the lot is leave them for their family. Send them back to the manufacturer. Send them back to whatever society they came from, community they came from that built this.
Yes.
The black community and white dominated society. Send them back to the manufacturer.
The manufacturer is a white man. Send them back to him.
Yep.
Hey. hey,
for real.
This is your fuck up.
This is defective. Hey, bro, what the hell, bro?
What'd you give me?
I drove it off the line and broke apart. What the hell?
There's a massive recall.
Hey, bro, look, man.
Hey, we got the black woman lemon law, okay?
Right. That's funny. I'm using it. I'm using it. The lemon law. Wait, say that again, buddy.
I said I'm not surprised. Charlie's out here peddling lemons.
Yeah, that's it.
The KR, I got it.
So are y'all saying that are y'all saying that white men are Matilda's dad for all of us that remember the movie?
Yeah.
But by the way, okay, so Matilda's dad was a whole like slimy car salesman that used to do things to the cars for them to run just long enough for you to drive it off the lot and maybe for a week and then it break down. So that's why I'm saying that. Yeah, exactly.
I'll put the link to that video into the.
Thank you.
I think it got deleted because Ed's channel got bonked, so I think it's not there anymore. So that's probably the only copy.
I don't remember Matilda, but I remember Big Bob, Helga's dad. And that thing was always scamming.
Here's the name of the invoice. It's called the KRA, the Keisha Recall Act.
Recall Act.
Hey, I'm using all of these. I'm gonna use all of them. I'm gonna use all of them. Because exactly.
Hey, have a picture of Trump signing it. Holding it up, signing the Keisha Recall. It was thumbs up, Keisha Recall Act.
With that thumbs up and smile he be giving.
And a smile. Helping one black man at a time. The Keisha Recall Act.
Have you accidentally or unfortunately married or dated a woman that is defective? If she has running mouth syndrome, attitude, raw neck, raw eyes syndrome, if she has the propensity to threaten you or use an LGBTQ slur against you,
Or have outlandish expectations far beyond her station. Yes.
Right. If she has aspirations far beyond her station, please call 1-800. Go ahead.
Support the KRA today. That's your slogan.
Support the KRA today.
All right. You gotta run it after the Edward Addison commercial.
Yeah, that's true. Or gay.
We need somebody walking around with the Nixon peace signs every time you see the end of the commercial. Like the Nixon peace signs after that. Like that's what it is. Like, man, look, we have reached, to me, the end of a line. It's done. I think Mr. Z gonna still be talking, but the conversation for the most part is done. It's run its course. And now it's nothing but action that needs to be taken. The ladies are not budging. I don't think they realize what Trump is. They feel it, but they don't really feel it. I don't think they appreciate how much of especially I'm talking about Black women, how much of their existence politically and socially was built off of what white women were able to flick off to them because of feminism. And you're watching the pillars of that get ripped apart by this administration. And I promise you that the Democrats come in, they're not going to bring it back up. So
Alexa, say boys to men.
I don't think black women appreciate that. Go ahead.
I said, Alexa, play boys to men. End of the road.
Yeah, not have you reached the end of the road. Exactly.
I mean, here's my thing. Here's the thing I want to ask. I mean, only a few. I know of maybe quite a very, very, very small few of Black women actually read the exit polls. But I'm like, has Keisha seen the exit polls? I'm like, Keisha don't even fuck with you like that. I mean, Becky don't fuck with you.
Hey, but I said this before the election. I knew Asian women were to go the direction they went. I didn't know it was going to be that bad. Asian women voted more to the right than Asian men. That's why they worship. But Asian women voted more to the right than even Asian men did, and that's saying something. That's number one.
Even
white women,
even the Latin community, but the
Latin, that's because the Latino men, because Latina women still voted more to the left, but not nearly in the numbers of Black men or Black women. But yeah, go ahead.
Nah, but I mean, but even with the Latino community, the Asian community, that was about deportation because they were like, I don't want you illegal motherfuckers over here. Take them out, take them out scraps. Fuck wrong with you?
Yeah. That look, it's gonna be a new day, and I think if Black Root, correct me if I'm wrong. When we were speaking about Medium Man, when he covered a few weeks ago, maybe even over a month ago, that Black men pretty much earned the third most after Asian men, white men, and then it was Black men, and then I think like Latinas, whoever, white women, Black women, whoever it was after that. And because you don't have kind of these BS jobs, or they're getting scrapped, and because the Trump administration is trying to streamline the economy, a lot of these jobs are going to get kind of whisked away. And that might cause that gap to grow. And I think Black women are just going to find themselves on the wrong side of this dynamic. And if you're not holding on to a Black man, any man, to be honest with you, worth it damn, but a Black man, well, let's see if you're really strong and independent. Let's see. I think you're watching them scream now, but Black women screaming and begging and pleading because they're Black women, it's always going to come off as insults to Black men. It's never going to be like, I'm starving. Go ahead.
Yo,
it is dry begging, but it's aggressive dry begging. Like, you owe me this. Go ahead.
It's something I thought about today, right? I think there's a female version, and it's just something that come off my head. There's a female version of John Henryism. I don't know. It might be something a word for or whatever like that. There's a version of John Henryism where women don't want to feel or see like they're vulnerable. So instead of acting vulnerable, they try to act angry or mad, like how Black men or men in general aren't able to express their emotions and stuff like that without having a tinge of anger on it. And in their masculinity and stuff like that. Yeah. So in their acts of masculinity, they try to behave or portray like the social norm. So they are swaggy bagging, sassy bagging, and acting out in anger instead of actually, it's like a defense mechanism. Instead of really acting consistent with how they really feel, how they want to feel, they try to act in a way that's socially acceptable, that's contrary. So it looks off.
But let's actually give real quick. Let's give LAR his credit for that. LAR was the one that said, when you said aggressive begging, yeah, and LAR was the one that, say it again?
That's basically what it is.
Yeah, LAR was the one that coined that on Mr. Z's channel. That shit, I said, hey, I'm using that. That aggressive begging, that's exactly what it is. Aggressive begging. I called it sassy begging, but yeah, LAR said aggressive begging. I was like, that's even more accurate. I'm gonna use both. But yeah.
I came with swaggy begging too. Still giving miscredit.
Yeah, swaggy begging. Swaggy begging, yeah.
But this is when it comes back to what I've said on your channel before. I'm like, women suck at hypergamy and black women suck the most.
Yeah.
Black women suck at hypergamy.
Well, maybe they're not sucking enough. That's the problem. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe they're stuck in the right places or right spaces in the right. Yeah, that part.
Maybe.
Yeah, just a suggestion, ladies. Just a suggestion, Just a suggestion. Go ahead, Elliot. Who's gonna say something?
Yeah, I'm about to just be a jerk.
Damn.
Is maybe
you sure you want to talk about jerking while we talk about sucking? I don't know about this.
Don't do both at the same time.
Yeah.
Right? Don't. I don't suggest it.
Well, but you want her to do it though. But go ahead.
Exactly.
And she can't do it at the same time.
Why not? Why not? Yeah, she doing it
right. Where we at right now is honestly. A bunch of people just suck at being a stereotype. It's sucking at the bad bitch stereotype. You suck at the boss bitch stereotype. You suck at the.
Oh, you just trash trying to do all of them and sucking at all of them at the same time. God damn.
You the trash all around.
The angelic stereotype. You know what I'm saying? The what do you call that? The altruistic stereotype. All of these stereotypes are just the stereotypes are that, but the actions are completely opposite.
Say that.
So it's like we got problems. Like part of this stuff, and I was gonna say this, but when the strippers ain't making no money, what does that tell you about the society?
Goddamn.
Strippers
the diesel's not making money.
No,
we're talking about the fall. The fall.
No, you got it. Like when y'all was talking about it earlier with the ladies on thing. When you can look online, that's been going on for like a year, some change, a few years, if I'm not mistaken. They'll tell you the strippers are like, yo, and I'm talking about the black strippers.
I've seen them.
There ain't no money in this.
Yeah.
You got to take into consideration all the people that people are looking up to have a come up off of guys come from that type of avenue, and they're struggling. So it's a done deal.
Oh, wait. Mr. Donnie Mac, god damn, talk about the perfect comment for what LA was. God damn, perfect timing. Mr. Donnie Mac says the exit poll.
Hold on, LAR.
They can spin that in so many different ways.
You know I can do it. I'm gonna leave that alone. Oh man, you can spin that. Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Donnie Mac, that was good. That was good. That was funny. Go ahead. LAR did. I think that was line that was trying to go. Go ahead.
Nah, but to LAR's point, I mean, the thing about it is the strippers are not that smart either. They're really not.
That's
I would agree, because there should be an exit strategy. Talk about exit polls, Mr. Donnie Mac.
Why would a stripper be smart? That's how she
ended
up being a stripper.
See, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
Some college girls
to get through college.
Whoa. See, this is where y'all mess up with this one. And I'm just be honest with it. They are the epitome of doing nothing for something.
Yeah.
That's what that represents.
Yes, exactly.
And when it goes from that all the way to the most educated, the idea is to do nothing for something.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why.
Basically,
wait, tricking on the pole is nothing? Goddamn. I don't know. Go ahead, buddy.
It ain't working.
What they asked for.
So basically, this system of honomics has collapsed. And they need a
I think honomics needs to expand and drive the price down.
Wait.
Oh man, look.
What
are three chicken wings? I ain't forget.
Yeah, two chicken wings. Yeah,
2 chicken wings.
For 250.
Since we gonna go there, What do y'all think when when BGS talk about like Miss Ann and we talk about like white America? They're just the epitome. They're the black part of that. They understand white America. White America does nothing for something all the time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Hey, they
Well,
used
that's
to.
the indie, right? That's the goal.
That's used to.
Yeah.
They used to.
Yeah.
That's America.
They're not gonna be able to do it soon or
No,
now.
that it's over now. That's what
Yeah.
Trump is telling us. That shit's over.
Hey, bro. It's a new day.
Yeah, the stripper market has been decreasing by an average of 5% a year.
That's coming from
They even got statistics on it.
and who better to actually give us the stats than Uru? Okay?
Hey, you know,
the old bean counter
the old
comes
bean
through.
counter. You got to be able to find this kind of stuff, man. for your annual budgeting. You got to be able to get this kind of information.
Shout out to all my Dade County heads that know the song "I'm a Stripper and This Is My Life." So I'm gonna put that as a song reference for this stream today because this is where we ended up in the conversation. So I think it's a good reference, and it's kind of I don't know how many of you guys heard this song outside the state.
Think
Go,
about
go.
the height
I like
of the
Kevin Murray's
stripper.
comment. Kevin Murray's comment. And let me
Wait,
do the
Give
voice.
me a second. Give me a second. Where's Kevin? Oh, there we go.
This
This one.
summarizes this right here. I have saved 1,000 strippers. I would have saved 1,000 more if only they realized that they were in stripping.
I just came up because y'all are talking about strippers, and I just want to say, yo, these strippers these days are lazy. Okay?
They are.
They shake their booty like.
They are.
They want $500 for showing
They
up.
are strippers.
Yes, they are.
They are
Yo,
strippers.
they're the
These
lazy-
were women.
No,
These were
no,
women
Black
that
Rule.
didn't
Are
want
we
to
still
do
here?
shit.
Black Rule. These
Can y'all hear me?
strippers are a
Yeah.
new level of lazy.
They
Like they
really
shake
are.
their ass 5 times and look at you for $1. Like I was in B-more, shaking it, she shook her booty. I was finally just turning my neck towards her, and she was like $1 or two, and I was like, I barely saw your cheek. Like get back to work, and she thought I was being cheap, and I just came up to say that these strippers,
Can
they
y'all hear me?
lazy. They lazy.
Hey, they gonna do a pop the balloon challenge with your ass.
Hey, let me bro. Hey, if you ever seen Leon doesn't look too dissimilar from the plumber. He gonna fuck around. They gonna call him Plumber 2.0. Watch. Williams is gonna be calling him Turtlehead and all that other shit that they would call the plumber. But
In a real
no,
way.
so right. But I don't. I mean, at least in South Florida, stripping ain't dead. So yeah, it's definitely doesn't have the hype that it used to, but it's definitely not dead. It's definitely not dead. So
my question is,
yeah.
right, where is the workforce going to go for those females who's going into stripping and things like that?
Hysterical. This question is well, you know what, Elliot? I agree. Yeah. But that means you're really not gonna make no money because they said that's one of the biggest disparities in income ever. Like is OnlyFans stuff. Like the top people pretty much take like 90, 70 some odd percent of everything, and then everybody else got to fight over the crumbs on OnlyFans. So yeah, that ain't gonna be a good look for the ladies.
I would say keep some loose cash on you at all times.
Oh boy,
you never know when you might be able to get a $10 BJ.
$10 holler, a $10 holler.
OnlyFans is just girls going wild again. That's all that is.
Oh man. Hey, let me see. LAR, if you don't mind reading this from Leon, please and thank you.
Oh hell no.
No,
Let's be real. No man ever hit Bowser without a condom box that has been opened. Come on, dog. Brittany experienced men who suddenly doesn't know what a condom is. Come on, and I know who you're talking about. That's why
no, you're talking about Miss Foster. Talking about Miss Foster. Look, man. Look. She's not. To me, she's not the ugliest person in the world. But I definitely agree with Black Guru that she's homely looking, and there's nothing wrong with that, bro. Not all of us are super bad.
Honestly,
the problem with her is she's an asshole and she's homely looking. God damn, you can't be both.
No, we got no. We got to say it like it is. No, she is too ugly to be talking the shit she talking.
God damn, I'm not gonna say all of that. I'm just saying. God damn.
Somebody got to say it. Be talking the shit the way you talking.
But here we go though. Uru said this, right, about young ladies and stuff like that, right? How they have their pretty privilege and stuff like that, right? Here's my conspiracy, right? Her parents had money. She's been around girls who pretty had money. She didn't get the type of access and stuff that they did. So maybe she's not even just mad at men. Maybe she's mad at the girls too. I don't know. Maybe
Oh, you better believe she angry. Oh, you better believe that.
And maybe she's a friend of me at the same time.
No, she is mad because she can't capitalize on male nature.
Yeah.
And Brittany Renner can.
Yes, and yeah.
And here's my recommendation. Find a way to be happy with yourself. Just be yourself. Play to your strengths.
That's difficult because I think people like that, they pretend like they are, and if you don't have a well-trained eye, you will believe their bullshit. But whenever we get to whatever the issue is with them, they'll snap. Right?
Like
So
exactly
what we said about it's what we saw with her when we mentioned that video with her speaking about Brittany Renner saying, hey, ladies, go to the gym 3-4 times a week and whatever. You saw that, oh, wait a minute, she's not really saying anything offensive. How did you take this in any negative way? Because that's the sticking point for her. I will never look like you no matter what I do. Stop telling people like me to go to the gym and work out. And plus, I don't care about the male gaze like that, even though I really do. But I don't. I'm not going to work. My pride won't let me work for the male gaze, is what Miss Foster was saying also. Go ahead.
All right, well, fine. You go ahead and get a dude that looks just like you and call it a day.
I mean, have you seen her, man? Just saying.
Yeah, I've seen her, man.
Shaped like a FedEx box.
Hey, I want to say this about my Boosie accent, right? Come on, dog.
Damn, I just deleted it. Goddamn, you guys.
That's a horrible Boosie accent. Come on, man.
Man, thank you.
Come on, man.
Come
on, dog.
This one.
Wait, let me get it out. It's like, I'm ugly, man. Like, you gotta chill. Stop saying that, man. I'm ugly, man. What can I do, man?
And let me have Bruce Stone Wayne read this one, if you don't mind, Bruce Stone Wayne.
All right. Shout out to Starman. White men would rather be 99th in the line to pipe Bonnie Blue rather than pipe a black woman. Ugh.
And I think to be fair, I think that's most white men. I agree with Black Uru where I think most white men do look at engaging in sexual activity with black women as some type of form of bestiality, or at least like it's a sign that you couldn't do better.
That's
right?
not...
You could not do better, and I don't think that's all white men though, because I think you do got the what's his face the Robin Thicke and the John B's and whatever the hell and the Gary Owens that exists. But for the most part, I've been around too many white men that when me and my coworkers or friends were talking about the black women we find attractive, at best they saw them as mid, if not just completely undesirable. Where and I don't think they were not pretending. Go ahead.
Can I be offensive a little bit?
Of it, I was about
let's do this. LAR, and then we got you, Bruce Wayne. Go ahead, LAR.
That's a bit more nuanced. You got the people who are insecure about the BBC thing. Then you got the guys who don't want to get that white nigga fade. You know what I'm saying? They don't like because you know the white guys that date black chicks because they gotta. Now they wearing Jordans. They done threw the Crocs away. Like they go through the whole Travis Kelce trend.
Paul Wall.
You know what I'm saying? And I know Paul Wall wife. She cool as fuck. You know, we went to college together. But they don't want to go.
I bet because she seems cool and he seems cool.
She's a twin.
Paul was like one of the few rappers I would ever actually meet.
He cool as shit too. But she's a twin. Like it's two of them.
Oh.
But
well, I mean, I don't know if I don't know what percentage of black women would even require them to do that. Maybe there's a generational aspect to that. I don't know, because I mean, black women that I know who marry white men, they your basic looking ass white dudes. They haven't really had to change their looks up at all. In fact,
no, Black Rule, you talking about the niggas that's finna take her for alimony when it's over. I'm just talking that. The basic white dudes take them. They be paying them out. You know what I'm saying? The other ones, that's what they don't like doing that shit.
Well, again, I don't know to what degree that what you're saying is true. I'm not debating that. I'm just saying the white men that I see who actually have black women, they don't appear to have had to change their look and their white boy behavior or persona. If anything, the sisters appear to just accept and adapt to. I'm with a white man, and this is how white men look and behave. I'm not looking for John B. I might have would have liked to got John B if that option was available, but I did give me a white guy, and that's really the only thing that matters.
That's kind of what I'm like. I get exactly what you're saying, but there's a certain part of those relationships where there's a slow transformation. Because I want you to wear. How about dress like this? You know the same thing Steve Harvey had with his wife now. It's that.
But well, okay. Let's say that's true though. I think if because we're men. I mean, my wife has put me in shit and gotten me to dress a certain way and wear certain shoes that I wouldn't not have necessarily been motivated to do, but I wasn't necessarily antagonistic towards it at all. And in most cases, when you're with women, they are going to some degree influence your styling, unless you're just one of these guys who are particularly turned on to, unless you're like Kevin
Shout out
Samuels,
to Mr. Z.
Or you, exactly, with your lavender shirts.
Hysterical.
but I think most men accept that, yeah, she probably gonna mess with my look a little bit, and that's kind of part of the deal going in.
I was all okay. My bad. I was typing.
Can I be offensive a little bit? That's my turn now.
Yeah. Let's let Bruce on Wayne because Mr. Z got to end out. We on 7%. Look, this new phone lasts forever off the charge. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. But yeah, y'all even know Mr. Z been reckless the whole time. Go ahead.
All right, many white men would rather bang trannies instead of black women, and that's a fact.
I would agree with that. I don't think there's anybody that's going to disagree with that here. I think you're right.
I know. Especially Thailand.
The ones that like Asians, yes, the ones that like Asians.
Oh yeah.
But also, I do think that there's a percentage of them that are disgusted by blackness.
Yes,
sure.
That's a real thing.
I agree. Hey, when y'all was saying that, I thought about Hangover. Was it Hangover 2 or Hangover 3? Wait, so I came in you? No, I came in you. No, we came together. Oh God! Hey, no, it was disgusting. But it was funny as hell, though. Black Rule. It was disgusting, but it was hysterical.
And that's the fundamental difference between only white guys can get away with like being movie stars or whatever, and doing some shit like that in a movie, and then not sticking to you. You can't be, Denzel or whatever Morris Chestnut doing some shit like that. Only white guys can get with the buggery, faggery jokes kind of stuff.
It was, and I this movie is old as hell now. But once he was like, "Oh, so I came in you," and I was like, I didn't watch it in theaters. I watched it. There was a bunch of us friends, and once he said, "So I came in you," I was like, "Oh, I know where this is going." And he was like, "No, I came in. No, we came together." I was like, but I agree with you. That date. And I think we've all mentioned this before. There's a line for all of us as black men that you don't cross, like when it comes to some of the jokes. Make a little joke here or that, whatever. But being around white guys, particularly when I was in college, that go all the way. And you're like, bro, I don't know if you joking anymore, bro. They go all the way. It gets real weird. And
dude had his dick on your forehead while you were sleeping.
That's
man.
some
You
crazy
know that,
shit. Man, look, I'm going to prison. I'm going to prison. Ooh, I'm counting bone. I'm counting bone.
They you know the word. Like I went to PWI to South Carolina, and they were dudes who would actually do stuff to folks if they passed out at the party. So if you passed out at the party, some guy might pull your pants down and play with your booty hole.
Wow. That's prison. That's prison, bro. That's
y'all have a good night before I kill somebody on this thing, man. I'm done.
Right. Look, for real. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. This is weird. This is some super weird, like that. I don't know. Okay, this is the thing for me. I am about indicting your spouse or your partner. I don't care. If people want to try to regulate that with me, have fun, Ms. Z. From what I can see so far, it's solid. I'm about looking at white women and being like, bitch, y'all marry these niggas? Like y'all really married? You give head to this nigga. Like you lay up with this guy. Like Ashton Kutcher. Like I get it. Ashton Kutcher, tall, good looking, whatever, white dude. Bitch, that nigga don't take showers every day. Y'all suck off the dude that don't take showers every day. Rihanna, you was sucking off the dude that don't take. Oh goddamn, I said it out loud. Rihanna, you was sucking off the dude that don't take showers every day.
The Arm & Hammer dude, what's his name? Army Hammer was cutting flesh off of white bitches and eating it. Y'all didn't hear about that?
Yeah, see.
Oh yeah.
What? That's
that.
what it means to be a good-looking, high-status white man.
Yeah.
They did a whole documentary about that shit. He was eating bitches.
I didn't watch the documentary, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know about
So,
it.
Yeah.
So he was eating bitches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were going along with it.
They were
like
going along
multiple.
with it.
You know, like if you were dating him at some point, he was eating parts of your ass or something.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, I don't know why these buckers fool. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Nah, but
when you are a good-looking, high-status white guy, you can do all manner of the devils out here. You can do all kinds of weird stuff.
I think it's right.
Add being rich to it too. You can do all manner of.
You remember the video I sent you of the doctor walking around in the in his practice?
Yes, I remember that video.
Yeah. Well,
but like to Z's point about like you asking Becky, you know, why is she cool with that shit? You know why? Because she's just as nasty because she'll turn around and go down on Megan at the same party.
Good point.
That's true.
Good point.
True.
Yeah.
But I mean,
bro.
That's why.
Hey, what was that Martin said about integrating my people into a burning house? What did he say again? Because god damn, this is
it's freaky in that
matter of
house.
fact, there's this thing
When
on
it's fishy in
Instagram.
that house too. It's musty in that house. Go ahead, Betty.
Ain't no shower in that house.
There's a thing on Instagram, and if I can find it, I'll send it to you, Z. It was this like 5-minute clip from this documentary of these white guys and their girls. They're basically talking about, yeah, I'm attracted to men, but I'm not gay though. Yeah, I've slept with guys and this, that, and the third, but I ain't gay. I just think men are attractive, this, that, and the third. I'm not overcome by attraction.
That's good. This is
You know what?
Look,
fuck it. The devil is white.
Oh, come on, man. Is that even a question? I think all people of color have come to this conclusion. At least Black and Native Americans have come to this conclusion a very long time ago. I think we established this at least a good 3 centuries ago. At the least, I think we established this. Maybe more like 4 and 5 and 6 centuries ago. But right, I think we established this some hundreds of years ago. I don't even think that's up for debate anymore. Maybe the Asians are still debating it. Oh, kiss asses. But the rest of us. Right, and let me read this from Turnaround. Mr. Z got 5% left, so we got to move fast. And Turnaround says, just coming up back from dinner that my wife bought, and he says, si se puedo? I think that is. Yes, we can. Yes, puede. Yes, we can. Hysterical. Shout out to KMS. What KMS in Thanksgiving is going to sound like? He said something last year. I thought that shit was hysterical. He said in Spanish. So, yeah, our Thanksgivings are going to become more and more Latina and Latino. So Black women, you know.
Yeah, instead of electric fly, we're gonna be doing the bachata.
Right? The Macarena.
It's gonna be some more yellow rice.
Look, exactly, bro. Yeah. Hey, for me, the saddest thing is gonna be to watch Black women just be kinless. Single kid. You're gonna see more and more Black men, you know, in relationships with non-Black women. And you're going to see some Black women in relationships with non-Black men, cool, but many of them kinless. You're going to see, I think that same-sex loving rate is going to escalate. I think that so many of them being single is going to escalate. And to be frank with you, not enough of them are getting the ones that are really out there in line. So you got to eat that. If y'all talk this community talk, but do y'all really believe it?
It's a pun in there.
Right. They don't.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
I hear you, Vince.
Hypergamy doesn't care, and hypergamy doesn't care about women either. Hypergamy doesn't care that he's married.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, all right. If y'all want to be the side women of America, to any kind of man, Black, white, Latino, Asian, or otherwise. So Black men and white men and Latino men are married whatever women, and then we'll be cheating on those women, or better yet, exercising our options with Black women. All right, if that's what you want to be, the side women of America. All right.
But
That's not a
white
good
and
look, but okay.
Asian women will be the side too, so they will go first. Even the side white and Asian
God
women
damn,
will
y'all
still
not
be
even in
first.
the side chick economy. You're not even good there. God damn.
Nope. Nope, you're not.
Well, there's so many more of the women. The other 85 or whatever percent or more of
Yeah.
American women, 85, 86% of American women are not black. So as things tighten up or get desperate or whatever, you're gonna have a lot of white women, Latino women, Asian women that are desperate and can
Putting their
easily
bid in. Yep.
fill in for those fill in for that desperation thing.
That
So
accessory
they,
role.
they lose if black women don't support their men and don't build up their men, they lose. They lose
Yep.
in America. There is no way
Yeah.
they win. The
I
country's
agree.
too racist. The resources are too far
Exactly.
away from them. The men of other groups don't want them. Like I say, less than about 0.5% of all married white men, less than 0.5% of all married white men have black wives. They don't want black women. They don't, not in any material way.
But in
Nor
their
do
mind,
other groups of men.
but
Not
in
in
their
any
mind,
material way.
black men are already losers, so they don't think they're like, well, we're already losers anyway. So I mean, what's the point? That's
I don't know if I see black. I don't know if I think black women are losers. I don't know.
no.
I
I'm
don't
talking
know
about
if I think they think they're losers. I think they
yeah.
think we're losers. I don't think they see themselves as losers.
No,
As a matter of fact,
you're
I
right.
think
No, that's
they.
what I meant. They think
Okay.
black men are such
Oh
losers
yeah,
that
yeah,
they're not
yeah.
worth what
And,
Uru's saying.
and,
But
and
they don't
to
know.
add on
But
to that.
they
Go ahead.
well, go ahead.
No, Black, go ahead.
Well, what distorts their perception of what it means to be a loser is, again, all the programming and fiat money and all the extra
Yes.
gratuities. It's easy to have that delusion when you have all that going on. But as that goes away, the perception of who is or is not a loser become much more realistic. And it becomes quite different from what you were originally. Look, once that the whole employment thing flips and the income flips, and there's many more black men who are tradesmen, for example, that they apparently don't want to marry, but those guys got good, secure jobs and some sort of decent 401k and can actually have something, then the whole perception of who's a winner and a loser is going to change, and it's going to change rather starkly.
I wanted to make sure to say this on top of what Ron was saying is not only do they see themselves as not being losers, but black men being losers, their anger is going to the delusion part is that now they're stuck with the losers.
That's what I'm
Unfortunately, they
saying.
were born with the same color jersey as you, and they're
Yeah.
like, God damn, these niggas is losers. They
Yeah,
stay
that's
fumbling
why.
and bumbling. Yeah.
No, that's the point I was making. What you said right there, which also ties into Ed's point about black women not wanting to be black.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But are they gonna think that way when they've been evicted and they need somewhere to live, and the loser brother has a nice, decent apartment and a job?
What
It
did you
depends
say,
because
Black
I
Uru? You told me
I
this
think
last year, Black Uru. These bitches gonna find a way to survive.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm saying, is he gonna be is that same guy gonna be perceived as being a loser? I'm not sure that's gonna be the case. She might not like the guy, but the perception of him being a loser is something totally different when you're on the streets. When you're on the streets, you got a different perception of who is and this person who might be a little dumpy and maybe losing his hair, but he's got a nice warm apartment. The perception of who a winner and a loser at that point is going to change. It's going to change. It's going to have to change. Your mind, your mentality is going to have to change to survive. And women
let me
know
read
how
this
to
real quick.
survive.
Let me read
And
this
so
from
she's gonna get in.
Gilgami.
Some of the smarter ones gonna get in the house. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Black. Finish them. I'll read that.
Go ahead. No, I was saying
okay.
the smarter ones gonna get in that warm
Go ahead,
apartment
Black.
and gonna act right. The smarter ones
No,
are. Not all of them, but the smarter ones.
And that's what I was gonna say, because I think the what's her name from In Vogue? I think that we were mentioning a couple weeks ago. I think she's a prime example of where what I tell BGS all the time, which is I think there's a number of them, more than I think most of us think, but not. I don't want to make it. I don't want to exaggerate. I don't want to be hyperbolic, but I think more than what many of us think are going to hold on to that pride and be homeless. And I think we need to move accordingly around them. I think for them, it's because Jason Black mentioned this a couple weeks ago when we were talking about when we were all talking about this, and when he said that, I was like, exactly what I'm saying. For them, it's the dream or nothing.
Yeah.
And I think when you meet those type of stubborn, you just write them off and step over their dead body. Shout out to Toya, because that's a choice at that point.
Yeah, but
because
see,
if your ego is that great, then I just gotta step over your
butt. It to be one serial killer. All it takes is one serial killer spree on chicks living in cars, and then that shit changed real quick. Which that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Once you reach a critical mass of people being on the streets, at some point shit starts to get kind of dangerous out there. Where people know, you got a bunch of hoes on the streets. Next thing you know, the SA rates are gonna go up, the theft rates are gonna go up, kidnapping rates are gonna go up. That ain't no joke, man. It ain't no joke to be out here on these streets, especially if you ain't lived rough like that.
I agree. Let me read this real quick. And Gil Gammy says, reports from paradise with Tunnel Runner. Hysterical. And shout out to Tunnel Runner. Tunnel Runner always got the stories for you. And shout out to Tunnel Runner. Thank you for the super chat, Gil Gammy. And AM says, thank you for the super chat. I gotta move y'all because it's 3%. And AM says, AM Entertainment says, I'm a millennial, I'm only 20 and only care about my certificate, not about women that only care for money and money only. Well, as it should be. As it should be. And notice I keep on throwing the same equality back in their face. If they want equality, then guess what? If you're more than just a walking womb, if you are more than just being barefoot and pregnant, fine. And by the way, okay, I agree. Then men are more than just their resources and their ability to provide and procure them. Men are more than just a walking wallet and overglorified guard dog. And women look like they struggle real hard with that second part, that they understand that they're real human beings and we need to treat them like that. But to treat black men in particular like human beings, like they're not just overglorified guard dogs and walking wallets, that's the difficult part. So no, I think you're on the right path. I think you're on the right path. And fortunately and unfortunately, it would behoove you to put yourself in the best and the most advantageous position and then choose. It doesn't always work out that way, but that is the best way, right? So I'm not actually against that. I think sometimes we focus on that a bit too much because life happens, but no, I think you're moving the right way. We had 2%, y'all. And KMS is there'll never be a lack of women who need protection and provision. Never. Excuse me. That being said, I'm not trying to hear shit from chick in need. Starve. Hey, y'all heard what I say? Hey, if you're not getting on Black Men's program, hey, soup kitchen is for you if they have a soup kitchen. Yeah. Right. Thank you for that, KMS. If they have a soup kitchen,
I'm not recommending that getting with a woman in need is your first choice. I know men make different calculations about that kind of thing based on their situation and what they think is available to them and that sort of thing. And you are in a legal environment where that kind of thing can be dicey in terms of taking that kind of chance. So I wouldn't necessarily take that kind of chance. However, once there is a certain point where there is a level of general desperation or whatever, it is going to fundamentally change. The socioeconomic environment is going to change in the decision making about who's going to be in what relationships are going to change with it. And they're going to have to, for survival reasons, become a lot more accommodating, especially once the state gets out of the business of helping to bail them out.
And let me say this. So that was Black Rule's benediction. I'm gonna leave that there. Thank you, Black Rule, because we had 1% of this business about to die. All right, y'all. So thank you for everybody listening. Love, peace, and chicken grease. We will end right here. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content before this dies, and I gotta go put it on the charger. All right, y'all. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all. And thank you for that, Black Rule. And shout out to all the rest of the panel and chat. And like, share, subscribe. Hit the thank you button for the replay squad. And Mr. Z out.